Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel and my name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about IP addressing. Understanding IP addressing is somewhat important but definitely worth learning about it. Okay, so let me take this notepad. Imagine you'll be working with a different environments. Maybe once you get placed, you might be working in multiple cloud environment. So if you're working in different environments across AWS, Azure, or any on-premises setups, so keep it in mind, each one of the service or each one of the devices needing its own IP addresses for a proper communication between them, right? So as we know, IP address is also unique in nature and it is mainly used for having a proper communication between two devices, either if it is physical or anything. So here we do have two type of IPs. One is, as we know, IPv4 and IPv6. Let's not deep dive into IPv6 because since many years I've been watching everyone will be shifting from IPv4 to IPv6, but still we will understand the gist of its IP addressing nature. So IP4 address are like I'm saying it as an example. Please don't take me as in a funny way, but this is worth understanding. IPv4 addresses are like phone numbers. For time being, take it as in phone numbers for devices, and they do have a certain range of numbers they can use. Okay. Similarly, IPv6 addresses are also like long phone numbers. They were 6 digit in nature, and this IPv4 is in 4 digit in nature. I'll show you for better understanding. See, this is IPv6 address, and I knew that many of the people knows this already, but still I'm showing for the people who doesn't know. So this is IPv4 address. Okay, so you need to know which range of IPv4 and which range of IPv4 addresses to use for each environment. In our organizations, we do have multiple environments like pre-prod, QA, testing, and all these things. Okay, so you need to know which range of IPv4 addresses to use for each of the environment so that the services or the devices can talk each other without any miscommunication or without any issues. Before jumping onto it, we should know what is the range exactly for the IPv4. Okay, so let's keep here 0.0.0.0 to 255.255.255 So this is the actual range regardless of any IPv4. I'm extremely sorry, guys. So this is the range regardless of any IPv4. It should be between these two ranges only. So for that, we are going to see the example right away. For example, Control L. Oh, sorry, this is CMD CLS. Example, I'll give ping. Google is already using IPv6, I think. Like, yeah, it's using IPv6. Let's leave it. I'll ping Reddit. Ping www.reddit. See, this is pinging already. Reddit is pinging. See the range 194.255, 254.236.136. This range is between which we have discussed this now. See, it is the IPv4 range is between 0.0.0 to 255, and it is between that. And also ping my own website. Uh, Ping www.cyclepi.in. I'm sorry. So even if you see the IP address was 54.196.177, as we can see here in the background notepad, it's same 0.0.2255. So this is what I'm telling you guys. IPv4 ranges should be between this number to this number only. Okay. I hope you understand till here. And there are classes also in IP address. We do have class A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, they have divided these ranges into 5 classes actually: A, B, C, D, and E. So let's forget about A, D, and E for time being because The choice of using this A, B, and C classes is completely dependent on the size and requirements of the particular team or a particular network. The reason why we are not going to discuss more on class D and class E is class D was mainly reserved for multicasting addressing, okay, and class C was reserved only for experimental purpose, like for not commonly they were not commonly used as like A, B, and C. So they are not commonly used in regular networking scenarios also. So here again we do have ranges for this. Class A range 1.0.0.0 to 126.255.255.255. So this is class A range, and the class B range was 128.0.0.0 to 191 dot sorry 191.255.255.255. And we do have class C, which ranges from 192.0.0.0 to 23.255.255.255. Guys, no need of remembering this IP ranges. You can go and Google it, because it's visible in Google. Even I got these values from the Google itself only. So you can see something here, because here if you see in class A, it starts from 1.0.0 to 126.255. Okay, but here in class B, if you see, why they do it like they were leaving 127 completely here, and they are starting with 128. Okay, so this is something called a loopback address, which is 127. This is something called as loopback address. So I'll show you what is exactly mean. Loopback address is something which pings its own device only. Okay, if I ping localhost, see, it's replying, right? Now what I'll do is ping 127.0.0.1. See, it is replying, which means this device itself, the laptop which I have opened this command prompt on, this device is pinging itself only. So that is exactly called what loopback addressing means. Like what they have described is, if we are, they got to know at some point of time, people from USA, people from Europe, North America, and everyone have predicted that at some point of time, if we keep using IPs like this, okay, I'll show you the diagram. Wait, so long. Imagine, imagine there is an organization here, okay, and there is an service provider here, okay, and this is an organization. For time being, imagine like that. Okay, and this is some internet service provider, which is internet service provider. Take it as a Geo or Airtel or something. Okay, and here we do have this internet. Okay, this is internet. Okay, so this organization is having some X number of employees. Okay, employee, employee one, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and etc. Okay, So what will happen is whenever an employee needs anything from the internet. So what is the actual process, guys? So this will hit this internet service provider, and what this internet service provider will do is it will go to the internet and it will take the required information, and again it will give passes the information to the ISP, and here they will be having the exact information with what they required. Correct? Previously, it is like that. Now imagine in Bangalore, take RJ Tech Park or Maneta or Bagmani Tech Park. Imagine how many employees were there. Imagine if everyone gets an IP, what will happen at some point of time? So there is a team called RFC 1918. They have decided that if these IPs were keep using like this, at one point of time will be sort of IPs. Now in the recent times, you can also see news from the AWS that they'll be charging uh, the money for IPv4, and they did also at some point of time all the IPs will be gone, right? So RFC 1919 team, what they have did is they came up with a formula called private and public IPs. Private and public IPs. If you go to the internet and if you type RFC 1918, see they will be giving you some set of private IPs, and they kept a condition for it. Not a condition, yeah, this is the one. So what they have did is these are all the private IPs, guys. These are all the private IPs. So what they have did is when operating with a closed infrastructure or a office environment. Closed infrastructure means you know, right? Or an office environment is also like you also know it. So when operating within the closed infrastructure or office environment, it is decided to exclusively use only private IPs. And however, when transitioning to external networks, public IP addresses will be employed with those. So this is what they came up with actually RFC in 1918. So they have keep the above these IP ranges aside. This IP addresses should be connected internally. They kept this rule and it should not go outside. So I'll show you the example now. Right now I have did some drawing. So previously what used to happen, what I said, when employee requests something, it will go here and then it will go to service provider and it will go to internet and then it will pass the information back. But what if organization is having some critical data, or its organization is having some like confidential data? It is not a best practice, right? How can an IP can go outside and grab all the information and come in? It's a security breach. So here previously there are some boxes. I'm not sure, but some people might be knowing this who have worked on storage devices or something. There are some boxes. Those boxes are called as R3 devices. Okay. Or in cloud we can call it as gateways. Okay. I can write it as gateways or routers or R3 devices. Okay. So these are the devices. What will happen here is whenever these employees required any information from any information, what it will happen is first these packets will be hitting these routers. Okay, these packets will be hitting these routers, and here what will happen is, as I said before, even if you check in your home also, if you are using any routers internally, there will be a public IP. It will go and speak externally, it will give you information, but your private IP will not go outside and come back. Okay, so here we do have an public IP with this. I'll take a public IP 124 dot 123.63.1 or something, 160. So what this IP will do is, this public IP, it will uh, go through this internet service provider, Geo or someone, and then it will go through the internet, and then again I'll show you. When a packet is hitting here, this public private IP will not be going out, public IP will be going out through the internet service provider. It will take the required information what it wants. It will not go directly like this. It will not go directly like this. It will go from here and then internet, and then again it comes back to the service provider. Again it comes back to the router, and then it gives the information to this employee correctly. Okay, this whole process is called network address translation. Network address translation. I'm extremely sorry guys, I forgot to show you something. Previously we were talking about the IP addresses, right? I mean the private and public IP addresses. As I told you, the private will be ranges from 10 to here, and 172, 172, 192 in this range itself only. So I'll show you my IP. See here, what is the IP here? 192, right? It's in this range. Okay, I'll show you my public IP now. It's in 4937, which means 49 means class A. It's falling in public IP class A. So this is it guys. This is what I wanted to discuss. So if you have any doubts, or if you wanted to know much deeper in this, I would request you to go through the documents which were available in Google. But still, if you have any doubts up to the mark which I have explained, please put it in the comment section. Or you can ping me on LinkedIn also. I'm going to respond to you. And yeah, that's it. We'll meet you tomorrow. Keep watching, and thanks for watching. I request you to share this video to your friends. Make sure liking this video, and make sure you're subscribing this video. Thank you so much. Have a nice day, guys. Bye bye. Hello guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about VPC and some of its components. Okay. So guys, before jumping on to the VPC practicals or VPC creation of VPC directly, so let me explain you a small scenario based thing. Imagine there is a very big vacant land. Okay, there is a very big vacant land here, and somewhere around you do have your own place. Okay, let's imagine it's here. So what you did is you have created buildings in your place. Okay, and you have constructed two buildings, and instead of tower 1 and tower 2, what you have did is you have named this building as um, 172.16.0.0/16, and this name instead of tower 2, what you have named 10.0.0.0/16. Okay, you have created a like you do have a vacant land, you have created a building. So within this plot you want to construct your own flats. I mean, in this building, imagine we do have two flats. In this building also we do have two flats. So instead of room number 301 or 201, you have named this flat as 10.0.1.0/24. Same 10.0.2.0/24. So here also, so instead of naming it as room number 102 103, you have named it as 172.16.1.0/24. And here also same 172.16.3/24. So now you have a vacant land, you have constructed a building, fine. But how does people go outside? People who are living inside this flat, in this 10 dot flat or 16 172 dot flat, how they can go outside? There should be some routes, right? They should come out of the door, they should take the lift, they should come to the cellar, and then there should be a proper way. Imagine this is the route, okay, or like coming like this. So it's okay. You have a vacant land, you have created a building, and then you have instructed them that you have to go like this, and you should take lift and come down and come out like this. But how they can go out? There should be one gateway, right? If there is no gateway, how people can go outside, and people who are coming inside, how they can come inside? So let's create a gateway here. People will be going in this way, and people who wanted to come inside, they will be coming inside, but there will be a proper security here. You should if the security is okay with people who are coming inside and going out, then he will allow, or else he will not allow. So let's keep the diagram like this, guys. So now I'm going to tell you, imagine this is your AWS infra, okay, and imagine inside this AWS infra you do have VPC. This is your LAN where you have constructed your building, and for that VPC you have given a range which is 172.16, which is also called as cider blocks. So you are telling it to construct the buildings within this range 172.16, and here you do have another building. For that you have created 10.0.0 range, cider range, and you told them to take lift and come to the cellar. You instructed them. Those are nothing but route tables, and then when coming out you told them that this is the security check and you should go out and come inside like this, which is called as IGW, internet gateway. I hope you understand what I said, guys. If you do not understand, please put it in the comment section. Let me take you to the practicals directly. So before jumping on to the practicals, I'll tell you on a high level what does this exactly do. So in terms of security, this means each organization or each company data and applications are kept separately, okay, within the range of their own VPC. So they have control over who can access their section of their application and data, and they can set up rules and protect to keep out unwanted business. Now, if you ask me about the subnets, subnets are again nothing but in my language it's a chunk of an IP address. Chunks is again nothing but pieces of an IP address, because here if you see this range is big, 172.16.0.0/16 is nothing but bits, guys. If you haven't seen my yesterday IP address video, I personally request you to go watch it first and then come back, because I have explained how many IPs will be there in /16 and subnet masking. So see, in /16 means you'll be having somewhere around 65,536 IPs. So if you are creating any subnet, again subnet is nothing but your building. First you have created a site. First you had a cider block within the range. You have named it, instead of tower one, you have named it as an 172 dot. So inside that only you should construct your own flat, which means inside within that range you should have your own IPs. Okay, so if you haven't seen IP addressing, go watch it. So you will definitely understand the gist of this 65,536. In real time, development servers are where developers write and test the code. They do have their own separate set of servers. Testing servers are where automated tests and runs to ensure the code quality, and production servers do have their own servers where the final and the stable version of the software is deployed for user to access. So each subnet helps organize and manage the different stages of the software development lifecycle. Okay, again these route tables are something where you're going to, in a cloud environment like AWS, route tables are used to control the flow of traffic between subnets or internet gateways or virtual private gateways and other network devices within the range of VPC. So
What they do is they help ensure that traffic is directed efficiently and securely to its instead of the destination. Okay, so now let me take you through the practical. If you didn't understand this, guys, please put it in the comment section so that I can go ahead and write a separate Medium post on it to understand very clearly. So let me take you to see this is the AWS console. Let's go to, before showing you the VPC, let me show you one diagram, guys. The reason why I haven't draw in this session is because it is taking so much of time. So I did this before coming to this session. So let me quickly explain you this. Imagine this is an we do have regions and availability zones in AWS, correct? So this is North Virginia region. Uh, North Virginia is the biggest data center because they do have six availability zones: 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1A, and 1F. But now I have taken only three, just for our understanding. See, this green line indicates a VPC. Okay, so this is VPC, and I have taken the CIDR range of 10.35.0.0/16, where it do has 65,000 IPs. So inside that VPC, within that VPC, I mean, within that CIDR range, I have to create a subnets. So in US East 1A, I kept one subnet. Imagine this as app server, and imagine this as web server, and imagine this as DB server. So again, in the same regions, I have created another VPC where I have kept three different subnets in three different regions. So the reason why I have highlighted this green and blue line is there is no communication between these VPCs. Okay, one VPC will not interact with the other VPC. In tomorrow's session, what I'm going to show is how you can make an interaction between these VPCs with the help of VPC peering. Regardless of your VPC is in different region or your VPC is in different availability zone, we can still make a connection between them if it is necessary only. So how to achieve that? We can achieve that by using VPC peering. So again, this is the internet gateway where if the user from this subnet wants to talk anything externally, so what will happen is we will construct some route tables. So it will automatically go like this to the internet gateway, and it will go out and it will grab the information, and again it will brings back and then passes the information to the user. So in later classes, we are going to attach NAT gateway here, so we cannot send the public IP directly outside. I mean, private IP directly outside. So we are going to discuss this later. But for now, you try to understand this figure. So let me take you back to this. This is the console. So if you wanted to go to the VPC, what you can do is search VPC in the search bar. Click on VPC. I can go ahead and create from here, but no, let's not do that. Let's create step by step. So first what we need to create is VPC. The name you can give testing. I'll remove the caps lock, sorry. Or you can give as giving it as 3 type. And then CIDR range, as I said, 10.0.0.0/16. So again, if you are selecting any subnets, then make sure you are selecting it within this range itself only. If you don't know what is this or how to overcome with this situation, what you can do is just open the new tab. I really don't know why my new tab is not opening. Let me open this. Open subnet calculator. See, here enter 10.0.0.0 and you have to give the subnet mask. Imagine if you are giving 16 and if you click on calculate, see how many IPs were there. 65,534. If you have given 24, 254 IPs will be there. So when you are creating a subnets, make sure that you are giving /24 so that in future if any one of your teammates are creating any virtual machines or anything, then one of the IP from here will be assigned to it. Okay. So for now, 16 is fine. This is my CIDR block. It should always be in private network only. And then tenancy default. Yeah, that's it. Let me create VPC. Once VPC is created, make sure click on edit VPC settings and then make sure you're enabling DNS host names. Okay. And then save it. If you are not doing it, then there will be no public access to it. And then click on subnets. Subnets is again not a big thing. You can click subnets here in the left side tab. So now what you can do is you can create subnets. You have to tell for which you have to select for which VPC you wanted to create the subnets. I'll show you the diagram again. See here, this green line is our VPC now. 10.0. Here I have taken 35. Do not confuse. 0.0 is also fine. So 10.0.0.0/16 cider block I have taken. So I have to create a subnet within this range with this VPC. So what I'll do now, I'll select this VPC 3 tier, and then now subnet name I'll give as app servers. Availability zone, I'll keep three subnets in three different availability zones. Yes, see, I told you right, North Virginia is the biggest availability zone. See here, I'll keep three subnets, app servers in 1A, and then 10.0.1.0/16. No, not 16, 24. I'll be getting 254 IPs, North Virginia, create subnet, and then I'll create one more subnet. This is done. This part is done. Now we'll create one more subnet. 3 tier, subnet name, web servers, availability zone. Previously one subnet I kept in 1A, now I'll keep it in 1B, and then range is 10.0.2.0. Previously I've given 1.0, right? Now I'm using the second one /24. Again, see here, 256 IPs. Create subnet. Now I'm going to create a third subnet. Select VPC. This I'll keep as DB servers 1C, and then 10.0.3.0/24, and then save it. Done, right? Let me see. So now you have created a, wait, let me copy the VPC ID, guys, so that you'll be able to see exactly what were our VPCs. See, here are our three servers: web servers, app servers, and DB servers, which were in US East 1A, 1B, and 1C. Nice. Okay. So now we have created a VPC, we have created a subnets. If you come here, we have created a VPC and then we have kept a subnets in it. So now what we have to do, we have to create a internet gateway just to allow the traffic outside and vice versa. So click on internet gateways. Okay, create internet gateway. Keep the name as IGW and then create internet gateway. Internet gateway has been created, guys. Once after you created the internet gateway, what you have to do is you have to click on actions and then you have to click on attach to VPC. It will be asking which VPC, then you have to select your VPC, attach internet gateway. So by attaching, what will happen is this internet gateway will acknowledge, okay, I have to allow the traffic of this VPC. Okay, now what you have to do, you have created VPC and then you have created subnets. Now you have created internet gateway, correct? So at last what you have to do is you have to create a routing tables. So go to routing, select your VPC, copy the VPC, I'm sorry, create route tables, name as 3 tier, RT, you should select which VPC, retire, and then create route tables. Once after creating the route tables, what you have to do is you have to click on edit routes. Guys, don't do this in the real time because this is just a testing environment, so I'm doing it here. So but when it comes to the real time, you're not supposed to allow the all traffic. Okay, so here I'm giving 0.0.0.0, which means it is a public IP, and then you have to select internet gateway, and then just now you have created one internet gateway, right? It will be here, and then you have to save the changes. So once it is done, what you have to do is you have to click on subnet association and make sure you're selecting these servers, because see, in the diagram you have created an internet gateway and you have told the internet gateway that you have to access from this VPC. Okay, but in this VPC we do have three subnets. Out of three, which one you wanted to allow? So you have to select that, right? So you should click on edit subnet roles, select all, and save association. So now the traffic has been, the configuration has been, see, these subnets will allow the traffic outside of the VPC. So that's it, guys. We have achieved this diagram. So that's all I wanted to explain today. If you have any doubts or if you have anything to say, please put it in the comment section. Also, I personally request you to do the practicals. If you're not doing the practicals, then it will be tough for you to face the interview, that's for sure. um, do practicals, post it on the LinkedIn, post it on the Medium, and make sure the recruiters are watching it. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. We'll see you in the next class.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran, and welcome back to my channel. So today we are going to discuss about VPC peering, guys. So imagine you have placed in an MNC company or you're working in an MNC company, okay, with a data located in multiple regions, because they do have their own EC2 instances in different regions or different availability zones in the same region. Okay, so your company is using an AWS cloud or AWS services to host various services and critical application on daily operations. So you have a VPC in US East, and you have another VPC in EU, which is Europe region. So how will you make an handshake method, or how will you make sure that there is a proper communication going on between the instances? So let me show you with the figure. So imagine this is North Virginia, East one. Okay. So in this availability zone, you have two subnets or two servers. This is app server and this is web server. Imagine this is US East 1A, okay? And you do have another server in 2A, which is Ohio. This is called as DB. This is Ohio, okay? And it's 2A. This is running on 10.0.1.0/24, and this is running on 172.163, and this is running on 198.163. Okay, so how you will make the handshake method between these two? Previously, before VPC was not in the picture, the application server in VPC A and the database server in VPC B, so they cannot communicate directly due to being in a separate VPC regions. So to establish communication, what they used to do, they used to follow some configuration like public facing endpoints or physical VPN connections. So what will happen if they do this? This will at some point of time leading to increase the latency during the communication between these two regions, or whenever a user is retrieving some data from a DB, there will be some latency he will be facing. So such kind of issues occur with these public facing endpoints and VPN connections. Also, we might are going to face some security risks which occurs, like additional costs, compromising data security and all. So today in the practical session, what we're going to do is how we can implement a VPC connection between app servers and DB servers, and then web servers and app servers, and from web servers to DB servers, and from app servers to DB servers. How we'll make sure that the communication is going on properly. Okay, let's quickly jump on to the practical slides. Let me open my AWS console. So this is the console right now. Create a VPC. This is North Virginia. Let me open Ohio also on the other hand. Now what you have to do is you have to click on create VPC, VPC and more. I'll give this as app underscore server 10.0.0.0/16. It's okay for me. Tenancy number of availability zones 1. It should be US East 1A. I'm in North Virginia, right? Yeah, I'm in North Virginia. Public subnet 1, private subnet 0, and then click on create VPC. Now I'm going to create one more VPC in the same uh, region. View VPC. Again, click on create VPC, VPC and more. Now I'll change this as web servers. Guys, make sure that no IP should be overlapping. When it comes to the VPC peering, the IP should not overlap. Before, the CIDR block range we have given is 10.0.0/16. Now we have to change this. I'm gonna give this as 172.160. People who haven't seen the IP addressing video, they'll not be understanding this now if you jump onto this video directly, but still people who can understand, that would be really great. But people who haven't seen the IP addressing video, I personally request you to go back, watch the IP addressing, what is private and what is public IPs, and then if you come back here, then it will be very easy for you to understand. So I'll take 172.16 and 0/16, and then number of availability zones 1. This I'll keep it in US East 1B, not in 1A. App service we already kept in US East 1A. For the web service, we'll be keeping it in US East 1B. Number of public subnets 1, number of private subnets was 0, and gateway none, 1 points. Okay, and then create VPC. Quickly go back to the security groups, copy the VPC ID, go to security groups, paste it here, go here, and then make sure you're allowing the inbound rules. Just a gentle reminder, guys, don't do this in your real-time project. In real time, you are not supposed to allow all traffic. This is just for testing purpose. So, and it's my personal lab. Done. Again, go back to your VPC, copy web service VPC ID, go to security groups, search for the security group, edit. You can delete this, add rule, all traffic, save rules. Done. So the very next thing what you have to do is quickly go back to EC2 instance. Now you have to create one, not one, two EC2 instances you have to create. Launch instance, app server. I'll take Ubuntu. 22 is fine for me. T2 micro. Key pair is latest pen. So here I have to select app servers. So we are creating a separate instance for app servers, which we have created a VPC there. And then I'm going to select the subnet, auto assign, security group we have already here. All good. Let's click on launch instance. Now you need to create one more instance for web servers. Click on launch instance, web server, Ubuntu, and then T2 micro is fine for me. Select my key pair, network settings. Now I'll select web servers and then subnet, web server subnet, enable auto assign IP. Security group is already there. All good? Yes. Launch instance. In Ohio, what you have to do is you have to do the same. Um, Come to VPC, click on create VPC, VPC and more, DB servers. We have for app servers we have used a cider block of 10 dot. For web servers we have used a cider block of 172. Now for DB we'll be using 192.168.0.0 can use /16. Number of availability zones, one is enough. One. US is 2A. Number of public subnets, one. Private subnets, 0. Then create VPC. Now go back to security groups. Copy the VPC ID. Click on inbound rules. Edit inbound rules. You can delete this. Add role. For now, I'm allowing all the traffic for DB2, but in real time, guys, make sure that you're not supposed to allow all traffic. There will be certain port numbers. I'll be doing a separate video on security groups versus uh, subnets and all. So do not do this in your real time. For testing purpose or for your local environment or in your laptop, you can do it. And then save rules. Now what you have to do is you have to come back to your instance again. See, all this I am doing in Ohio region only, not in North Virginia. Now click on launch instance. Keep the name as DB servers, Ubuntu. You can take any machine. I am taking Ubuntu. Free tier and then T2 micro. My key pair is already there. Ohio key pair. VPC we have created just now and there is only one subnet with it. Select it. Auto assign enable yes. Security groups. We do have security groups and then click on launch instance. Let's go back to North Virginia. Click on instance and log into the instance. Click on app server. I am logging into the app server. Open. Let's keep the color as yellow for the app servers and click on apply. Okay. Let's leave it like that. Now let's log into the web servers. Click on web server IP authentication. That is spam and then open. Accept. So first what we'll do is we'll make the connection between app servers and web servers. Okay. Then we can jump on to DB servers. So for that what we can do is I'll open the tabs like this here. I'll ping this IP 84. 172.16, 172.16, 1384. It's not pinging, right? It's not reachable. So ping. So this is also, these both are not reachable. Now what we shall do is we need to create a peering connection between them. Click on peering connection. Click on create peering. I'll say app to web. Requester is app server, and then this is the IP. My account only. This region, yes. Web servers. This is the VPC ID. Okay, and then create VPC peering. Once after creating, what you have to do is you have to accept the request. Okay, you should make sure that you are accepting the request. Accepting. So once after this, it will be not done, guys. What you have to do is you should go to route tables. Where it is? Okay, here it is. App server routing table. Click on routes. So here, what you have to do is click on edit routes, and then you have to add the destination routes. So what is the IP here? 172.16.0.0/16, correct? Yeah. And then here you have to select the target as peering connection. Where is it? Peering connection. Here it is. Save changes. Now you have to do the same for web servers also. Click on route tables, refresh, web servers, and then routes, edit routes, add route 10.0.0.0/16, and then see what will happen now. Now they will be communicating each other. See, they are pinging each other. So let's quickly jump onto the Ohio region. Here it is. Copy the public IP, log into party session, Ubuntu @authentication, browse, Ohio KP, open. So now what we shall do is keep it like that. Come back to VPC on Ohio, click on peering connection, create peering connection, and from here what you can do is db to app. Okay, DB server, my account only, but another region. Which region it is? North Virginia. And then you have to enter the VPC ID, app server VPC ID. You have to copy and then paste it here. Click on create peering. Remember, guys, whenever you are creating a peering from the different region, see what we have did when we created a peering in North Virginia region for the same availability zone. We clicked on actions and then we clicked on accept request, right? But when it comes to the different region and you are sending request to the another availability zone, so it is not possible, guys. So what you have to do is we have mentioned uh, target VPC ID here when configuring. So you should go to the target location. I said APC app servers, right? So what I have to do is here I have to go to the peering connections, refresh, see pending response. I have to click on it and then I have to accept the request. Accepted. Now what you have to do is provisioning. Maybe it will become active. What you have to do is you have to come back to Ohio again, go to the route tables, refresh, click on DB server, routes, edit routes, add routes, enter, remove the space, and then peering connection, select peering connection, and then you have to save it. Again, you have to come back to app servers, which was not this one, which is 10 dot. So here in the routing tables, you should go to app servers here in the routing tables. This is in North Virginia region, guys. Don't confuse. Click on app servers, click on routes, edit routes, and then you have to give the target location CIDR ID. Okay, this is the one which we are using for DB servers. Enter, select VPC Peering, and then select the ID. App to web, app to, okay, this is the one. And then save changes. Now what will happen is it will start pinging. You have to follow the same process, guys. It's not a big deal actually. Now you can do it from this way. You can do it from North Virginia itself. Click on create peering. From where? From web servers to DB servers. Okay. Click on web servers VPC and then my account only. Another region which is Ohio. Ohio, what is the target? You have to enter it here and then create VPC connection. Okay, done. Now what you have to do, you have to quickly jump back to Ohio region and from there you have to accept the request. If you refresh, see here, select and then accept request. This is web to DB. Now what you have to do, come back to North Virginia again, go to route tables, refresh, click on web servers, click on routes, edit routes, add route. Here what is the IP? 192.168.0.0/16. 192.168.0.0/16. Oh, sorry. You have to select peering connection here. Web to DB. Yes. Save changes. So you have to do the same thing here. Come back to Ohio again. Go to route tables. Click on routes. Edit routes. Add routes. And then you have to give the destination IP here, which is 172. And then select peering connection. Web to DB. Save changes. That's it, guys. See, now what we'll do is, before we have pinged DB from app, right? Now what we'll do is we'll ping from DB to, what was this IP? 172.16.13.84. See guys, it's also pinging. So now we are having a proper communication between each and all the servers which were located in different regions. So that's all for now, guys. Uh, I actually wanted to show you a clear diagram. See, this is the one actually. This is the one we have achieved now. In US East 1A, we do have two servers. One is web server and another one is app server. And US East 2, we do have one DB servers. So as I said before, there will be no intercommunication between these VPC IDs, even if they are in the same availability zone. So what we have did, we have achieved that communication with VPC peering. That's all for today. I request each and everyone whomsoever is watching this video, do practice whatever I said. Do practice. If you are not practicing, guys, I'm telling you, when you are trying to attend the interview, there will be nowadays in DevOps interview, no one is asking about what is it and what is this. Everyone is asking about the scenario based questions. So if you are not doing the practicals and if you are facing the interview, you can't able to handle it. Trust me. I am the live reason for you guys. So whatever I said now, do the practice, watch it thoroughly. Make sure you're making the documentation also. Post it on Medium, post it on LinkedIn. Let the recruiters watch what you're doing or what you know, so that calls will be getting scheduled. And mark my words, you definitely gonna grab the interview. So that's all from my end, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you so much for watching the video. We'll see you in the tomorrow session. Bye bye. Hi, guys. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. So today we are going to discuss about VPC endpoints, guys. So before jumping on to the endpoints, let me take you to a scenario. Okay, imagine there is a palace here. Apologies for my palace, guys. Please don't mind. Okay, here there is a lot of treasure, and here there is a lot of some valuable things, and here there is a special room. Okay, so what this king does is, this special room do only have access to his friends. Every time he want to share those special room with his friends. Okay, his friends are living in some different place outside of this palace. So whenever king invites his friends, what they will do, they will travel whole way and then they will reach out to this palace. So one day, what this king does is, instead of letting his friends to come from the very long way, what he did is he created a window directly. So what this window will do is, no need of his friends doesn't require to walk or travel from that long place to this palace just to access this special room. So they can simply come directly from this window to this special room. Okay, remember, guys, this special room is called endpoints. Okay, now let me draw you something. I hope you understand my explanation. On a high level, let's imagine there is a availability zone here, okay, which is US East 1A, and here you do have a public subnet which is accessible to the internet. Here you have internet gateway. Here you have public access, I mean public, and here you have your S3 bucket. Okay. Now here you have your private subnets, which doesn't have access to it. Whenever this public subnet wants to take any files from this S3, what will happen? It will go through the internet gateway, it will go through the public internet, and then it will take whatever it required. But private subnet we can't do it, right? Because for that we need to create an NAT gateway. Guys, do not worry about the NAT gateway and all. We do have a separate session for it. For now, just listen and try to understand the VPC endpoints. What this private subnet will do, private subnet, if private subnets wants to take any files from the S3 bucket, private subnet, this NAT, with this public subnet we are going to attach it to NAT gateway, and if it requires any information, then it will go through the public subnet, internet gateway, internet, and it will take the files from S3. So for now, leave about endpoints and all. I can go and tell you within 5 minutes what is endpoints, and I can show you the practicals. But I wanted to tell you for what purpose they are using endpoints, why endpoints came into the gameplay. Okay, so let's quickly go to our console. So first, I'll do is I'll write the steps here. First step, This is the first step. We'll create S3 bucket and then we'll put some files in it. Okay, and the second step is we'll create one public instance, and then third step is we'll create one private instance, and then we'll try to log into this public subnet. Okay, we'll try to log into to this public subnet, and then we will access these files, this S3 files, and we'll see whether if it is taking it or not. And then again, of course, from the private subnet it is not possible, right? So for this, what we shall do is, this is the fourth part. 4, we'll create a NAT gateway and we'll make sure the images are getting from the S3 or not. So after this, I'll tell you for what reason we are using VPC endpoints. Let's go to the console, click on S3. I'll drag this little bit down, guys, because there is a recorder which is stopping me. It's unable to open. I'm unable to open any tabs there. So I'll open this. Create a bucket. Do not worry about S3 also. We do have a separate session for S3. Bucket name, I'll give endpoints. My EP. And then I'll give access control list. Not a problem. I'll remove the public access also. Just understand the endpoints and all these things. Okay? This S3 you can ignore for now. I'll be telling you S3 by hosting a website in S3, and then what will happen if you keep the images public or if you keep the files private. We'll explain. We'll discuss that on later sessions. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. And create bucket. What you'll do is open this bucket and upload a image. Imagine these are your files. I'll, which is the smallest one, 139. I'll keep this, and then permissions, I'll give it as public itself only. Understand, and then upload. Done. Our first task is done. Now the second task is to create two instances. Guys, please make sure in which VPC and in which subnet you are keeping these VPCs. I mean, sorry, these instances. Public, I'll select Ubuntu, and then I'll select 20.4. I'll scroll down T2 micro. I'll select my key pair, and then when it comes to the networking, this is public, right? I'll select my VPC. People who is not aware of the VPC or people who are not aware of the subnets and IP addressing and all, I request you to go back and watch IP addressing and VPC subnet routing table video, guys. It is the very basic things you have to know before jumping onto these sessions. I personally request you to go back and watch, so that you will not get a confusion. You will understand why you are using private addresses, why you are using public addresses. As this is a public IP, so what I'm going to do is I'll select this and then I'll enable. I'll click on security groups and then public management. This is my security group. All good, right? Yeah, all good. And then launch instance. Now I'm going to create private instance. Launch instance. I'll keep the name as private Ubuntu 20.4. Instance type T2 micro, and then key pair, my key pair, and then now I'll keep this in a private subnet. Okay, see, I'll keep in US East, US East 1A. Where is US East 1A? Yeah, here it is. Get it from US. Oh, US East 1C. US East 1A. I don't want public IP, and then security groups, public management security groups, and then launch instance. Let me log into my public instance, Ubuntu, @v. Now if I click on authentication and then I log in, okay, it's logging in. Appearance, change, bold, and then 14. I'll click on OK. I'll give the password. I'll log in as a super user, and then we'll test the image which is in S3 bucket. Where is the S3 bucket? Here. We do have uploaded one photo, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the one. Copy this public address and then check whether if it is downloading it or not. Yes, it is downloading. Now what we shall do is we'll connect to the private instance. I cannot connect to the private instance directly, right? So what I have to do is I'll stop my screen share now. I will create one. I do have a PEM file. I'll copy that PEM file here and then I'll do it. Let me stop my screen share. So here is my key file, PEM file, guys. So I'll do chmod 400 and then key. Now I'll try to log into my private server ssh-i and then key.pem ubuntu what was the private IP? 132.298 enter. Yes, see, it's logged in 132.208. Now we'll try to download the S3 bucket image. It should not download because we logged into the private subnet, not the public subnet. From public subnet, we logged into private subnet. Oh, sorry. Come to S3, copy this IP, address, paste it. It should not work because there is no public access. Now what we shall do, we'll go back and then we'll create NAT gateway in order to access the images in a S3 bucket. Create a NAT gateway, NAT EP testing. I'll select the subnet. We need to select the public subnet, guys. We have given public subnet 1. So I'm selecting public subnet 1, allocate elastic IP, and then create NAT gateway. Go to subnets because in private routing table, let me copy my VPC ID here first. In private routing table, we should make sure that we are allowing the NAT gateways in route tables. See, this is my, where is 1A? Yeah, this is my private route table for US East 1A. Click on routes, edit routes. See, this is a black hole, which means route is connection is there, but there is no route. What we have to do, we have created one gateway, right? NAT gateway. Right now we have to close this, and then if you select NAT gateway here, and then this is my NAT gateway. Just now we have created and save changes. So it's available, guys. Now come back to your this thing party session. Wget. See, it's downloaded. Okay, good. But here two things are going on. I'll tell you what we have achieved this successfully. Okay, but remember, guys, we are using S3, which is an AWS service itself only. We are using public subnet, it's also AWS service only. We are using private subnet, we are using NAT gateways. Then what is the point of going through public to the S3 bucket? It's really not required, right? See, this really makes sense from client perspective. We are using all AWS services. We kept AWS files in S3 which we are using instances dedicated to EC2. But my client is coming back and asking me why you should use internet. That makes sense, right? When all my files are in S3, when I'm using all AWS services, then what is the point of going through the public? What is the point of going through the internet? So that really makes sense. That's a valid point too. So for that, how we have to communicate internally is VPC endpoints. Okay. This is VPC endpoints. Yes, in the before example, if you remember, the king had built a window, right? So we will be creating a endpoint from this VPC. That's why it is called VPC endpoints. Okay. So again, in this VPC endpoints, we do have two types. One is gateway endpoint, and the second one is interface. So we will see this practically. And one more thing I wanted to tell you guys, which is very important. This is something which is related to cost effectiveness. See, we have used NAT gateway, right? Per hour, the NAT gateway bill is $0.045. This is per hour bill. And for S3, same $0.045 per GB. And you are going through the internet, right? For this data transmission also, there will be some charges. So here exactly comes the VPC endpoints. VPC endpoints, what it will do, as I said before, it will directly make a window to our S3 services. As I said before, again, we do have two VPC endpoints. The very first one is gateway endpoint. This is gateway endpoint, which is mainly used for S3 bucket and DynamoDB. And the second one is interface endpoint, which is used for rest of the services. Okay, let's quickly jump on to the endpoints practicals, guys. This is all I wanted to say. So now what we have to do is I'll quickly remove this NAT gateway. I'll remove this NAT gateway, which is not required now. Instead of this, we'll create endpoints. Go to endpoints, click on create endpoints, name it as my endpoints, and then service you need to select S3 because S3, right? In S3, this is the one gateway S3, and then scroll down. You have to select in which VPTs. Mine it is KTS cluster, and then it is in US East 1A. Guys, make sure you are selecting this properly, okay? And then full access create endpoints. Wait for some time, refresh. We have removed the NAT gateway, guys. Remember, we do not have NAT gateway. Now what will happen is, see, when I try to download the image from the private subnet, it will download. See, it is downloaded. We are in 108 only, 208 only, 132, 208. This is our private IP. It is downloading. How it is downloading? We removed the NAT gateway, right? But still, how it is downloading? Then this comes into the picture endpoint where you have to go to the internet gateways, and then if you click on not internet gateway, sorry, route tables. See, guys, I have to refresh. Actually, I forgot. If you come here, if you come to route table and refresh, and then scroll down, if you go to the public routing private routing table, click on routes and then edit routes. See, NAT gateway we have removed that, so it is black hole. Okay, see, can you see this PL63A50 destination? This is endpoint, guys. This is called gateway endpoint. From this, the request is going to the S3 bucket and it is grabbing the information whatever it wants. Okay, now we'll see, this is the gateway endpoint. This is what I wanted to tell you. Now we'll see what is interface endpoint. Interface endpoint, we can use it with a lot of services, but now I'll show you with sessions manager. Okay, first I'll open IAM. Don't worry about the IAM, we do have many sessions on IAM. Click on roles, select create role, select EC2 role, and then next managed instance, I think. Yeah, this is the one, managed instance core, and then also you have to select SSMF, I think. Yeah, sessions manager full access, and then click on next. Role name, I'll give it as endpoints. New EP role, remember it, guys. create a role. The role is creating. Once the role has been created, what you have to do, you have to come back to the instances. How I am remembering all these steps, guys, because I have did a good practice on it. So I, people who are watching this, I personally request you to practice. This 30 minutes is enough for this. Now what you have to do is, you have created two IAM roles, right? So you have to attach it to, you have created an IAM role. Now what you have to do is, you have to attach it to network security and then modify IAM role, and then you should make sure that you are attaching this to instance. What was our role? New EP role, correct? Yeah, this is the one. And then update IAM role. Now you have to do the same for private instance also. What happened? Now you have to select the private instance and then right click and then security and then modify IAM role. Click on modify IAM role, my EP role, new EP role, and then modify IAM role. Once after done, refresh it and make sure you are restarting both of the instances. Done restarting. The reason why we have created these IAM roles is, I'll show you now. Go to, click on services, click on management and governance. Where is it? Here it is. Come back, you will be seeing systems manager, and then on the left side bottom you will be seeing sessions manager. So both the instances should show here, guys. When I click on start session, okay, both the instances should show here. We have rebooted, right? It is taking some time. Let it take. I'll refresh it again. See, I can only see public instance now because it is what it is. It should not supposed to show the private instance. Now we'll create some interface endpoints so that we can able to see the private instance also here, and we can connect to the private instance from here itself only. So for that, what you have to do, you have to go back to endpoints again. You have to create three endpoints, guys. Remember, one is for EC2 message, another one is for SSM messages, and another one is for SSM. First one is for EC2 message, and then EC2 MESSAGES. Yeah, this is the one. Select. Make sure you're selecting the appropriate VPC and then appropriate availability zone, and then this is my subnet. Wait, I'll show you. You have to select your private IP, I mean private instance subnet. Go to networking. What was the subnet? 0E44E. Okay, I have selected the correct one. Done. And then scroll down. Security groups. This is the one. And then scroll down. Create endpoints. Okay. Out of three, we have created one, which is EC2 messages. Now we need to create the another one, which is SSM messages. Scroll down. SSM, ME, SSA, GES. This is the one. Scroll down. Select VPC. Scroll down and then select your availability zone. Select your instance. Scroll down. Select your security groups. Scroll down and then endpoints. Now the last one. Create endpoints. Now you have to select only SSM. This is the one. Scroll down. Select your VPC, guys, and then again scroll down. Select your availability zone, and then that's it. Security groups, create endpoints. Once these endpoints have been created, what you have to do is, you have to restart the session. You have to restart the instance. See, now it is not visible right here where it is sessions one. See, here we can see only public, correct? After some time, what will happen, we can able to see the private instance here also. Wait, let me restart it. Let's refresh again, guys. Yeah, see, here we got it now. See, before it was not there, now we got the private session. And then if you click start session, see, you'll be able to log in from here directly. Now what you can do, give bash, and then you can test. First we'll see if there is any public access or not. Oh, sorry. Hopefully no public access. We'll try to download our image which is inside our S3 bucket, which is within the range of the AWS service itself only. Now here is my SSM. Yeah, here it is. Control C, wget, and then paste it. See, it's downloading. Oh, permission denied. I'm sorry. You should do it on temp. Wget, and then paste. See, it's downloaded. That's all for today, guys. This is what I wanted to explain. So today we have discussed about the VPC endpoints, and also we have discussed about the cost optimization. So how exactly does the VPC endpoint came to the game? um, so that's all. I really wanted you guys to practice whatever I said. Post it on the LinkedIn, post it on the Medium. If you do have any kind of doubts, please put it in the comment section, guys. You can also reach me on the LinkedIn too. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Bye bye. Hi guys, very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about VPC Flow Logs, guys. So I'll tell you a scenario. What was exactly this flow log? So before going to the flow logs and the practical things, I'll tell you a small scenario. Okay. Imagine there is a gated community here. Okay. And there are two blocks of buildings. And here some XYZ people were living, and here also some XYZ people were living for time being. Imagine. Okay. And here there is a main gate where a security guy will be there. So what was the job of the security guy? He will make sure that the people who are dedicated to this apartments or people who are owning the places here, he will make sure that he's checking properly, and then he is allowing them. And people who wanted to go out and buy something or bring something, so what they will do, they will go out from the main gate, and then they will bring whatever they want. Okay, till here it's good. So imagine there is a play area here, and there is some power circuit area is here. Okay, and then some issue occurred in play area and also this power circuit area. So now is it possible for the security guard to come back and check how it is happened, and is it possible for this guy to check how this has been happened and passing the information to his management? It is tough, right? Because he's busy with his work, and he's allowing the people whomsoever do have the access itself only. Imagine if there are CC cameras here. Here also there is a CC cam, and here also there is a CC cam. Then what we can do is uh, during the time of analysis, how it is happened and all, we can watch this, watch the entire issue from the CC cam, and we will come to a conclusion that okay, this has been happened. So from next time, we'll take the precautions to avoid such kind of issues. Okay. Now, on a high level, imagine this is your VPC. Okay, cider block range is somewhere around 10.0.0.0/16. Okay, here you have your some web server or something, and it is running on 10.0.0.0/16. So you do have an internet gateway, security groups, whatever is there, everything is there, and the traffic is going on here. And then if you want to access anything from the public, and then it is giving you the output, everything is going fine. Then who will capture all these logs? We need some logs, right? You have configured each and everything, but what about the logs? So there comes into the picture called flow logs. So what exactly this flow logs will be doing is, I'll show you the documentation now. I'll just open. So see here guys, VPC Flow Log is a feature that enables you to capture information about the IP traffic going to and from network interfaces in your VPC. Got it? So, is it really required for flow logs in your environment? Of course, yes, guys, because tomorrow, if any issue occurs or if any security issue occurs, then what will happen is audit team or quality team might gonna come back and they're gonna ask us the VPC logs. Then flow logs will help us a lot. Or if you wanted to start any e-commerce application, so for you it is not possible to collect the customer data like however you want. It is really not possible because there will be something called management and governance. What will happen is, uh, imagine if there is any transaction happen between you and the organization or between you and the company or someone. So all this transaction needs to be saved under an archival data. Okay, for example, I'll show you one more thing here now. If you go to, see, if you scroll down, you can see any payment application or e-commerce application. See, if you see here, there is something called PCI DSS certified. So what this PCI is, again nothing but payment card industry data security standards. So these are responsible for audit logs and also in such cases we definitely require the logs. Okay, again here the logs were divided into three types. One is um, one is VPC level logs, I mean VPC flow logs, and the second one is subnet level, and the third one is instance level. So how it know that how it will capture that we are requesting it from VPC or subnet or instance? So whenever you are creating an EC2 instance, right? So there is something called in the backend whom interacts with the public, which is network interface. I'll also show you that. We'll do the practical. We'll quickly jump onto the practicals and we'll see each and everything. See, guys, this is my machine. If I click on it, where is network? Yeah, here it is. See, this is the network interface. This network interface is attached to the subnet, and the subnet is attached to the VPC. So now, what practical we're gonna do is we're gonna I'll keep it on paint. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create one EC2 instance first. First EC2 instance we're gonna create, and then we'll log into the EC2 instance and install Nginx. Third, what we'll do is we'll create a, see, for logs we'll be end of the day we'll be getting the logs, right? So where you will save the logs? There will be some remote location to save the logs. You cannot keep these logs in a local machine. So for that we need to create a S3 bucket in order to save the logs, and then at last we will create VPC flow logs, AWS console, and then go to instances. I'll create one instance. So this is for flow logs, Ubuntu 20.0. T2 micro is enough for me, and then latest PEM. And then when it comes to the networking, I'll select my K8s cluster. I'll select my public subnet. I'll auto assign IP, enable, select security groups. My security group is there. 8 GB is enough, and then launch instance. Our instance is up, guys. Click on the instance, copy the IP address, open party session, Ubuntu at the rate SSH authentication, browse, and select your PEM file and then open. Accept. I'll increase the font size to 13 and then I'll keep it in bold. Now what I'll do is I'll write some small shell script to install the Nginx. Okay, Nano is an editor. Um, Nginx dot sh shebang. Sorry, slash bin slash bash sudo apt update sudo apt install nginx -y sudo system ctl restart nginx sudo system ctl status nginx. Okay, control X, click on Y and then enter. Chmod 777 nginx dot slash nginx. Awesome. Our server is running. Let's leave it like this for now. We'll see whether if it is working really or not. Nice, it's working. So what we did, we have created an instance and then we have installed an Nginx. Now we have to create a S3 bucket. Make sure you are giving the S3 bucket name unique. The reason why we are creating the S3 bucket is just to save the VPC flow logs here. Flow logs K8s. Okay, we can leave everything as it is and then create bucket. Now go back to VPC. Make sure you're creating it on a proper VPC. Okay, this VPC is connected with our flow log instance. So I'm using this VPC. If you select VPC, in the bottom you'll be seeing flow log tab. Click on create flow log. Give the name my FLK8 and then here you can keep it as all, so it will capture all traffic for every 1 minute, not for 10 minutes. Send to an Amazon S3 bucket. It is asking destination, which means where do you want to save your data. Go to S3 bucket again, click on your bucket. If you click on properties, you will be seeing one ARM, which is Azure Resource Man. I mean, sorry, Amazon resource name. Copy it and then paste it. Log record AWS default format only, AWS default format. It's okay, text file, and then all good, and then create flow log. Done. Flow log has also been created. What is next? Okay. Now go to your S3 and check whether this is not selecting. It's selected. Now go to S3. You are in S3 already. Click on your flow logs. Now there will be no logs. It has been created, but there will be no logs. Correct. So what we have to do now is we need to send some traffic to our server. Our EC2 instance is there, right? We need to send some traffic to it. Else, how it will capture the logs? There should be some traffic on it, right? So what we shall do is we'll write a small script to send the traffic. Come back here. Come back to your putty machine. Control C, Control L for new machine, new screen. Copy this DNS name, guys. It's important. And check here if it is working or not. Check URL. No, sorry, curl it is. Curl and then this. Yeah, it's good. Now what you have to do is you have to write some small script. While true, no, while true, do, and then curl defabs hint DNS name and then pipeline and then grep hyphen I. What was this nginx? And then sleep for 1 second. Uh, Sleep 1 second and then done. So guys, do not worry about the script. It what it exactly does is, see, we have created a flow logs. We need to check whether the logs were exactly saving in a S3 bucket or not. So in order to check, what we have to do, we need to send some traffic to our server. This is our server, right? We need to send some traffic to it. So for that, I cannot go here and always open it, right? It will take some time. So what I'm doing is I'm just automating it for continuously sending the packets to this browser. Once done, click enter. See, it is sending the packets. Now go back to S3 and check really it is sending the logs or not. Before, let it send some logs and after that we will open it. Before going on to the S3 again, let me show you something. See, if I clear this, here is your server. Okay, if here is your hacker, what he will do is he will send continuous packets to, like, he will make sure that this server load is up to or more than 80% and above. So for that, they'll not be sending any nuclear bombs or something. What they will do is they will make sure continuously they are hitting our server with continuous packets. So how this flow logs will help at that time is VPC flow logs. So I'll show you now. I'll open the logs and I'll show you. We'll be having some IP addresses. Okay. If that IP address is continuously repeating like 100 times, 400 times, 500 times, what they will do is they will simply block it, the security team. Okay. So this is how it works. Maybe they are doing it in many other ways, but still, I'm telling you, we can overcome such instances in Kubernetes because we do have something called horizontal pod auto scaling, okay, which always keeps our instances high if anything happens to an instances or load is high on a particular time. In AWS also we can do something called auto scaling. So we will discuss this later. For now, you understand how VPC flow logs works and what is the purpose of VPC flow logs. Is it really required in your environment with the flow logs or not? So just understand this gist of the story. Rest of the things we can discuss later. Okay, this has been sent many packets to our browser. I mean our server. Let's go back to S3 bucket and see if it sends any logs to AWS logs like ID VPC flow logs. Yeah, see, US East 1 and then 2024 date and then month, which is fourth month, 7th, today's date. See, we got the logs. Click on it, download it. I'll keep it in downloads. Go there and compress it. Extract all. Extract. If I open this, I'll open with Notepad++. See guys, see the IP here. Here it is. 160.216 10.42 and it is accepted. It's okay. 10.42 162 152 accepted. Okay, I said right. If, see, it is, if this hacker is continuously sending an requests or continuously sending a packets to this server just to increase its load, or at some point of time the server gets down. So but what security team or what other teams will do is they will analyze such kind of flow logs and they will take the actions accordingly. And also these logs can be pasted on Excel sheet, or also these logs can be put it on Power BI tool like that for graphical representation. So that's all for today, guys. This is what I wanted to explain. If you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section. Please do like my video and subscribe to my channel. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. You can also ping me on LinkedIn. I'll definitely reply back once I'm free. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about EC2, guys. Before jumping on to the EC2, let me tell you a example, guys, and then we can jump on to EC2, and then we do have some different instances also. So we are going to discuss about all those instances. Guys, imagine you do have an laptop, okay, which does have some 4 GB RAM, and then it's running on some i5 processor or something, and you have a graphic card of 510 MB or something NVIDIA. Okay, so what you have did, you have installed your games here, and then you have installed your personal stuff, and then you have uploaded, I mean, all your data here, photos, videos, whatever it is. And then one day, like you also install one of the tool called PS6, which is Photoshop 6. And one day, after installing all these things, you have found that your system is getting slow. Okay, and then you went to the service shop, and what the service shop service advisor had suggested you is to upgrade the graphic card and then upgrade the RAM also. But apart from that, what he said, he also asked you to upgrade the motherboard also, because for some instances DDR3 and DDR4 was not fitting on that particular motherboard, and then he asked you to upgrade the motherboard also. Okay, when upgrading this graphic card, and when upgrading this processor, and then when upgrading this motherboard, what is happening is, with that same money you will be getting a new laptop, or you will be getting a fantastic assembled CPU where you can play hell lot of games. So finally, what you have decided not to go with upgrading all these things, and you bought a brand new CPU or laptop. Nice, you have taken a very good decision, fantastic. But guys, imagine, what about the old one? It's okay, you'll be giving it to your cousins, you'll be giving it to your friends or someone who is in need, but still you are leaving it as a dummy itself only, right? Because when you are going for the new laptop, however, still it is getting a duplicate one, it is getting a dummy. So that's where exactly the cloud EC2 instances came into the picture, guys. EC2 instances, machines, servers, virtual machines, all the terminology was same, but what I mean to say is, in Azure we do call as virtual machines, in AWS we used to call as EC2 instances. That's it. End of the day, the naming terminology is different, but ultimately this cloud particular tools or services, whatever were there, the backend functionality is same. Their terminology is different. Now here comes into the game, which is EC2. So what AWS is saying is, guys, before jumping onto this, I'll tell you one example. If you know the movie Avatar, okay. So these movie makers has used G3 instance. Okay, G3 instance is somewhere around $1.13 per hour. They have used this instance for rendering the image actually. Okay, so what AWS is providing is, on now imagine on a high level, not on a gaming and all this perspective, imagine on an organization level, if they want to use Java based application project, a project which is completely on Java based application, okay, and they also do have a Python based application, a .NET based application. So now see, they cannot purchase individual laptops for Java based, Python based, and this .NET based, right? Correct. So instead, what they can do, they can simply jump onto the cloud. What cloud will do is, okay, come here, we will offer T2 micro instances where it contains not two CPU, one CPU, and they'll be providing some hard disk also where we can take this from the elastic block storage. Okay, if you have any high configuration application, it's okay, we do have M4, or we do have T2 XXL, Okay, T to Excel. Okay, and then we do have still a lot of instances. We'll go and check all the instances now. So this is the exact understanding, guys. I believe you got what exactly I'm saying. So AWS does have some instances where you can come create your own infrastructure and you can deploy whatever you want to do, and once it is done, pay the bill. That's it. Okay. Now here in EC2 we do have different types of instances, but still the most use case still now in my experience what I have seen is one is on-demand instance, on-demand EC2 instances. Okay, and then the second one is reserved instance, and the third one is spot instance, and the fourth one is launch template. Launch template you will understand very well during the time of auto scaling, guys. Don't worry for now. Okay, so let's go and discuss one by one on this on demand EC2 instances, reserved and spot and launch templates. So guys, before jumping on to it, let me tell you about this on demand instance. See, regularly if you see our sessions, we are creating these instances many times, right? I ask you to follow the flow, so later on we can have a discussion on it. So on a high level, you should also think about the cost optimization, guys. End of the day, if your organization is giving you a separate cloud account, at one point of time they're gonna definitely ask you why the bill was so high. Okay, because those were charged on a hourly basis. First, let me open the calculator. I'll also open my AWS account and then instance types. If you go here, I'll enter m4 dot x large, m4 dot x, so L is capital actually. Okay, now guys, imagine, see, if you see here, I'm sorry, I'll use my mouse. So the on-demand Linux pricing is this $0.02 per hour, and then on-demand Windows pricing is this 0.384 US dollars per hour. Okay, let's open this and we'll see how much it is. 0.384 Windows, right? 0.384 into 24 hours equal to how much it is? $9. Okay, this is without tax, guys. 9.216 is without tax. Okay, now let's leave the number like this. 24 hours, right? For example, if this $9, if I calculate with 9 into for example 365 days, I'll take 365 days. How much it is? $3,285. Let's come back here. I'll This is on demand. Okay, remember, uh, let me take this EC2, the mission which we are creating on daily basis, guys. On demand mission is nothing but the mission which we are creating daily. How much it is? $3,285, right? $3,285. Okay, now this is the one exactly, the bill and everything. Now if you jump on to the other instance where we have mentioned before, which is reserved instance. Okay, let's leave it like this. Now let's go to reserved instance. See, example I'll tell you before taking you to the reserved instance. Reserved instance is something, if you are buying the laptop online, it costs some X rupees, right? Imagine if you're directly going to the distributor or if you're directly going to the vendor. So there will be at least some 10 to 15% margin will be there, discount or something will be there. So that is called as reserved instance. Okay, I'm just telling you the example. I hope you understand. So we will give some commitments to AWS that 1 year or 3 year we are going to use this for sure. So that I'll be using this instance for sure at any cost of till 1 or 2 3 years. In such case, you will get a very good discount from this reserved instance actually. Okay, now again we'll come back here to the here. Let me open this reserved instance. You can see under the instance itself only. I'll also enter the same thing here now, which is, let's go with Windows itself only, the same price. Now T3 micro M4 extra large. Okay, and then if you click on search, see here for 12 months. Okay, for 12 months, 0 dot I mean $0.300 is the effective rate, and the upfront rate is $2,625 for 12 months, guys. 12 months in the sense 1 year. See how much it is. 2625, correct? $2,625. See guys, see the variation here. 3,800 and $3,285 was the on-demand instance, and the reserved instance is 2,625. So on a real time, what you can do is, first let me tell you a fact. Okay, in 2022 mid-year, I think I still remember, all IT companies whomsoever is using this cloud in the sense AWS cloud. I know this very well because I've seen. They have paid a bill of somewhere around 16 million. 16 million is again very less. Okay, $16 million. This is very less, including all organization. It will be in billions actually. I don't know the figure, but I'm telling you what happened, what fact has been happened on the particular year. They have paid the 16 million bill. This 16 million is an unnecessary bill. Unnecessary means what, imagine if in your environment, if developers or testers are particularly working on an instance, imagine they are working for 15 hours on a rough case, but still they are leaving that instance for 24 hours, and this extra is for unnecessary bill. Got it? So I don't know whether they are using the Lambda functions, I mean, for turning off and turning on the instances at a particular point of time, but this was the unnecessary bill all IT companies have paid for the AWS. So let me tell you something. When it comes to the reserved instance, even if you are a 3 years experience old or 2 years experience old, it is okay. But still, or if even if you have more than experience of 3 or 5 or something, if you or your management knows that the project is going for the very long term, okay, either if it is 2 or 3 years, if you or your manager or if someone knows that it is going too long, when it comes to the cost optimization call or cost optimization discussions or something, then what you can do is you can prepare a SOP on this. You just calculate how much on-demand instances, how many we are using, and what we can do with the help of this reserved instance to avoid this EC2 just for the high bill. Okay, so what you can do is you can prepare a SOP, and you can take an approval, set up a call with your management, set up a call with your client or someone whomsoever it is, and then go for a reserve instance itself. Only explain them what exactly reserve instance does. See, AWS itself only clearly telling 2,625 rupees is the upfront bill for a year. Okay, but what about this? What about this on-demand EC2 instance? See, it is charging somewhere around 3,285. Guys, $3,285 is again a small figure, but you should think in a long-term bill. 1 year, 2 year, 10 year, 15 years, like that. It will be shown as lakhs and crores at some point of time. So this is about reserved instance where you will get good discount or comparatively to the on-demand instances. The main reason of this reserved instance is, if you knew that your project is going for the long term, then it is always the best option to choose for reserved instance for at least 3 to 5 years. Then you will get a very good discount. Um, that's all for this reserved instance. Now, what was the next one? The next one is spot instance. I'll write it here, which is spot instance. So, guys, the spot instance is, again, let me tell you an example. It's like a simply I can say a Dasara or a Christmas offer. Okay. Example, I'll tell you. Imagine, guys, you have a 1 acre land. Okay. Instead of building something here, you do have your own house somewhere in a town or somewhere area. Okay. And then you wanted to make a business, do a business on this land. So what you have did, you have given this 70% of land to for cultivation or something, or for some business or whatever they wanted to lease or something. You have given. What about this 30%? You should also gain some income on this 30%, right? Correct. So this is what exactly AWS is doing. Okay. What they will do is, in the spot instance, simply they will give the spot instance for a very cheap price. The major disadvantage of the spot instance is, they're not gonna tell you that we are going to terminate this instance, because the main condition of the spot instance is, if the EC2 demand is high. If the EC2 demand is high, what they will do is, what AWS will do is, they will simply give you 2 minutes of notice period. They will simply give you 2 minutes of notice period, and they will terminate this. They will simply terminate your instance. They will only give you 2 minutes of notice period. Before, two years back, I still remember they used to terminate this, but recently I have seen somewhere they are hibernating this instance, and you need not to. Before, there is no option for backup or something also, but now we do have something called EBS, which is Elastic Block Storage, where all your data will be saving in this EBS volume. So you don't need to worry of the data, but still, this is a disadvantage. You are not supposed to keep any kind of DB data in spot instances. For web servers, it is okay. On organization level, or on a production level, or a testing level, also I really don't recommend spot instances to be used. But during the time of practicals, doing your practicals and everything, it is super fine. And also in interview, they might gonna ask you, like, or they might gonna confuse you with a question, hey, we are using spot instances for our DBs, so what are the best suggestions, or what are the best recommendations you do? So in such case, what you should tell is, you should tell him that, see, it is not good to use spot instances for DB servers, but it's okay to keep our web servers or testing purpose. We can use this spot instances. You should tell him in this way. He might be checking. He might be just checking how good you are with the cost optimization also, or how good you are with the different instances apart from on demand instances. The last one is launch template, guys. If you do not understand this, please ignore this launch template, because I'm going to explain much deeper when it comes to the auto scaling, auto healing, I mean, not auto healing, auto scaling service we do have. So there, this launch template is gonna, we're gonna use it more. Before jumping onto this launch template, I will show you the practical. Then you will be understanding easily. Let me open launch template. Guys, tomorrow don't miss the session. What I'm gonna do is, tomorrow, uh, before we are creating all the instances, right? Create instance, launch instance, and we are giving security groups, VPC IDs, and all. But tomorrow, what we're gonna do is, there is a tool called Packer, which is HashiCorp tool. With that Packer tool, we are going to automate this EC2 part. It is mainly used to create an Amazon mission imagery. I mean, Amazon images will be the AMI images. In your organizations, if you get into the organizations, they will be using some custom AMIs, not like how we are creating. So tomorrow I'm going to post that video, so try to watch that video in your free time. So now let's go and create launch template, and then I'll give you the name is delete later. This is NA, you can keep quick start. See, guys, here I'm selecting Amazon Linux. It is okay for me, 2023, and I'll give T2 micro. I'm not going to give any VPCs, any security groups, or anything. Network settings, no, I'm not going to touch anything. Security groups, no, nothing. Um, this storage is fine. Okay, 8 GB is fine for me. And in advanced details, I'll just install Nginx. Where is it? Before coming into the session, I bought some. Yeah, this is the one. So I'll just, not this. Yeah, this is the one. I'll paste this here. Okay, and then create launch template. So using this cloud shell, we'll see now how we can, like, make sure that we are deploying this launch template as an instance with the help of some security groups and subnets. Okay. So before jumping on to the script, this is a shell script, guys, a small shell script where we are going to mention the security group here. Okay, and then here one for loop will be running. For that we are going to mention three subnets here. So let me go back and copy any of the three subnets. Uh, you can take your subnets also, not a problem. I'll copy my subnets. Okay, this subnets is fine. I'll copy three subnets, one, and I'll paste here, two, and then the last subnet. Okay, now I'll also give the security groups because we have not mentioned any security groups in the launch templates. Now go back to your security groups. You will understand more during the time of auto scaling because this helps a lot during the time of auto scaling. This launch templates. See how the instance will deploy. We have given nothing, right? Yeah, this is the one. Copy and then paste it. Security groups. Okay, nice. Everything is good, right? Echo, we are creating an instance in, and then dollar subnet ID means whatever the subnet we have given during when the for loop is running, the subnet it will be showing here, and then this is for EC2 instance details. We are telling it to create T2 nano, and then oh, this is the main thing, guys. We need to mention the launch template ID. Come back, go back to your launch template. It has been created, right? What was the name we have given? These are my Kubernetes names. Ah, this is the one. Delete later. Copy this launch template ID and then paste it here. Nice. And then let's right side. If you go all these tags and all, I see the tag was very big. It's not required. I'll keep this as delete later. Okay. Nice. And then come back. That's it. We are going to deploy this. This is echo again. Create launch template. What I'll do is I'll keep this in a file and I'll call that file as an shell.sh. Paste it here, paste it, control X, Y, and then enter. Chmod 777 shell.sh. Oh, I've given seal. I'm sorry, it's okay. However, we should run the file right and then run. Creating test server 1, creating test server 2, creating test server 3. Guys, do you know how these names are coming? I'll show you. I forgot to tell you that. Shield.cat. See here one. See if I is equal to dollar and I plus one. So from here it is counting actually. See if you see here, that's why it is showing as test server one, and then after the next iteration it is showing as test server two, and then after next iteration it is showing as test server three. Okay, we'll go back to our instances and we'll see it has been launched or not. If anyone wants the script, just let me know in the comments. I'll send it to you directly, or I'll keep it in the Bitbucket. I mean, not GitHub, not Bitbucket. See, guys, we have not created any security groups. We have not attached any sub VPC. We have not attached any subnets when we are creating the launch template. But how our instance has been created, guys? And there is one more question for you guys. Please put it in the comment section. I have not mentioned VPC here, and I have not mentioned VPC in the launch template. But how it has been taken the VPC? Please mention in the comment section if you know that. Okay. Now I'm going to delete this after this session. That's all for today, guys. This is what I wanted to explain. Don't miss the tomorrow's session, because tomorrow we are going to do some automation on creation of AMI images. So I request you to watch it during your free time. That's all. Have a nice day, everyone. Happy weekend, and please like and subscribe to my channel if you like my content. Also, I request you to share this to your friends. That's all. See you in the tomorrow's session. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about security groups and NACL. NACL is nothing but network access control list, guys. Okay. So before jumping on to security groups and NACL, first I wanted to explain you about firewall. There are of two types. One is stateful firewall, and the other one is stateless firewall. Okay. So let me put it on a paint, guys. Imagine here is your laptop. Okay. And imagine this is an outbound traffic, sorry, inbound traffic. Inbound is always danger, so that's why I'm keeping it as red. And this is an outbound traffic. Guys, people who doesn't know inbound and outbound, don't worry, guys. Inbound is something who is entering into your building without access. In a technical terms, a response is coming publicly. Outbound is something you are going outside of your building, that's it, which is also called as ingress and egress. Inbound means ingress, egress means outbound. Clear? Now there is a firewall here, and we do have a port here which is TCP 22, and then we do have a Linux server here, and then we do have a Windows machine here. Okay, both are virtual machines only, guys, do not worry. Remember, guys, whenever you connect to your virtual machine, which is Linux, once after you're entering SSH-i space, PEM key space, username at the rate IP address, what will happen is the inbound traffic will go through this TCP port, and once after reaching here to the Linux server, there will be some authentication. Once after the password and username and password has been verified, then you will be logging into the Linux, and during the time of response traffic, what will happen is it will again come via from that port itself only to this user. So that's why this is called as stateful firewall. Okay, and then now stateless firewall is something different. See, whenever an inbound traffic is going via this TCP port, and here same thing, authentication will happen. Once after the authentication has been done, during the time of reverse response or reverse traffic, what it will do is it will create a port here. I mean, it will not create, we have to create a port here. So from here, the network will transmit through, it will not touch the TCP port again. From here, the network will transmit, and then it will give the information to the user. Guys, this is very important. Please do listen one more time if you do not understand. I believe I explained it well. So if you do not understand, just go back and watch it, guys. So now, on a high level, what we shall do is security groups are nothing but stateful firewall. NACL, which is network access control list, is stateless firewall. Okay. So before jumping on to the practical session, some people might gonna get doubt for what purpose we are using this. Why should we use this? So guys, there is something called protocols, which is TCP and user datagram protocol. I'm not going to discuss this right now because this I'll explain more during the time of a load balancer, where it's gonna any live streaming application like that, then UDP is gonna use, and then we also do have application and network which works on HTTP and HTTPS protocol. We'll discuss that later, not now. So in TCP we do have secure shell SSH, which is port number 22, and then we do have RDP, which is Windows port, which is 3389, and then we do have Nginx 80, and then we do have Jenkins, okay, 8080. So how these will work without allowing the ports? So we need to allow it, right? Post allowing it only, then it will start working. Now what I'll do is I'll quickly take you back to the practicals, guys. Guys, before jumping on to the practicals, watch the before example again, stateful and stateless firewall, if you do not understand. Now come back here. First, what I'm going to do, I'll create one security groups. Click on security group, create security group. I'll delete all the rules, guys. Nothing is there. See empty. Delete later. VPC, you have to select your VPC. See, guys, when it comes to the inbound rules, what I'm doing is I'm allowing TCP for the port 22, which is our port, and then previously, if you watch our sessions, I have allowed IPv4 only or all traffic like that. Now I'm not going to do that. Now I'll select my IP, which means what we are telling to security group is, see security group, you have to allow my IP itself only. Apart from my IP, if you found anything, then just stop it. Don't log in. Okay, and then I'm not giving any outbound rules, 0. You can see it, and then create security group. Now, what is the second thing we have to do is we have to create one instance. Select Ubuntu. You can select whatever you want, and then FreeTire is enough. T2 is enough. Or 2020 I want. Scroll down. Select your key pair. Edit, and then select your VPC. Now, see guys, I'll select public subnet. Public subnet 1A. Now what I'll do is I'll select my security group which we have created just now, which is delete later. Okay, and then launch instance. Let's wait for the instance to come up, guys. You can see here my instance is up now. What I'll do is I'll connect directly from console itself only instead of logging in from our putty machine. See what will happen now, it will throw an error that I couldn't able to log in because we didn't allowed, we allowed only my IP. Okay, if you don't know how to check your IP via command prompt, it's okay, you can still go here and type what is my IP. See, this was the IP which was selected in our inbound rules. See, 18.85, 18.218.85, this is my IP, 218.85. Okay, we have seen already it is not connecting, it is not connecting from here. See, it will throw an error. See, it's not logging in because we didn't allow it. Now what we shall do is copy your public IP, come back to your putty session, Ubuntu @ IP, and then I'll select my authentication, which is PEM file, and then open. See, it is connecting now. See, it was logged in. So now what we shall do is we'll check whether if there is any public access is there or not. Ping www.geogoogle.com. See guys, there is no public access. Okay, or else we'll do one thing. We'll try to download any file and we'll see if it is working or not. Click on Linux, copy link address, come back here, wget, and then paste it. It will not work. See, it is connecting and it will not move further. Okay, now we are trying to reach to HTTP only, right? Here, this is wget Google HTTPN, HTTPS. We are trying to reach. So now what we'll do is we'll go back to the security groups and we'll make sure that we'll go back to security groups and make sure we are allowing HTTP and HTTPS protocol in outbound rules. Click on edit outbound rules, add rule, custom TCP, not custom TCP, I'm sorry. Check where is HTTP. Here it is. Add another rule which is HTTPS. Previously what we did, we used to select all traffic, right? Now we are selecting only HTTP and HTTPS. Guys, remember this custom, okay? End of the session, I'll tell you what is custom and what you have to give in the custom, because I have drawn a diagram. I'll show you each and everything. Now you will get confused if I tell you. Remember this custom. For now, I'm giving anywhere IPv4 and then save rules. Done, guys. We are done. Now go back, enter the previous command again. See, it is downloading. Terraform file has been downloaded. See here. Good, right? Now we'll do one more thing. We'll try to ping Google. Pause here and ask yourself, will it work or not? See guys, it is not working. Any network engineers watching this video, I request you to pause this and please put it in the comment section why it is not working. Okay. I'll tell you guys why it is not working. Here, ping is not an TCP protocol. For pinging, you should need ICMP protocol, which is ICMP IPv4 or something will be there. Yeah, IPv4 only. ICMP IPv4 protocol will be there. We should go back to security groups, outbound rules, edit outbound rules, and then we are supposed to allow it. Where is it? See, all ICMP IPv4, and then ping, and then save rules. Now what you have to do, you have to come back, try again, ping www.google.com. It should work. See, it is working. So this is the major difference between this security groups in inbound and outbound rules, guys. Now what we shall do is jump back to we'll quickly jump back to NACL. Let me create a NACL or network access controls. Here it is. Let me create one. I'll name this as delete later, and you have to select your VPC and then create. Guys, once after creating, it is not done. What you have to do is you have to make sure that you're selecting the proper subnets. Okay, you should check on which subnet your instance is running, because whatever you are applying on the NACL, it will affect to that particular subnet only. This is delete later is my instance. Now I'll come to networking. I'll see on which subnet it is. Public subnet 1 US East. Okay, this is my subnet. Here it is. Public subnet 1. This is mine. I'll save changes. So whatever the changes I'm doing it on NACL right now, it will affect to the that particular subnet. Imagine if there are instances or if anything is running on that particular subnet, it will also affect to that services also. Okay, what I said in the diagram, if you remember, I'll quickly draw it one more time. If this is your laptop, this is your outbound, uh, this is your inbound, and this is your outbound. Here is the firewall, Here is the port, here is the Linux server, and here is the Windows machine. So what this NACL, which I said stateless firewall, what it will do, it will go towards this port, it will go here, and then authentication will be done. Once after logging in, during the time of response traffic, there should be a proper port here. So from that, it will give the information to the user. So let's go and create one inbound rule and then one outbound rule. Okay, come back to the console. Where is our NACL? Delete later. This is the one, right? Nice. Click on inbound, edit inbound rules, give the rule number, add new rule, give the rule number as 100, custom TCP, and then port range is 22, and then anywhere. Save changes. Okay. Now again, you have created this port now. You have created this port. Now you also have to create the outbound port, right? Let's create that one also. Outbound rules, edit outbound rules, add new rule, 100, port range is 22, and then save changes. Guys, do you think this will work? Because as per the stateless firewall or as per the NACL, we have given it correct only. Because here we have created one port and here also we have created one port, correct? Now we'll see whether if it is really working or not. Let's go back to the putty. It will log off actually. It's not working. Maybe it is taking some time. Let's wait for it. It's logged out, guys. Now let's click on restart the session and see whether if it is able to logging in or not. Any network engineers, you can again pause here and you can keep it in the comment section why it is not able to logging in even if we have opened the ports for inbound and outbound. I'll tell you guys what's happening here is, see, when an inbound traffic is going on from here towards this port, once after reaching the Linux server, it is asking for authentication. Good. During the time of response traffic, I told you we need to open one outbound port also, right? But here you cannot give the same port number which what you have given here, guys. We have given, this is in NACL, we have given inbound port as 22, and the same port you can't give here because that is the reason why this is stateless firewall. There is something called ephemeral ports. Remember guys, this is very important. You will be getting on during the time of interview. The same question will be asking for you. Ephemeral ports, these are some default. See, these are the port number should be between this. It will automatically take one port. What we have to do now is go back to NACL. We are in NACL only, right? We are in NACL. Go back to outbound rules, edit outbound rules, delete the previous one which we have given 22. See, it will not take. Remove it, add new rule. Here you have to give the port like this. It's 1024. I didn't copy it well. Now what you have to do is save changes. I'm sorry. The naming and numbering should be proper, guys. If any spaces or anything, it will not take. And then click changes. Now see what will happen. If I log in, it should be logging in. See, it's logged in. So this is the difference between inbound and outbound for NACL, guys. So this is all I wanted to talk about for the security groups and network access control list. I personally request you to watch back again if you didn't understand. It is very much important topic for the security purpose. And if you ask me the difference between security groups and subnet level on a short note, in security groups will be working on a instance level, and when it comes to the NACL, it works on a subnet level. But security group doesn't have allow and deny access because it doesn't allow any default ports. It's our responsibility to allow the fine grained network. But when it comes to the NACL, allow and deny option was there. I'll show you that now. See NACL outbound rules. If you click on edit outbound rules, you will be having allow and deny option here. But when it comes to the security group, you don't have that. Okay. Now, before during doing this practicals, I told you to remember one custom, right? Custom port I showed you. I'll explain you now. Don't worry, understand step by step. This is internet. Okay, let's mark it as. Let me increase this calligraphy. Okay, internet is one. Okay, see for the three, I have taken three servers. One is web server, second one is app server, third one is DB servers. The reason why I have given outbound allow all for all the three is, see, I am not giving inbound public inbound anything. I just given allow all for outbound, which means people who are working on this machine, users who are working on this machine or mission, they can go out and take any info publicly. But when it comes to the banking application, they are not going to allow all for all the servers, but it's completely depends upon the environment, guys. This is three-tier architecture actually. Okay, now see this, guys. For web servers I have given a IP of 192.168.1.0. Guys, people who doesn't know this IP, what is this slash 24 and what was this 192 and all, I personally request you to go back, quickly watch IP addressing and then come back here, guys, because in IP addressing I have told what were private address and what were public IP addresses. Okay, if you see here, I kept this web servers in 1.0, 2.0 app servers, 3.0 as DB servers. Okay, if you see here in inbound rules, the reason why I have allowed 0.0.0.0, this is public, right? The reason why I have allowed is, I'll show you now. Imagine tomorrow you are, if you're logging into the bank. Okay, see the URL here, current account blogs current account, and then new instabiz hyphen current account, something is there. If you click on login and if you click on personal, once after you logging in, see your domain name going to change, I mean your URL going to change. Once after you're entering the ID password, then this will be changed. Now I'll tell you on this picture exactly what will happen. So whenever you are entering your, see, if someone wants, just like I access ICICI Bank, if someone wants to access my web server, it should be visible, right, around the world. So that is the reason why I have given this access. See, I have written here for users to access, not accessing this machine, guys, accessing the web server. And then this 10.1.1.100 is my IP. My IP in the sense, imagine tomorrow you are a DevOps engineer, tomorrow you are an admin, tomorrow you are a build engineer or someone. You are supposed to log into this mission, right? Then you should have access, right? If you do not have access, how can you log in? So that is the reason why I have this TCP port 2022. This is for me to log in. I have written here clearly, which means either you to log in. If you see here on the app servers, I have given 192.168.1.0 as inbound rules. Do you know the reason why? Whenever you enter a login ID and password, how it will know that was correct? Web server will communicate with app server will communicate with DB. In the database, in the domain you'll be having, in the database you'll be having, I mean, it will be having your username and password. It will verify whether if it is correct or not. Again, it will pass back the information. Then you will log in. Okay. If you wanted to understand the detailed picture, please watch some documents in the Google, guys. There are a lot of documents. But for now, for better understanding, I am explaining you like this. So the reason why I have given 168.1.0, which is this IP, app server IP. Why I am giving this is, I showed you, right, on security groups on custom, and then I'll give this IP, this 192.168.1.0, because the reason why I gave this is, I'm telling in the security groups only log into the app server, don't go to anywhere. I have given my IP, right, custom and my IP. Instead of my IP, I'll give this IP. so that what app server will do, it will log in only to the, what web server will do, it will log in only to the app server. Got it? And again, this 10.1.1.100 is mine. This is me for logging into the app servers. And then again, if you see here in the DB, I repeated the same, because here again I am telling the security group to log in to DB server itself only. Apart from DB IP, if you found anything, then log off. Don't log in, don't show at all, just drop off. I'll show you the security group now for understanding where it is. See, if I'm sorry, if I where is my delete later, this is the one. If you go through inbound rules, edit inbound rules, add rules, see custom TCP, or HTTP, HTTPS or something, and then here I'll give custom, and then I'll give the IP here. Okay, then what app server will do is, app server will only be logging, web server will only be logging to the app server. If I've given, see, if you see here, I've given the same near the DB also. So what it will do is, it will log in only to the app server and then DB server. That's it. Apart from this two, it will not going to log into any servers. That's it, guys. I hope you understand my explanation. If you didn't understand, I request you to go back and watch. Um, that's all for today. I sincerely request you to like and comment on my video, and please share this video to your friends, whomsoever is willing to learn the AWS stuff. It will be really helpful for me. And yeah, that's all for today. We are going to meet again tomorrow. Also, on a soft note, make sure that you're practicing it and posting it on LinkedIn and Medium. Because, guys, if you're watching this and if you think that you know, you're 100% wrong, guys. Please don't take me wrong. If you learn security groups now, and tomorrow if you learn something, and day after tomorrow you will forget security groups if you're not practicing. Forget about the bill. You will not be getting that high bill. It's okay. You can pay that. That's not a big deal actually. So that's all for today. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran. So today we are going to discuss about NAT gateway, and we are also going to discuss about what is Elastic IP and what exactly does Elastic IP does, why the name is Elastic. Okay, so today our topic is NAT gateway, guys. Okay. Imagine, guys, before jumping on to the practicals or NAT gateway, let me tell you a small example. Imagine you do have a house, and this house does have a separate post box, okay, with some XYZ name. Whenever your relatives or whenever your best friends are sending some gifts or letter cards, all these were coming into the same post box address from your friends or from your family. This imagine this address as Vizag 321 some road or something. Imagine after a few years we have shifted to a different place where you bought a new house, and now the house address has been changed. This post box address will also be changed. So this is where the Elastic IP comes into the picture, guys. Elastic IP, what it will do is, even if you are changing it to a different place, you can request them for a permanent postbox address where you can bring the same address here. 321 road. No matter wherever you are, this address should be constant itself only. Okay, I'm going to show you this practically also. Do not worry. So before going to the practicals, make sure the reason why we use this Elastic IP is, the reason why we use mainly this Elastic IP is, imagine you are having a web server. Okay, yesterday I've shown you one web server, right? ICICI Bank. If that instance got stopped for some reasons, basically it won't stop. I'm just telling you example. If there is no Elastic IP, the default IP will be there now. The default IP will be changed, guys. So Sometimes if you in future we will be using route 53, okay, under some records we will be giving this web instance IP. If it gets changed, what will happen? The route will not direct, right? Then the user cannot search your website. This is one case. And tomorrow we are going to do one video which is TZW, which is transit gateway, where we are going to put one server in AWS and we are going to put one virtual machine in Azure. This can be also used in on-prem servers also. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that there is a proper communication going on between this Azure virtual machine and AWS instance with the help of transit gateway. Or we do have another thing called VPG, which is virtual private gateway. Okay, for such instances we need a constant IP. So let's achieve this, guys. Let's forget about this transit gateway and virtual private gateway, but understand the gist of this elastic IP. The main advantage of using this elastic IP is if you don't want that elastic IP to current instance, you can release that IP address, you can release that elastic instance, and you can add it to the different instance also. It's your wish completely. Now let me take you to the practicals quickly. See, before coming to this session, I have launched one instance just to show you. If I refresh, this is the testing instance. Guys, remember this IP, okay, which is 52.23.231.74. I'll put it in the notepad also. I'm stopping this instance, or I'll stop this instance. See, guys, we have stopped and started the instance. Now let me refresh. We'll see if the IP address remains same or if it is constant. Let me refresh. We got the testing instance up running. If I click here, not portfolio, it's on testing. See, guys, before what was our IP? 74, right? Now it got changed to 141.50. Now to avoid such instances, what you can do is go to the elastic IP and make sure I will release this. I'm not going to create. Yeah, now I'll create one allocate and then select the region and then allocate. Okay, once after it's been up, then what you can do is you can select this, click on actions, and make sure you're allocating your IP address to an instance. Here, make sure you're selecting your instance properly, guys, because see, mine is testing, right? I'll click testing and then I'll click on allocate. What was the IP here? 143.189, right? 52.204. Now I'll refresh. See, it got changed. Previously, what was the IP here? 141.50. Now 143.189. Now what I'll do is I'll stop this instance one more time. Now see, this IP will not be changed. It will remain constant. I stopped it. I'll refresh again. I'll see whether if it is up or not. It's up, guys. Now let me refresh one more time. Now if you click on testing, see, our IP is same. It's not changed. What was our IP before? 143.189, right? This is the IP we have assigned. 143.189. So the reason why it is called elastic IP is no matter what you can remove from here, guys. You can remove from this instance and I can attach it to my portfolio also. So that is the reason why it is called as elastic IP. Now what I'm going to do is make sure you are releasing this IP address. Okay. Now we are running out of this IP addresses, and if you are leaving it like that, then you will cost more. I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, dissociate elastic IP address and then select it and then release. Okay, nice. Now before jumping on to the NAT gateway, let's jump on to our. So this is our task, guys, for today. Now what we shall do is, let me open my pencil, calligraphy 2, and then okay. So see, here I have taken one VPC. This is the VPC, okay, and I have taken the slider ranges 10.0.0. This is one, and here I have taken two public subnets. Okay, two public subnets. Imagine this is a web server and this is a app server, and I've taken, I'm sorry guys, here I forgot to write the IP address. I mean subnet range 0.12 has been used, 3.0 slash 24, 10.0.4.0 slash 24. Okay, now what you have to do, we have created one VPC and two public subnets, two private subnets. These public subnets do have internet access so that it will directly go out and communicate with the internet. Okay, but when it comes to the private subnet, we don't give any direct access. Instead, what we'll do is we'll create one NAT gateway and we'll make sure we are attaching a public subnet to it. Guys, make sure when you're creating a NAT gateway, you should attach a public subnet, not a private subnet, because whenever you wanted to search something outside of your VPC, how it will go to the internet is it will go like this. It will connect to the public subnet. Your private this elastic IP will not go outside, guys. Your public IP will go outside of the internet. I mean, from the internet gateway, and then it will access the internet. Okay, so now let's achieve this by doing the task. Launch instance. I'm sorry, not launch instance. First, you need to create a VPC. Create VPC, VPC and more. I'll give as delete later. Slider range is okay for me. And then number of availability zones, one is enough. Number of public subnets, one. For high availability, I'll take two availability zones. Number of public subnets, two. One is web server, one is app server. Number of private subnets, two. And then NAT gateway, one in the availability zone is enough. And then endpoints, no. And then create VPC. VPC endpoints not required. Keep it as none. And then create VPC. Let's wait till it gets completed, guys. Let's wait for some more time, guys, till the NAT gateway is creating. Only the NAT gateway will be taking much time. Guys, in future, what we're going to do is we're not going to do anything manually. We are going to use cloud formation templates, uh, and next, see, once after completing this AWS, we are going to use the most DevOps tools for automating all these things. The reason why I am telling you the cloud is, see, if you're not doing manually, then when you're doing automation, you will not understand for what purpose you're doing automation and why you are doing automation, and you will not know the steps how to do the automation because manually you doesn't know what's going on in the backend exactly. Okay, it's done. Click on VPC. Let's see, guys. Let's see our graph. Here is our VPC. We do have this is the public subnet, right? And routing table is connected to the internet gateway. Awesome. And another public subnet. This routing table is connected to the internet gateway. Awesome. One private subnet. It should connect to the NAT gateway. Nice. And this NAT gateway is connected to a public subnet. Another private two. Okay. Route tables. Nice. Okay. It's connected to the NAT gateway. Nice. Now, once after doing this, what you have to do is you have to go back to the security groups. For now, what you can do is you can allow all, but make sure that in real time you are not supposed to do it. Yesterday, we have discussed about the security group, right? So, follow that pattern, but do not allow all during the time of your production or real time. For now, I am allowing all. Sorry, make sure that there are no spaces. Enter. This is our security group. For now, I'll make sure allow all traffic, anywhere IP address. Save roles. Nice. Let's create one instance. Make sure this is public instance. Ubuntu 20. and then T2 micro is fine. See, something has been selected here. I need Ubuntu 20. T2 micro is fine. Make sure I'm selecting the proper PEM file. Network, VPC, not KTS, I'm sorry. We do have our own, right? Delete later. This is the one. This is the public subnet. Refresh it. Okay, public subnet 2 I'll select, no problem. I need auto SN IP address, security groups, and then default, and then launch instance. Now you have to create one more instance for private. Okay, launch instance, mark it as private, select Ubuntu. You can select whatever you want. 20, T2 micro, key pair is latest.pem, and here make sure that you are selecting properly, guys. Mine is private subnet. I don't want auto SN public IP, security groups, and then launch instance. Let's wait these instances to come up. I guess public should come up. Yeah, it's up already. Let me connect to this. Let me copy this. Go here, and then it's logged in already. Ping google.com. Nice, it's pinging. All good. Let's log into our private server. Before logging into the private server, what you have to do is you have to copy the private IP address. Correct? There will be no public because we have not given any public access. Copy it, guys. Before logging into the private server, I need to copy my PEM file here. Let me stop the screen share now. Here is it, guys. I copied my PEM file. Now what I'll do is I'll give permissions only to me. Chmod 400 and then key.pem. Okay, permissions were there. Now what I'll do is ssh-i key.pem, username is Ubuntu at the rate. Where is the private IP? This is my private server private IP. Let me paste this, click enter, and then give yes. See, it's logged in. 139.23, right? Our private IP. It's logged in. Now let's check whether if we are able to access. Sudo su, I'm sorry, sudo su hyphen wget ping www.google.com. Fine, great. We have achieved one. Now let me check this. Copy link address wget. That's it. We got it, guys. It's downloaded. We do have a public access for our private server also, but it is not directly, guys. We have created a NAT gateway here. That's all for today, guys. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you like the video. Make sure you are like and subscribing this channel, and if whomsoever is interested, your friends and all, please forward this video to them, guys. Let's grow together. And if you have any doubt, please put it in the comment section. If you are not putting in the comment section, I don't understand whether if I'm teaching it good or bad. I do have confidence that I'm going good, but still I personally need your feedback. That's all from my end today. You can also send requests to me on LinkedIn. Have a nice day, guys. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Bye bye.
Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel again. My name is Saikiran. Today we are going to discuss about TZW guys, which is Transit Gateway. Transit Gateway. So, guys, remember before jumping onto the transit gateway, first I'm going to tell you two real case scenarios, and post that we are going to jump onto the practical session. So, imagine there is an on-prem device here. Okay, guys, on-prem device is nothing but a device device. Imagine this as a Microsoft device. I know some devices like DataBox, which is an hybrid device, and we also have Stackage. Okay. So on-prem devices are something which were located in client's location or it's a physical device, guys. Some customers they don't want to expose their metadata because it includes example I'm saying it includes some Active Directory data. Okay, where when a new employee joins, they will be giving the entire access via this Active Directory itself only. Again, it's a big story, but just for the understanding. Try to follow the flow, and if he wants to integrate this Active Directory with any of the cloud, okay, AWS cloud, not Active Directory. If he wants to integrate this on-prem device to any of the cloud, then here we required TGW, guys, which is transit gateway. We also do have VPC, which is a virtual private gateway. Private gateway. Before, what we used to do is, as we discussed in the VPC peering session, where we are going to implement some public facing endpoints, where we're going to implement some physical VPNs. End of the day, it's cost effectivity. We also think about the optimization, and the second thing is it's not secure, and the third thing is when the data transmission is going on, we'll be seeing some latencies. Okay, TGW is something which makes a private interaction or private connection between a cloud and a on-prem devices, or we can also implement this TGW or VPC with any other cloud like Azure, Huawei, Alibaba, IBM. If we have one virtual machine here, okay, imagine Azure. So with the help of TGW or with the help of VPC, we can make a tunnel to tunnel connection between these two clouds. Okay, as we do not have any on-prem devices with us. Okay, yesterday night I do, one of my friend do had one Cisco device which is very old device. Yesterday night till 3 o'clock I tried, guys, but it didn't work. So let me draw you the real case scenario where we are going to achieve that figure now. Okay, imagine we do have uh, two subnets here. One is for development, this is, and this is testing, and in a different region which is Ohio. I think this is Ohio. I think this is North Virginia. Okay, here we do have one device which is, I mean, VPC very prod. Okay, so what we'll do is this does have VPC, and this VPC we do have which is running on 10.0.0.0, and this is running on 198.168. Okay, and this is running on 163 dot sorry 173.16. So what we're going to do is we are going to create one hub here. Hub is nothing but transit gateway, and we'll make sure we are attaching all the VPCs to this transit gateway. Okay, some people might get it out like we did VPC peering, right? VPC peering is also same like this. Transit gateway is also same like this. But guys, see, VPC peering connects to VPC directly, and it allows them to communicate as if they were on the same network. Okay, it should be on same network. If it is 10 dot, then the other should also be on 10 dot itself only. But see, when it comes to the transit gateway, it acts as an hub, okay, for connecting multiple VPCs and on-premises network. During the time of real time, if anyone is working on the migration project, then they do have such thing. This TGB, this transit gateway should connect to their on-prem device. This is also called as site-to-site or tunnel-to-tunnel VPN connection, like that. So transit gateway is something which acts as a hub for connecting multiple VPCs and on-prem network, simplifying this network architecture. the management is also very easy. So transit gateway offers centralized control and easier scalability. Tomorrow, if the users are increasing, so scalability is also easy. And compared to the VPC peering, so this involves a direct connection between individual VPCs. So let's quickly jump on to the practicals. So we shall achieve this diagram quickly. I'm sharing my, just hold on. Okay. So before going there, first what we shall do is we'll create two VPCs. Create VPC, VPC and more. I'll name this as VPC1. Guys, I'll do a bit fast. If you wanted to availability zone 1, public subnet 0. If you wanted to slow down, please slow down. I mean, play it in a S speed. Create VPC. Now go back and create one more VPC. Create VPC, VPC and more. VPC-2. Now I'll change the range, which is 192.168.0.0/16. Availability zone 1, public subnet, private subnet 0, none, and then create VPC. Come here, we'll quickly, first we need to, let me check whether the security groups are perfect or not. Okay, let me allow all traffic. IPv4, save rules, copy the other VPC, copy, come back to security groups, paste it. Sorry, there is a space. Click on it, open inbound rules, and make sure you're allowing all traffic. All traffic, IPv4, and then save rules. Good, we have allowed the security groups. Now, what we have to do is you have to go and quickly create one transit gateway. Here is transit gateway. This is VPN. Yeah, here it is. Create transit gateway. ECW. This is North Virginia. Same. And then create transit gateway. It will take some time. Still in pending. Okay, guys, I'll refresh. Yeah, it's up now. You have to attach this transit gateway to a VPC. Okay. Create transit gateway attachment. TZW. Attach VPC North Virginia. You have to attach it to the two VPCs. You have created two VPCs, right? So you have to select VPC1 first, and then after that you have to select the subnet. We do only have one subnet, and then create transit gateway. Now what you have to do, you have to create another transit gateway, and then VPC2, and then VPC. Select the VPC ID, which is VPC2 now, and then select the subnet. We do only have one, and then create transit gateway attachment. And let's wait till it gets up, guys. Once after it's up, then we can go back to route tables and we can allow the routes. It's still pending, guys. Meanwhile, what we can do is we can quickly go back to our instances. We shall launch two instances. One is for VPC1 and another one is for VPC2. Okay, VPC1, come down, Ubuntu, Guys, do not get confused, please, because in interview you might gonna get a question like, "Hi, we wanted to connect our cloud to the on-prem device. So how will you achieve it?" And then default VPC1 assign select security groups, default enable subnet VPC subnet 1 VPC1. Nice. So they might be asking you what are the steps you follow to connect. They might be asking in an architect level also how many VPCs do you have and how will you manage. That's it. That's the only question they will be asking, and then you should drag a question. For less experience, like less than 3 or like that, they'll be simply asking you what is the difference between peering, or what is the difference between virtual private gateway, and what is the difference between this transit gateway running. Now what I'm going to do is I'll create one more instance, VPC2, and then Ubuntu. I'll select this 20 T2 micro, and then latest mem edit. Now I'll select VPC2 subnet, enable auto assign security group, default, and then launch instance. Done. We have launched 2 instances right now. Let's go back and see whether if it's available or not. Yeah, it's available. Now go to route table. Make sure that you're allowing the routes. Let's go to VPC1 first. Yeah, here it is. In VPC1, you have to allow VPC2 routes. Okay, VPC1 route was already there. VPC2 route we have to allow, which is 198, 192, 168. And then there is a transit gateway. Here you have to select your transit gateway attachment. Now you have to allow VPC2 routes in VPC1. Okay. Now go back to VPC2 route tables and then select VPC2 routes, edit, add routes 10.0.0/16, and then transit gateway. You have to select the transit gateway and then save changes. Nice, fantastic. We have done on the North Virginia side. Now let's go back to our instances and see whether if they are pinging each other or not. I'll connect to VPC1 first. Guys, in real time, I'm just reminding you again, the same thing you have to do, but what you have to do is you have to make sure that you're putting everything in the private. But on the other hand, what will happen is you will be connecting it to the VPC tunnel to tunnel, I mean VPN tunnel to tunnel, which VPC tunnel to tunnel, which is an on-prem device will be there, or an another Azure cloud will be there. You should connect between these two accounts. Ping. What is my private IP, guys? This is VPC1, right? Yeah. From VPC1, we need to check whether VPC2 is accessible or not. Ping and then paste. Enter. Awesome. Working. VPC1 connect. What was the IP of this VPC2? Public IP 182. Sudo su hyphen. This is 10 node, right? Ping. Okay. VPC1, VPC2 is connecting. Now copy this. Great, guys. Working. Now let's leave it like that for some time. Let's throw these 2 instances. Later on, we can check this. Now jump onto Ohio. Guys, I'll open new window to avoid confusion. So this is Ohio region, guys. Now what you have to do, go to the VPC first, and then you also have to open this transit gateway on the other hand. I'll open this. I guess VPC is already, yeah, it's already there. It's already there for me. 170, nice. The IP is also good. Let me copy and see the security groups first. Click on it. Click on route tables. Sorry, inbound rules. Edit inbound rules. Yeah, it's good. Go back to EC2 instance. Launch on EC2 instance. I'll give the name as Ohio -inst, and then Ubuntu, and then free tile. I'll take 20, and then T2 micro. My key pair is Ohio key pair. Edit VPC, and then subnet. Enable auto assign security groups. My security groups, and then launch instance. Meanwhile, what you're going to do is scroll down and go to the transit gateway, and you have to follow the steps which what you have followed on the North Virginia. First, you have to create one transit gateway. I'll create transit gateway TZW. I'll mark it as Ohio, or else we'll be getting confusion, guys. At last, you'll get confused. Give the naming properly, okay? And then transit gateway. Let's wait till this gets up. Meanwhile, what we can do is come back to this launch instance, Ohio. We got the private IP. Yes. Go back to North Virginia, and we'll leave it as pinging. It's not pinging, right? No, there is no connection between these two. Ping and then paste. Let's leave it like that. Come back here. Check if transit gateway is up or not. It's still not up. Let's wait, guys. Meanwhile, oh, we can't do anything. We should wait till it's up, and then we should go for the attachments. So for now, let's wait. It's up, guys. Now what we can do is scroll down and go to transit gateway attachments, and now here you need to attach this transit gateway to your VPC, or else how it would know that you have created a transit gateway. TZW attach Ohio. I'll give it like this: transit gateway VPC, and then you have to select your VPC. Nice, and then create transit gateway. Let's wait till it gets available, guys. Yeah, guys, I guess this is available. Yes. Now, what you have to do is go to the routing tables, and then you should make sure that you are allowing the routes of North Virginia region. Okay. Add routes, go to North Virginia, copy the two routes 10.0.0/16 and 192.162. Come back here and then edit routes, and then click on routes. Use, make sure you're selecting transit gateway and selecting your VPC, I mean transit gateway. Save changes. Now you have to add one more route. I'm sorry. Copy this. Where is this VPC? Yeah, this is the one 168.160. Go here, copy, paste, and then there is transit gateway. Yeah, here it is, and then select and then save changes. Now what you have to do? You have to do the same on North Virginia also, right? You should allow there also. So for that, what you have to do, you should go to route tables. Where is VPC 1 and 2? So VPC 1 is here, routes, edit routes, add routes, paste it, transit gateway, and then select, save it. Now see, we are allowing 192, so 172, two subnets. Now go back to VPC 2 and make sure that you're clicking on routes and you're allowing this route also. Fine, and then select transit gateway, this and then save changes. Awesome. We have done all the routing part, guys, from for this particular session, for this particular practical. All your routing doubts should be gone, guys. If you do the practicals, I don't know if you're doing the practicals or not, but if you do the practicals, then all your routing issues, all your routing doubts will be gone away. Now the second thing what we have to do, we have released all the routes, nice, on the Ohio, from the Ohio region. Now what you have to do is you have to send a peering request to the North Virginia region. Now come back to transit gateway and then click on transit gateway attachments. This is Ohio only, right? Check, guys, properly. Either you can send it from Ohio or you can send it from North Virginia, not a problem. Create transit gateway. I'll mark this as Ohio TZW peering. Then TCW. Now instead of VPC, I'll select peering connection. My account only, not the other account. Sometimes the reason why it is other account, right? See, in your organization, they'll be using testing. They'll be using one AWS account, particularly to the testing only. They do only testing in the AWS account. Here is my account ID, and they'll be using another AWS account particularly to the testing only, particularly to the pre-prod, particularly to the production, like that. So that is the reason why here in this attachment it is asking, Sai, this is your account or other account. So it's my account only. I'll select the region as North Virginia because it's in North Virginia, and the acceptor TGW ID you have to mention here, transit gateway. For that, what we have to do, we have to go to the North Virginia, and then this is our transit gateway, and this is my ID. I'll copy this. I'll come back to Ohio again. I'll mention this here, and then I'll create transit gateway. Let's wait. We have initiated the request. We are supposed to accept this request from uh, here. It will take some time, so let's wait for it to reflect here. See, if you see here, I just refreshed. You can see there it is showing pending acceptance. So let's wait for some time, guys. So what we'll do now is I'll just copy the same name. This name I'll copy and then I'll paste it in the North Virginia region as same, because sometimes we'll get confused, guys. Paste it. Now what I'll do, I'll select and then I'll accept the request. So again, it will take some time for accepting the request. Let's wait for some time. Guys, once we'll check again, I'll refresh. It's still in pending state only. Once after it's done, once after the pending has been accepted, it's not done, guys. What we have to do is we need to allow a static routing. Okay, we need to allow static routing. So here, if you see, it's still in pending state only, it should get available. So once it gets available, then we'll go back to Ohio and then we'll make sure that under static routing, I'll show you where is that static routing. Yeah, here it is. Under static routing, we will be allowing the routes of North Virginia region. IPs, not routes. It's still in pending. It will take some time actually, not some time, more time. Okay, guys, it's showing as available. Let's go back and check in Ohio region also. It should show as available only. Yeah, it's available now. So now, guys, remember what we have to do is from Ohio region, we have sent a peering request to North Virginia, right? So from here, what you have to do is you should go to this transit gateway route tables, okay, and make sure that you are allowing these routes. Select this and then actions and then here it is routes and then create static routes. Now you have to enter the CIDR blocks here. The CIDR blocks of what? North Virginia 10.0.0.0/16 and then active. Here you have to select this peering connection and then create static. Copy and then come to North Virginia routes, create static routes, paste this, and then select it active, and then you have to select Ohio TCW Peering, and then create static routes. Done. Route tables all were good. 10.0.0, 173, 198, 162. Okay, fine. So you have done that in Ohio region. Now you have to come back to North Virginia region and go to the transit gateway. Now you have to enter the routes for 173 in transit gateway routes. Okay, click here and then select this. Now go to routes and then create static routes. Here what you have to do, you have to allow the Ohio routes. What was the CIDR range here? 173.16, I think. Let me check once. This is Ohio only, right? Yeah, Ohio. Yeah, 173.31.16. Guys, now see what we'll do is we'll come back here. We'll make sure this two were running. Yeah, okay. Now what will happen if you enter this CIDR block range and then if you TG peering, yeah, this is the one. And if you click on static route, see it is pinging. See, this is also pinging. That's all for today, guys. This is what I wanted to show you. If you do not understand anything, please put it in the comment section, guys. This session is very important. I request you to do practice, and that's all from my end. You can send me connection request on LinkedIn and subscribe to my channel, like this video if you liked it, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day and happy weekend ahead. Bye.
Hi guys, very good afternoon everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AMI, guys. Um, so guys, before jumping on to the AMI, I wanted to tell you a daily routine example. It's a bit funny, guys. Please don't take me in a wrong way, but the example is worth understanding of the real flow. Imagine, guys, every day morning you are going to the gym, okay, and then you are coming back at 9 a.m. in the morning, and your login is 9:30 a.m. Imagine you are going to the office. You are not working on any hybrid mode, and in this 30 minutes is only sufficient for you to get ready and get things all done. Okay, but you are not having your breakfast because you do not have sufficient time. So you are doing this daily, like 1 2 months, and one day you decided not to do this again. And what you did is you do have a fridge at your home, and then you bought many fruits like watermelon, orange, papaya, whatever you want to bring. You bought all the fruits, and then you chopped into pieces and you kept it in a tray. Okay, and whenever from next day, what you did is once you are back from the gym, what you did, you simply took this tray out from the fridge and you will eat whatever you want to eat, and then you'll go to the office. So in this case, your breakfast is also completed within few minutes. Okay, so imagine, guys, on a high level, once we log in, developer once we log in, we need to create a server to the developer. Of course, Lambda functions are all there, it will automate, but still, on a hypothetically, I'm saying, if developer wants anything, we need to create an instance for him, and then we need to install whatever he wants. And then QA team from tester, they might gonna reach you and they might gonna ask you, I want an instance, daily instance we have to create on some cases. And then tester might gonna ask you, I want this, I want that, and I want that. Okay, and see, daily if you are coming and then if you are creating instance, and then you are selecting security groups, VPCs, route tables, and then if he wants Git, you will install Git, and if he wants Terraform, you will install Terraform, and if he wants Docker, you will install Docker. And this is a very big process, right, guys? This, see, daily if you're doing this, a lot of time is gonna wasting. One side you should attempt the heads up call, and other side, like, you have to create instance repeatedly. You are creating all these tools and all inside the instance. So then comes there is a tool called to automate all these structure. There is a tool called, it's from HashiCorp guys. HashiCorp Packer. Okay, don't think Terraform and Packer are same, because Terraform is different, which entirely automates the infrastructure. Like, we can also directly provision VPC security groups and all those things from the Terraform services from the Terraform. But when it comes to the Packer, no, it's not like that. It's mainly used for um, AMI creation automation. If you do know anything apart from this, please do let me know in the comments, guys. I'll also watch it. Okay. So with this packet today, what we're gonna do? We'll take one. We will take two JSON files. Okay, two JSON files. It's written in JSON actually, and then we'll automate this entire instance. I mean AMI structure now. Okay, so let's quickly jump onto the sessions without wasting any time. I do already have this code very long back 2021 or 2022, I don't remember. But before coming to the session, I tested for almost 16 times, 16, 17 times, and finally we got a fine grained code. So now what we shall do is, let me open my console, and then also I'll open which is packer.io. Install packer. This one, guys, you can download this. This is an binary file actually, don't worry. I'll keep it in downloads, and I'll also show you how to do this. Now what you can do is go to the download files, extract it. So what you have to do is, guys, just copy this file. Before copying this file, you can type environment variables here. Okay, and then click on environment variables. Not here, guys. Okay, this is a user variables. What you have to do is, you have to come down. These are system variables. Come down, search for the path. Okay, click on edit. Okay, and then click on new. Now what you have to do is come back to this packer file, which where you have downloaded. Copy this and keep it somewhere in the C drive. I kept in a program files here. If you see, where is my packer? ABCD, yeah, P here. See, I kept here and then I pasted my file here. So what you have to do is, you have to give this a directory, not this one location. You have to give this location. Okay, C program files and then packer. See, the same thing I have given here. C program files and packer. That's it. Click on OK, and then click on OK again. That's it. And then what you have to do is, come back to your command prompt or PowerShell or bitbash, anything. If you enter packer hyphen hyphen version, you'll be able to see the version. Nice. Task 1 is done. What's the next task? We need to create a GitHub repository. This is for you only, guys. I'll create one repository, and then I'll enter this link in our description. I'll keep it as packer. Okay, and then create repository. I'll use bitbash, guys, so you can use whatever you want. Okay, I'll clone here. CD, and then what was the name? Packer. Okay, guys, what you have to do is, just make sure that you're copying this binary file in that particular destination. Okay, when running the commands, it would be helpful. Just copy this packer file, and now you have cloned this repository, right? I have cloned here. See, DN packer. So now I'll go there. I'll keep this packer file. Okay, I'll tell you later why it is used. Now nothing is there. Oh, this exe, let's not commit it. Now what I'll do is code dot. Let's jump back to the Visual Studio. Let's open. Create one packer dot JSON, guys. I'll give you my repository link. Don't worry. If you go to my repositories and then it should be Terraform single instance where it is. Yeah, here it is. We need two files here. No, no, not two files, three files. I'll be installing systemd and then this var file. First, let me do one by one. Let me copy all this packet. Let's go one by one, guys. Let's not confuse. See here, what we are doing is we are uh, telling the packer in a JSON language that we are creating an AMI image, and then here we are calling the variables as access key, secret key, and then region. Source AMI means we are going to copy this AMI ID from the AWS console itself only, and then instance type T2 micro, large M4, whatever you want, and then default VPC ID you can give, or else you can give the VPC ID which whatever you want to give, but it should be there, and then you have to give the subnet ID. Okay, there were no iterations or anything here. And then see again what you are doing here, these are builders where you are going to call your access key and secret key, and this EBS means elastic block storage. Okay, which is the volume, and then region again, and then this AMI source AMI, will be calling all this in a different JSON file. See VPC ID, subnet, AMI name. AMI name once after the deployment, it should get like this. And these are the tags. Okay. So inside, once this image has been built, so here what is this is what we are saying is once after this image has been built, we are updating and then we are installing Nginx, we are installing Git, and I am telling it to clone this repository. Okay, this one, this repository, and then inside that we do have three files, guys. One is index.html, and then see this style sheet, and then scorekeeper sheet is there, JavaScript which is, and then once after copying all those things, I'm saying nginx start and then enable nginx, and then curl. See, it will install Docker also. Okay, curl means is nothing but check URL, and then bash means it will run in a bash mode. Okay, now what is the next step? We do have a, okay, this is a service, guys, which I am installing now. If you do not understand this, create a file, enter, copy, and then paste it. See, this is systemd actually. This is just a service I'm installing. If you still do not understand, again I'm saying it's not really required, but if you still wanted to know what is this, simply what you can do is copy this, go to bard or chat gpt, and then paste it and then ask it what exactly this does. Okay, then you will understand each and everything. The reason why I am not explaining this is which is this is really not required in current session. And then save it. I'll save this also. Now we have called this variable, I mean we have mentioned these variables, right now we have to call these variables. I do also have that. This is the one. Let me copy this. I'll keep the same name here, enter, and then come back. See, these are all my variables: access key, secret key, region, source AMI, instant type, VPC ID, subnet. Okay, nice, guys. When it comes to the access key and secret key, we need to create one IAM role, not IAM role, IAM user, where we need to give some EC2 full access, and then you can take the access key and secret key from it. One way is that, and the second way is I'll show you now. I do have this already. See, my access key and secret key were already synced with this machine. You can do this in this way, but I'll show you now how to create this IAM, sorry. You should create one user, and then you should make sure that you are copying the access key and secret key. Do not worry guys, once after this session has been completed, I'm going to delete the whole user. Create user, I'll give it as testing. Next, attach policy, existing policy, EC2FF, which means full access. And then next, create a user, select it, security credentials, create access key, secret key, other, and then next. See guys, this is the one. You should not do this in real time. What you can do is, just now I show you in the command prompt, you can give AWS configure, and then you can enter the access key, secret key, region name, and then JSON. That's it. Nice. Save it. So you have done the part, like you have mentioned, I mean, you got this packer, what to build, and everything you have mentioned here. Okay. And then what you're doing is you are installing this service here, and then this is a small shell script guys, just to install this the service we are installing, right? Docker. So we are giving a user permissions, and then we are reloading the Docker, and then we are starting the Docker. This is a very small script. AM I have given already. Guys, I forgot to tell you this variables. I'm extremely sorry. You have to enter this access key, secret key, and then region wherever you want. You can enter this, and you should enter the source AMI also. Okay. Come back. What you have to do is you have to click on instance, launch instance. Simply you can copy the instance ID from here, and then copy it, and then paste it. And then instance type T2 micro. VPC ID I do have already. If you wanted to give yours, you can give, no problem at all. You can also give the default VPC, not a problem. This is my VPC. See, I'll copy this, and then I'll paste this. VPC ID 56B5. Okay. And then we have to copy the subnets. I'll copy my subnet and I'll paste here. That's it. Done. So now what you can do, guys, here I did a mistake. You know what mistake I did? I'll show you. If you see this line 12 to 26, what we have given here, access key, secret key, type was Amazon Elastic Block Storage, and then region, we have called in the variables already this region, and then instance type T2 micro we have called from the variables, and then see SSH username. SSH username is Ubuntu, but what AMI I have copied? Guys, this has taken like 3-4 hours for me to resolve actually. The only thing what I have to do is I have to copy the AMI of Ubuntu, but instead I copied the AMI of Amazon Linux. Come down, Ubuntu. Now I have to copy the AMI ID. This has taken almost so many hours for me to resolve. Again and again, same issue I am getting, so I do not understand from where it is getting. Sorry. This is VPC ID, subnet ID, instance source. Here I have to enter. That's it. Save it. Let's go back here. And if you see here, this is cloning this repository. Okay, let's go to this repository and see what is there in it. It's actually a website, guys. Like this is for testing actually. Okay, It's not a big website. It's just for testing purpose. That's it. Come back here. Everything is good. Nice. So what you can do is now give the command again. Mm-hmm. Okay, 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 okay. Packer.exe. How to give hyphen hyphen var hyphen file. We need to give the var file and then packer.json file also. Valid. Now we shall inspect this. Guys, please do practice because before coming to the session, it has taken me 4 hours, guys, because this is very old code. But now in interviews, I'm seeing many people are asking about how you create AMIs. So that's the reason why I'm taking this topic again. So see, what and all we're installing: AWS secret key, access key, instance, region, Amazon EBS storage, and then shell file in the provisions. Nice. Now we'll give build. Let's wait for some time. Okay, now it has been changed again using SSH communicator. Okay, it's been created, I think. Now let's refresh. See guys, an instance has been created. An instance has been created. Now it is logging in here, connected to SSH. See, it's connected. Now what it will do is, till here it is done, guys. Till line 26 it's done. Now what it will do is, it will sleep for, I mean, 30 seconds. It will, I mean, it will run, and then after that sudo apt update sudo apt. Now it's here exactly. You can see the status. Let this complete. Okay, it's done. See, provisioning with shell script. Uploading docker.service to temp dev. See here we asked it to copy. See, this is the file, and this file, this is the docker.service systemd file. We asked it to copy it to this destination temp and docker service. So wait. Okay, see, provisioning with shell script, stopping the source instance. It is done. Whatever task we have given it to the packer, it is done. Now it is stopping the instance, waiting for the instance to stop. Let it stop, guys. Creating AMI. See, AMI has been created. Now, if I go to AMI, there will be an AMI which is created already. If you wanted to deploy any instance, and if you wanted to have some tools in it, like Docker, Git, or something, what you can do is you can simply click here and you can simply launch instance from AMI. Okay, when we start talking about the Terraform or DevOps strategies, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to take any instances, guys. Instead of that, I'll directly enter this AMI ID. Okay, now I believe you understand for what purpose we have automated this AMI instance. Let me push this code to our GitHub repository. I'll I'll remove this file which is packer.exe. Okay. I'm gonna give you this link, guys. I'll put it in the description on our video. You can go through this GitHub and then have a look onto this code. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Happy Sunday, everyone. If you like my video, please do like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. And if anyone is interested, please do forward this to them. We are going to meet in tomorrow's session. Tomorrow, we are going to discuss about elastic block storages, and after that, we are going to discuss on how we can take the snapshots. And post that, we are also going to discuss on the S3 and everything, guys. You can also see our entire syllabus here. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, which is AWS Cloud Mastering. This is Mastering AWS. So here I kept the entire syllabus of day one, from day one to day 43. You can go through it. Okay. That's all for today, guys. Have a nice day, and we'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Hi, guys. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS storage. So initially in storage, we do have three types of storage. The very first one is block storage. In today's session, we are going to discuss only block storage. Okay. And then the second one is file storage. And the third one is object storage. See, in block storage, again, we do have two types, which is instant storage. And the second one is EBS volumes. Okay. And in file storage, we do have the very first one is AWS EFS, which is mainly used for Linux environment, elastic file system, sorry. And then we do have AWS EFX, which is for Windows operating system. And then object storage, we do have two types. The very first one is well known, which is simple storage service, S3, mainly used to store all unstructured data. Guys, apologies for my writing. Again, I'm telling, I'm writing on screen, not on any slate. So please do apologize me. And the second one is S3, and then we do have archival data, which is Glacier. Okay, this is archival data. Guys, in S3, like this unstructured data, if you open www.amazon.com, you'll be watching a lot of photos and a lot of videos, right, for the products. So uh, all the data will be stored in unstructured data, which is S3 bucket. Okay, and then this Glacier is something, again, I told you in the previous session. Imagine if you take bank, and if you want to take the transaction for the last 6 months or last 1 year. So what these bank people will do, they will charge you somewhere around 116 rupees, and they will give you all the historical data. So this Glacier is something which only stores the uh, previous data, which is archival data. Now let's jump on to the block storage part, and we'll see the advantages and disadvantages, and then we'll move to practical. Block storage. Today is the only session, guys, on this. First one is instant storage. And the second one is EBS. We'll see what are the advantages and disadvantages. See, guys, in instant storage, it's always not a best practice to take such kind of storage, because whenever you create a storage, I mean instance, you will be getting a default space of 8 GB or something, which will be in slash root. Sorry. Imagine if you start and stop the server, whatever data you have saved, it will be gone. Or if you rebooted, whatever data you will be saved, it will be gone completely. Okay, and the size and the type is also fixed in instant storage. Here size and type both are fixed here. In T2 micro, T2 nano, T2 XL, such kind of types will be there, right? They'll be giving you some fixed data, and after that, if you require, then what you have to do, you have to create an EBS volume, and it's only available with the selected instances types. And you cannot, like, imagine if there is an volume here slash root or somewhere, you cannot detach this, and you cannot attach it to anywhere. anywhere in the sense to any other instances. But when it comes to the ABS volume, but when it comes with ABS volume, it's called as persistent storage or permanent storage. You know why? Data, if you save it, and data if you save inside the instance, and if you restart and start the instance, then still the data will be there, and it can be increased up to 16 TB. It's not GB, guys. It's 16 TB. It comes with two types. One is HDD and the another one is SSD. HDD is again hard disk drive. SSD solid state drive. In SSD we do have ZP2, ZP3, and then we have IOPS 1 and then IOP 2. These two will give extreme level performance, guys. If the user is having a database, and if their environment is very huge, then it's always a best practice to go with this IOPS 1 and IOPS 2. But when it comes to the hard disk drive, we do have SC1, and then we do have SCT, and then we do have standard. So here, what is the another major advantage in EBS volume is, imagine guys, you have created a volume, okay, which is GP3, somewhere around 70 GB or something, and you have two instances. If you want to attach this 70 GB to second instance, you can add. If you wanted to add for one also, you can add, but you have to detach and attach it. Okay, that policy is there in EBS volumes. But the only disadvantage what I know from EBS is, EBS volumes are availability zone independent. If you have two servers in US East 1A and then US East 1B, this is second server and this is first server. Imagine if you have created EBS volume, what will happen is you cannot attach it to the 1B if it's created in 1A. If it's created in 1A, you have to only attach it to the 1A only. If it's created in 1B, you have to attach it to 1B only. You cannot attach it to different availability zone or different region. So that is the only disadvantage in EBS volumes, guys. Now, what we have to do is we'll quickly jump on to the practicals, and we'll see how this behaves exactly. We'll create one server first, one Linux server I'm going to create. Launch instance, and then testing Ubuntu. I'll take T2 large, file, and then my VPC. Guys, there will be only 4 or 5 steps. If you do have time, please practice it, or else you will forget. Public server management, and then see, this is the default volume I said. Instance storage. Now what I'll do, I'll take one 4 GB and then one 2 GB, and then I'll click on launch instance. Let's wait till it gets up, guys. Our instance is up. Let me refresh. I'll copy the public IP and then I'll connect to party session. Ubuntu @IP. I'll make sure the font is big. SSH authentication and then open. Accept. Sudo -lsblk. See, we have created one 4 GB and one 2 GB, right? Now what we'll do is we'll create two directories. Okay, mkdir -p, and then I'll create I volume, and then I'll create EB volume, lsblk. Now what we have to do, we have to make sure that we are formatting the disk. Fdisk xvdb. I'm sorry, we are not supposed to do like that. We are supposed to give /dev/xvdb and primary and then save. You have to do the same for the XVDC also. DC is something but this guys, volume name, and then new, and then primary, three partitions, and then WS for save. Done. We have formatted the disk. Now what we have to do, we have to make sure that we are attaching a file system. Make file system .ext4. You can take whatever you want guys, but I am taking ext4, and then dev, and then slash, enter. Done. Now C1 is nothing but another volume, and then enter. It's also done. lsblk. Now what we have to do, you have to mount these two partitions to the directory. We have directories we have created before. For that, mount /dev slash. I'll add this 4GB to I volume, and I'm gonna add this C1 to the EB volume. XVDC1 space. Oh, we haven't mounted. Oh, IB volume I have given. Okay, it's okay. No problem. We'll give it as IB volume itself only. C1 and then space IB volume. I volume, and then I'm 2GB. I'm mounting it to IB volume. Nice. Now what I'll do is I'm not gonna add this IB. I'm not gonna add this I volume, which is 4GB, to the FS tab, guys. And then we'll see how it is behaving. But I'll add this IB volume to the FS tab, and we'll keep some files in it, and we'll see how it is behaving. Now here /dev slash xdvc space slash IB volume. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just copy this, come down, nano /etc. Watch it, guys. I'm not adding the 4GB volume to the FS tab, but I'll add only 2GB volume to the FS tab. IB volume, and then give the slash here. I forgot. ext4, and then default discards. Change it as 1. Now Control X, and then yes, done. Cat /etc/fs tab. Okay, nice. It's there. So what we can do now is cd IB volume wget. We'll download some files here. Terraform.io. Copy link address, paste it, download. Nice. Cd come back, cd I volume. We'll also keep some files here. Wget, paste, cd ls-al /root I volume. We do have files /ib vol. Okay, in both folders we do have files. Now what we shall do is we'll quickly come back again, guys. I'm just remembering I didn't added. See, I didn't added this partition. I have added only the 2GB volume to the FS tab. Now we'll go back and we'll restart this server. We'll stop and start the instance. Let's wait till it comes up, guys. I'll refresh again, guys. Let me refresh, and let me change this to running. Okay, this is the server, right? Okay, I'll click on it and then let's connect here. Okay, it's connected back. sudo su hyphen and then ls-al lsblk. See, in lsblk, if you see, our partition will be, see here, for this 4 GB. Previously we have mounted it to I volume, right? I'm sorry guys. The reason why it is not showing up now, because whenever you restart a system or whenever you restart a virtual machine, file system is the very first component which start, guys. And we have not attached it to the file system. We have only attached, FS tab. We have only attached this 2 GB volume to the FS tab, so that is why it is still there. See, when automatically whenever it gets restarted, it will be coming up along with the FS tab. Now let's go back to our folders. Expected in IS, it's I volume, nothing was there. Let's come back to and then go to IB volume. It should be there. See, the files were there. That's all guys, this is what I wanted to show and explain. So if you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section, and then please like and share my video if you like it. Tomorrow we are going to meet in another session, so we are going to meet tomorrow. Bye guys, have a nice day everyone, happy weekend. Hi guys, good morning everyone, welcome back to my channel again. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about load balancers, guys. We are going to discuss about load balancer. So before jumping on to the load balancers, we do actually have two types, not network and application, guys. Before that, we do have something called regional based load balancer, and then there is another called VPC based load balancer. Okay. So in this regional based load balancer, we do have global accelerator or global load balancer. And then here we do have two more things. One is application load balancer, and then another one is network load balancer. Okay. So guys, before jumping on to the practical, let me show you the architecture now. Today we are going to do one proper real-time task, guys. Make sure if you do not have time, okay, but come back and watch this again. So let me draw you the architecture. Now I'm going to take, so I'll keep three private subnets. Today we are not using any public instances, guys. We are using three private subnets. Okay. And then imagine this is a target group. We'll be keeping this in TZ target group, and on top of it we'll create one load balancer. Today we are going to discuss only about network load balancer, and tomorrow we are going to discuss about application load balancer. Here we are going to keep three public subnets. Nice. And then after creating the load balancer, we'll be getting one DNS name, but we are not going to access our instances with this DNS name. For this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one route 53. I'll create one domain name. We are going to access with the domain name www.cloudvishwakarma.in. This is route 53 actually. Okay. So with this, we will accept this load balancer, and then from here we do have target groups. We'll be attaching this private subnets to the target groups, and we'll also be creating one NAT gateway. NAT is for communication, guys. If private want to take anything from the public, we can take this from NAT gateway. I'll also, people who are watching for the very first time, if you are not aware of the NAT gateway, I request you to please go back and watch it. If not, you can learn this from this session itself only. Okay. So this is the thing we are going to achieve this for today. Before jumping on to the practicals, let me tell you and another thing. As I said, there are of two load balancer under VPC based. One is network load balancer. We are going to discuss this now. This network load balancer mainly works on transport layer, guys, which is also called as layer 4. And the second one is application load balancer. This works on application layer. This is layer 7. Okay. See guys, this NLB load balancer, this always works on TCP and UDP protocol. This is how you have to tell you in the interview, not just like load balancers are of two types and one is application and no, you're not supposed to tell like that. An application load balancer work on HTTP and HTTPS protocol. Okay, so in interview, if an interviewer is asking, do you know load balancers or something, you should not tell them, yeah, there are of two types, one is application and network load balancer. No, that is not the proper answer. You should tell them clearly on what protocol it works and what is the another load balancer which on what protocol does it works. You should tell them application load balancer supports only HTTP and HTTPS protocol, and network load balancer supports TCP and UDP protocol. But HTTP and HTTPS are TCP protocols only. However, application load balancer doesn't support UDP. UDP is again user datagram protocol. So UDP is mainly used for what? UDP is mainly used for gaming applications or streaming applications or Teams, Zoom, WebEx, all these remote sessions. So that is not supported by the application load balancer. This is the major difference between these two. So today we are jumping only on to the network load balancer. So first we'll see what is this TCP and UDP exactly, and then we'll quickly network load balancer. Guys, TCP is something, example, if you take file transfer app or SFTP or WinSCP, or at last we can take email. I'll tell you in a very short way. This is not a networking session. So imagine here there is an email box. See, not email box. Whenever a TCP in protocol, what will happen is it's completely works on source and destination or source or targets. Okay. Imagine here is a source. Okay, and here is a destination. So what it will do is when you enter www.google.com or www. something, it will send a packet to the destination and it will make sure this source will wait for the response from the destination. It will be done in a very fast way, guys. I'm just telling you, but try to understand. So what this source will do is in TCP protocol, it always waits for the destination acknowledgement. So this is how TCP protocol works. For example, you can take SFTP. SFTP is nothing but secure file transfer protocol, and WinSCP is also a file transfer protocol, or email, Outlook, Apple email. All this comes under this TCP protocol itself only. If you take UDP, if you take PUBG, okay, if you take PUBG, one of our favorite games, or Hitman or something, or Battlefield or something, see, that doesn't require TCP, that requires UDP, because UDP works on, example again, if you take source and destination, it doesn't waits for the destination response, it will keep sending the packets continuously. When you're playing PUBG, whenever you're talking with your friend with the mic on or something, so it doesn't need any response from the other one, right? He will definitely knows whether the sound is properly audible or not. So in such case, UDP protocol is enough. Or if you take Zoom sessions, or if you take team sessions, or I'll show you one thing. I'll open Google now and then I'll show you. See, In some cases there is something called failover and failback protocols, which were they will be working on both TCP and UDP protocols also. I'll open this Microsoft Teams protocol. See, MS Teams, subnet for Teams functional correct. You must open TCP port 18443 and UDP ports also. See, Microsoft Teams works on both of the protocols. Okay, and if you want to still debug or search more on this, you can go through the Google and do it, guys. First, what you have to do, I'll refresh VPC, create VPC, VPC and more. I'll close this and then I'll give this as NLB. 10 dot is okay for me. Number of availability zones 3, private subnets 3, public subnets 3, 1 in availability zone, create VPC. Let's wait for this NAT gateway to complete. Do not jump onto the instances directly. We should wait till it completes. I'll refresh again, guys. See, it has been created. Now go to the VPC. Guys, make sure that you are creating the security groups properly. Okay, it plays a very crucial role during the time of this load balancer, this entire project part. Let's go back to security groups. Once after creating your all the VPC components, come here and then copy it. Okay, this is our security group. What we have to do is we will be allowing some TCP ports and HTTP ports, and also we'll allow some TLS ports. Okay, so for that you need to allow all. I'll allow all TCP anywhere, and then also allow all traffic anywhere. In real time, don't do this, guys. Here what you can do is you can select only particular port, and I'll also allow HTTP and HTTPS also. HTTPS anywhere. So all traffic, and then also last one, which is SSH. Nice, and then save roles. Now once after creating this, what you have to do is you have to come back to the instances and make sure that you are creating instances only in private subnets, not in public subnets. Okay, launch instance. And you should keep one in each, 1A and 1B and 1C. T2 micro is fine. And then my key pair. Latest PEM, edit, VPC, make sure you're selecting properly. NLB, and then I need 1A. This is private use, yeah, 1A only. We don't require IP, and then security groups. This is the one, and make sure that you are pasting the script here, because we need to test the load balancer, right? How we would know whether the load is transporting properly or not? So what I'll do is I'll paste one small script where it installs Nginx, and then what we are doing is we are copying this host name from this cat command, and then we are copying it to the Nginx directory. Okay, this is server 1A, fine, launch instance. Now what you have to do is you have to quickly go back to the target groups, and you can create the target group first, and then you can create the load balancer. Come back to target groups, open target group, click on create target group. Instances is you have to select the instance. I'll give as NLB-TZ. This I'll take as TCP. I'll select the VPC as my NLB. I'll leave it as it is, and then click on next. Make sure you're selecting all these private servers. Okay, these are all private, and then include as pending below, create target group. Now what you have to do, go back to your load balancer. Now create the load balancer. Create load balancer. We are going to discuss this tomorrow, guys. application load balancer. This gateway load balancer is again, I didn't test it, maybe this is a regional based load balancer, I think. Here NLB, and then I'll give NLB. See, this is internet facing and this is internal, guys. I'll tell you later about this. Okay, now only I'll tell you what was this exactly. See, imagine if there are three servers. One is web, another one is app, this is DB. Now with the internal, what you can do is you can keep one internal facing load balancer here, okay, and they can communicate each other. So that is something which is internal facing load balancer. See, here you can select internal with the private IP address. And then NLB, guys, make sure that you are selecting public subnets here, not private subnets, okay? See, you have to select public. And then you have to select, see, one A public, one B public, and one C public. Here these are assigned by AWS only, or you can also use elastic IP addresses. If you want constant IP, then what you can do is you can create elastic IP addresses individually. For now, it doesn't require, so I'm leaving it as it is for AWS itself only. And then here I'm going to select NLB. Guys, here I'll select add listener. I'll tell you last why I have selected add listener here. And then again here I'll select TLS. 443 is the port number. I'll select NLB target group. I have created a certificate. I'll show you now. This is my certificate. This was issued by Amazon actually. I have taken this domain name outside. I'll click this because this certificate does have access from Amazon itself only. All security policies, you can take anyone. I'll leave it in as I'm leaving it as for recommended itself. And then all good, right? Listener TLS, fine. Now come down and click on create load balancer. Now I'm going to show you that certificate. Okay, in AWS we do have something called ACM, guys. ACM is nothing but Amazon, just hold on, Amazon certificate manager or AWS certificate manager. So here what we have to do is, people who does have domain, just follow the steps which what I'm telling right now, because I have already requested for the certificate. It will take more than one day. Sometimes it will take more like less than 5 minutes itself only. But in my case, it has taken very much long time. I don't know why. So I have created this before coming to the session itself only. Simply, what you can do first, you have to open your Route 53. Come to hosted zones, click on create hosted zones. Just forget about all these things, guys. Click on create hosted zones. Here you have to enter your domain name. My domain name is cloudvishwakarma.in. This is the domain name I bought from GoDaddy, okay? And then you have to enter the same here also. I mean, description, it's as it is public. And then you have to create hosted zones. Then you will see a tab like this, cloudvishwakarma.in, okay? Now what you have to do, simply go inside, don't do any changes, just leave it as it is, and then come back to ACM, which is Azure, sorry, Amazon certificate manager. Here what you have to do is you have to click on request, and then request a public certificate next, and then here you have to mention, see, this star, what this star indicates is it's a subdomain name. You can give it as www or basha.cloudvishwakarma.com, or like, Sairam, whatever you want to give. That star represents that subdomain. And then DNS validation, and then RSA request. So what it will do is, once after you requested, if you come back here, it will not be displayed like this. You have to click on this certificate ID, okay? You have to click on the certificate ID. After some few minutes, you will be seeing something called CNAME and CNAME value here. This is AWS is just asking you, were you the proper owner or not. This is just a type of authentication. So what you have to do, you have to copy this CNAME, go to your Route 53, create record. See how I created record here. create record, and then here paste the CNAME. Make sure that you are removing this last cloud.vishwakarma.in, and then you also make sure that you are removing the dot. Okay, this cname.cloudvishwakarma.in, and then this record type should be cname again, and here you have to paste the cname value, which is an authentication. And if you click on create record, what will happen is this certificate manager will come back in the backend, and it will check in this hosted zones whether these combinations were there or not, whether this CNAME values were there or not, and it will make sure that you are the proper owner or not. Once the verification is done, then it will issue a certificate. Now I'll show you, after some few minutes I'll show you how you can see this Amazon issued certificate. That is the reason why I have selected during the time of load balancer TLS. I'll show you exactly what will happen. And then we have created VPC. Let me write the steps for you. Um However, load balancer will take some time to come up. First step, what we have did, first we have created VPC with an NAT gateway, and then what we created, we created instances, and then what we have created target groups, and then we have created load balancer. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what we'll do, certificates you have to create. Before only you have to create certificate, guys, because it will take a lot of time. Or else I'll do one thing. I'll first write it as certificates only. If you have certificate, then you can ACM. This is the first part you have to do, and this is the second one, third, 4, 5. Now what I'll do, route 53. This is 6. Let's go back and create a route 53, because we have created one load balancer, right? We need to attach that load balancer to a domain name. This is real time. In real time we do like this only, guys. Click on create record. First I'll www.cloudvishwakarma.in, and I'm telling I'm going to search my private subnets. I mean, whatever I kept in the private subnets, I wanted to search with this domain name, www.cloudvishwakarma.in, and then I'll click on alias. Here I'll select alias to network load balancer, and then I'll select the region here, US-East. In this region I've created one NLB, here it is, and then I'll click on create record. Let's wait till it gets synced. Meanwhile, we'll go back to the load balancer and we'll check whether the load balancer has been created or not. Nice, it is active. See, our instances are healthy. Awesome. We have achieved one of the important step. Now we should wait till this. We can still check with this domain name, but this is not the real use case, guys. That is the reason why I'm not checking. I can paste here and see, now we are in 1C servers. If someone tries to access this from different server, they will be getting a different name. Yeah, it's in sync now. Now I'll open one Edge browser, and then I'll open one Firefox. What I'll do, I'll enter www.cloudvishwakarma.in. See, now we are in 1A servers. Load balancer is working. Guys, if you see here this key, okay, I'll show you the certificate route now, which what Amazon has been issued. See, issued by Amazon. This is how that ACM role plays. Okay, if it is not there, then you can see here the site is unsecure, like that. From Chrome it is 1C, from Edge it is 1A. We'll see from Safari, not Safari. This is what micro Firefox. And if I click here, see here we are seeing 1A servers. If you keep searching this in different like see, in a minute there will be a lot of packets hitting to our domain, right? So in such case you will be seeing different servers. I'll open private tab, and I'll see here if it is showing in a different tab. No, it is also working in one. It's okay, the load is still going on. But I do have one doubt here. Is it really sending the load to all our instances properly, equally, or how it is sending? For that, what I'll do is I'll come back to where is my, yeah, where is it? Here it is. So now what I'll do is I'll just check all the IPs, whether if the load is passing correctly or how it is transmitting the load with a small Linux command. Let me take the IPs first. This is 1A, right? What is the IP? 143.172. Okay. Here, while true, do curl -sl https www dot cloudissuekarma.in and then grep-i. What is my IP, guys? Instead of giving the complete IP, I'll just give only these two digits. I mean, these two numbers, because see, our entire instances are on 10.0 only, correct? This is 10.0. This is 10.0. See, we should play a proper role during the time of the subnet assigning only. It will help now. And then if you click on 1C, it's 10.0 only. So it's okay. We can give 10.0 itself only. I'll paste this and then enter, sleep for 1 second and then done. Command not found grep-i. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. See guys, now it is going for 180, 172, 221. 180, 172, 221. 180, 172, 221. 180, 172, 221. But still, if you still wanted to check in a detailed way, whether if it is really sending it properly to the instances, simply what you can do is here there is a command called t-a AWS NLB. Okay, sorry, the hyphen I is wrong. What it will do is it will copy all this logs to the, and there is a file called nlb.log. We have created this file right now. So what will happen is now it is pinging, right, continuously. It is pinging to different servers in 1A, 1B and 1C. But still we do have the doubt whether if it is transmitting the route correctly to all the three instances or not, because the weight should be fall on all the three instances properly. Okay, for that I am running this. Let it take some logs. I'll stop it here now. If you enter cat aws nlb log, nice, we got the log here. Fine. Now what I'll do is cat AWS NLB log and then grep-i. I'll take the this IP. Which one? Private instance 1 IP. Yeah. Here it is. Copy it, paste it, and then what you have to do? WC hyphen L. See, 14 calls have been 14 packets have been sent to the private server 1, and for the private server 2, how many calls? Oh my god, it got signed out. Log file is there? Fine. Log file is there. Cat AWS log grep-i. I'll paste this IP and then WC-L. For this one also it is 14. Nice. What is the third one? 172.221. Nice. 14, 14, 14. Guys, but still I checked only from my end because I was the only one who was running the logs here. But in real time, what will happen? There are millions of users will be hitting to your website. Imagine Instagram is there, Facebook is there. In such cases, the load should be transmitted properly, correct? It should not transmit it in a different way. So for that, what we'll do is, I'll show you. Come to the load balancer, click on attributes, go to edit. This is the interview question, guys. This is the interview question. They'll ask you how to enable cross zoning. Okay, then you have to tell them, go to the load balancer and then click on attributes. Under the attributes you have something called enable cross zone load balancer. You have to click on edit and then you have to do that, guys. Now I'll click this enable cross zone load balancing. Okay, don't look here, look here. Here what happening exactly is, whenever a user searches something with the help of DNS, here DNS is nothing but our route 53. It is sending the traffic to packet, instance 1, instance 2, instance 3. In network load balancer we kept the public subnets. These are the target groups. Okay, see, that's why it is like this, target. Here are private subnets over there. What it is doing, it is sending 1 2 3. If there are 3 packets, imagine if 1 million packets are there. So here there is something called cross zone functioning. Now see, guys, see here, exactly see here what will happen. See, what will happen is, whenever this load is high, automatically this, when you enable cross zone load balancing, network load balancer, what it will do, it will automatically transmit the route to the another two instances. This is how this cross zone load balancing works. But there is a separate cost for this. Again, for the data transmission also, it charges some costs for this enable cross zone load balancing. Okay, that's all for today. The session went up to very long time. I personally request each and everyone to do practicals, guys. This is very very important. Interviewers might be asking you 2 3 4 questions from this session. This is a proper real times. If you see here, we haven't used any kind of public instances here. All were private instances itself only. Okay, and that's all. If you ask me on a high level, the reason why we are there are two load balancers, network and application, is, see, in this network load balancer, which whatever we have practiced right now, where is my paint? Here it is. Whatever we practice right now, there is no http to https forwarding, guys. I'll show you now here. If I enter http://www dot cloudvishwakarma.in, see, it is not redirecting to HTTPS. It is only staying with the HTTP only, which is unsecure. And there is something called URL path based routing was also not there. Okay, in this network load balancer. And in future we'll be talking about something which is I'll show you, which is web application firewall, called as WAF. So this web application firewall is also not supported. And the major point here in network load balancer is, it cannot be used as an ingress in Kubernetes. We will learn this later after DevOps. So these are the major issues when it comes to network load balancer. Tomorrow we are going to do a project on application load balancer. It is also a proper real-time project. We'll definitely meet in the tomorrow session, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. I request you to please do practice and do not worry about the bill and all. It will be very less itself. Only it's not that big figure. Make sure you're stopping your NAT gateway, and then make sure you're stopping your load balancers, make sure you're stopping your target groups, and especially make sure you're releasing your elastic IP. It is very important, guys. We are lack of this elastic IPs. Make sure first stop NAT gateway and then release the elastic IP. That's all for today. Tomorrow we are going to meet. Have a nice day, everyone. Happy Sri Ram Navami. Bye bye.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about application load balancer. Guys, yesterday if you remember, we have discussed about network load balancer. So it mainly works on HTTP and HTTPS protocol. So before jumping on to the application load balancer, first we will see what are the disadvantages we have seen uh, in network load balancer, and application load balancer is something advanced to the network load balancer, guys. So if you see the disadvantages of NLB, we do not have a redirection, right? Do not have redirection from HTTP to HTTPS. HTTPS. And what is the second issue? URL or path based was not supported. Was not supported. And what is the third one? We are going to discuss this soon, which is web application firewall. This was also not supported. And the last one, as I said yesterday, it cannot be used as an ingress controller for Kubernetes. So these are the major disadvantages in network load balancer, guys. So before jumping on to the practicals, let me draw you the task which what we are going to do today. For three public private subnets, again we are not taking any public subnets today. This is one. Actually, see, guys, in real time, what will happen is you will be keeping two subnets for each service, actually, or three, just for the high availability. But for now, it's testing, right? It is okay to keep it in one subnet. The first one is home page, and this one is movie space, and this is shows. So here, what I'm gonna do, I'll keep on load balancer. So whenever here Route 53 will be there. So from the internet, whenever a user tries to access it via this DNS with www.cloudvishwakarma.in. So if he enter slash homepage, he should be redirected to. If he enter slash homepage, he should be redirected to homepage. If he enters www dot slash movies, he should be redirected to movies via the load balancer. If he enters shows, he should be redirected to shows. Okay, this is the task we are going to achieve today, and we are creating only private subnets. We are taking three public subnets, that is for NAT actually. Apart from that, we are not going to keep any instances in the public subnets. So this is somewhat which is related to your real-time tasks, guys. People who are not aware, make sure that you are doing the practicals if you have time. So let's quickly jump on to the practicals. I'm sorry, guys. Before jumping on to the practicals, let me tell you something. First, we'll follow the steps so that it would be easy for you. The very first step, what we have to do is we have to make sure that Amazon Certificate Manager, which we have discussed yesterday. If you haven't seen, please go back and watch it and then come back here. If you have the domain name, that would be really awesome to do all the practicals. And the second one is to create VPC and the components. Third one, you have to create three instances. Fourth one, you have to create target groups. Five, you have to create one application load balancer. Six, you have to create Route 53. And after this, what we'll do, seventh step, we'll make sure that the redirection is happening from HTTP to HTTPS by enabling the rules. And also eighth step, what we'll do, we'll make sure that in HTTPS rule under load balancer, we'll make sure that the target group is TZ is targeting to the slash movies server, and we'll do the same for slash shows. That's it, guys. This is the flow. Let's go back. Guys, one more thing, I'm going to create one instance, the rest of the two instances you have to create, and make sure that you're keeping it in a private subnet only, and this should be 1B and this should be 1C. I'll create this in 1A. The reason why I am asking you to do is, one way is that video should not be that lengthy, else you will be definitely getting bored. Other way is you will also get a hands-on practice. Now let's go back to my console. So first, as I said, VPC, create VPC. I'm sorry guys. ALB project, three availability zones, three subnets, one in availability zone, create VPC. Let's wait till it gets created, guys. Okay, guys, it's getting done. Now, once it is done, what you have to do, you have to create a instances with private subnets in three different regions. Guys, before jumping onto the instances, make sure that you're giving the security group rules properly, else it will throw you in a different issues. ALB, let's see, save it. So here, inbound rules, edit inbound rules. I'll give all traffic, anywhere IP, and then all TCP I'll give, anywhere, SSH, anywhere. I'll also give HTTP and HTTPS also. Save rules. Now go back to instance, create one by one, only in private servers. One should be in 1A, one should be in 1B, home page, and another one should be in a 1C. Ubuntu, T2 is fine. Latest spam, edit. Select the VPC ALB project. This is a VPC, and where is the private subnet 1? Private subnet 1, US East 1A. No need of public IP. Create security groups, default, and advanced details. I do prepared some script, guys. This is a user data actually. It's a shell script. We should test right in which server it is going. So for that, now I have created one instance. I'm going to create next two instances, guys. So you have to create it. Okay, guys, done. If you see here, we have created all the three instances. Now, once it is done, you have to create a target groups. Go to target groups. Click on create target groups instances and then name it as, I'll name it as ALB hyphen, no, not ALB, home page hyphen TC, HTTP ALB project. We are not redirecting anything right now, but when we create movies and shows, then we are going to redirect it from here. And the next, here you have to select only home page, include pending below, and then create target groups. Done. Once it is done, first we'll create the load balancer, guys. It will be taking a lot of time. After that, we can come back and create the rest two target groups, which was movie and shows. Today's topic is application load balancer, ALB. My VPC, which is ALB project. Make sure you're selecting the public subnets only, not private subnets. Public, public, security groups. I'll select both HTTP and HTTPS protocols. 443. This is 80, I think, right? 80 only. 443, and then home page. As I said before, in yesterday's class, this is something ACM. I selected my certificate, which is attached to this to my name, and then I'll come down. I'll click on create load balancer. It will take some time. Meanwhile, we're going to create the rest of the target groups. create target group, instances, movies -tz, come down, select your VPC, come down. Here what you have to do is movies slash, then click on next. Now you have to select only movies instance. Include as pending below, create target group. Now create one more target group which is for shows.
Shows, and then this is target group, right? Okay, HTTP, and then I'll select my VPC HTTP only, and then here you have to give shows slash. That's it, and then click on next. Now you have to select only shows instance, guys. Then make it as a pending below, and then create target group. So let's wait for some time till the target groups and all the load balancer comes up. Meanwhile, what you can do is you can open Route 53 and let's attach our domain name to the network load application load balancer. Go to my Cloud Sugarma zone, create record www.cloudissuekarma.in, and then I'll click on alias to application load balancer, and then USC is 1A. I'll select my application load balancer and then create records. I can still go ahead and access with the domain name, guys. Not domain name, sorry, from the load balancer DNS name, but still see, we have to follow the real-time process only. So that's the reason why I'm attaching this DNS to Route 53. Okay. Now, what's next? We should wait till this status changes into, like, sync. Let's wait for some time. Yeah, it's got synced. Now what we can do is we can go back in www.cloudissuekarma.in. See, this is our home page. It was connected to our home page. But if I click on movies, it will not connect. And then one more thing, what we have to check now is if I remove S from HTTPS, it should redirect automatically. Here it is showing as maybe it is taking some time to sync up in the backend. If I in the incognito mode, maybe it would work. See, now it is saying not secure. But even if we are checking like this, it should redirect. But see here it is not redirecting. So for redirection, what we can do is go back to the load balancer. If you come down, guys, here you can see HTTP and 80. Okay. If you see here, one default rule is there. Click on the default rule and then see the default rule. You can check mark this and then click on actions, edit rule. Here, what you can do is redirect to URL. HTTPS you have to give the 443. Full URL you have to select here, not the URI ports, full URL, and then you have to save changes. Okay, if you wait for some time and if you try to access it with HTTP, it will automatically redirect to HTTPS. Okay, we'll try that now from the different browser. We'll open the new. No, it's still not synced in the backend. We should wait for some more time. See, now it got synced. See, if you see the certificate, it was issued by Amazon, which I have showed you yesterday during the time of when we are doing the project on network load balancer. And that's it. Redirection is done. Now what we have to do is, if I click on movies, it should go to movie site. But now I believe it should not go because we didn't configure in the target groups for now. For shows also we haven't configured in the target groups. For that, what you have to do, again you have to come back to the load balancer, click on load balancer, and then if you scroll down here you can see HTTPS rules. There are no rules here. Manage rules and then add rule, route to movies, and the next add conditions, path based. Here you have to give movies slash star and then confirm. Next, forwards to target group, refresh here. This is movies, so it will go to the movies tab, and the next priority I'll give it as 1, and the next, and then create. Now repeat the same step for creation of um, shows. select this, add the role, route to shows. It's okay, the naming convention is not a problem. Next, add condition, and then you have to add path based routing slash um, shows slash star confirm. Next, forward it to shows, and then click on next. Priority you can give it as 2. Next, create. Let's wait for some more time. Maybe it will get sync in the backend. If I click on movies, yeah, it is going to movies. See, and if I come back, if I click on shows, it will take. Yeah, it went to shows also. This server is in 1C, I think. Movies was in 1B, and the main server, which is in 1A. This is in 1A home page. Now we'll see from here. Yeah, it's working. Just cross testing. Done. That's it, guys. We have achieved whatever we have discussed. So that's all for today's session. Tomorrow we are going to meet again with the auto scaling groups. Guys, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you like my content. And also, I request you to please forward it to your friends, whomsoever is willing to learn the AWS stuff for now. And one more thing, I request you to do the practicals, guys. Please do not ignore the practicals if you're watching this, and then if you think that you are good in it, then you are definitely wrong. Please don't take me in a wrong way. You should do a lot of practicals. That will help you a lot during the time of interview, because nowadays no one is asking what is it and what is this. Everyone is asking about a different scenario based questions where you can answer only when you do the practicals. That's all from my end. Have a nice day, guys. We'll see you in the tomorrow session. Bye bye. Hi guys, good evening everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about auto scaling groups. Guys, in today's session, please do practicals if you do have time, because I have implemented something which is properly real time, where in auto scaling groups we are going to use SNS, a simple notification service, Route 53. Load balancer and target groups are common in this, but still I have used it in a different way by attaching the DNS to the Route 53. Just like a proper thing, I have also implemented SNS. SNS is again simple notification service, and added some policies like dynamic scaling policies, and also created some alarms. Okay, please do the practicals if possible. So first we'll see what are the different types of auto scaling groups we do have, and why we should use auto scaling groups. See, we do have, the very first one is vertical auto scaling, and the second one is horizontal. In Kubernetes, these were called as VPA and HPA. In Kubernetes, we will learn that later. So this vertical scaling, what it will do is, it will also does the same thing which what horizontal does, but it's quite different. It increases the resource of an existing server, guys. Imagine if there is a Netflix application running in an AWS environment. I'm just telling you an example. Okay, this Netflix server was on two EC2 instances. Two EC2 instances. They do have on-prem servers in the backend, but I'm just telling you, due to some summer holidays or due to some Christmas holidays on this Netflix, a lot of load has been fallen. Okay, daily somewhere around 100 users used to be there, and after that they found the users were increasing up to 1000 members. Then what will happen? Immediately this server will fail at one point of time. Okay, to avoid such instances, we have something called auto scaling. So this, in this auto scaling again, or auto scaling again, we do have vertical auto scaling. So this vertical auto scaling, it will increase the instances just to avoid the load, but what it will do is, if there is any instance, first this will stop the instance, and then it will raise the instance from T2 micro to T2 large only. So this is not sufficient. Imagine, leave about Netflix. Netflix is an OTT platform. If there is any banking application, if there is any banking application, and if here there is a user, he is doing some transaction, and due to some load, this vertical pod scaling came to the gameplay, and he vertical scaling wanted to increase instances, but it stopped the instances, and this transaction will be failed, right? Imagine how much loss does this bank would be face. In such case, we do have something called horizontal pod scaling. In such case, we do have something called horizontal pod scaling. Horizontal auto scaling groups. Sorry. So in horizontal groups, what will happen is it will not disturb anything. If there are any two instances, one and two, okay, daily 100 users are hitting on this server. Imagine on the very next day, there are 1 lakh users hitting on this server. So what it will do is, as per the user requirements, user is nothing but DevOps engineer or anyone, admin or someone. As per the user requirements, it will be called as metrics actually. The instances will be increased, but there will be no downtime. Here one instance will be created, here one instance will be created, here one instance will be created. These instances will be created, and it will make sure that there is no downtime for the end user. Okay, and there is no miscommunication between the data also. So it will not disturb anything, and additional server will be added based on the load. For this we require a AMI. Guys, people who haven't seen my AMI video with Packer, please do watch and come back, because in this video we are not going to explain about AMI. Uh, Instead, what we'll do is we'll simply add this AMI image to the launch template. Okay, so that's all, guys, about this autoscaling group. Let's quickly jump on to the practical session. Before jumping onto the practical, I'll tell you the steps what we cover. VPC. Second one is security groups. Third one is target groups. 4 load balancer. 5 route 53. And then 6 SNS simple notification service. 7 auto scaling group. 8 dynamic scaling. 9 alarms. 10 policies. That's it, guys. Let's follow these steps. Let's get into the practical. This is my console, guys. First, let me create launch template. People who haven't seen the Packer video with the how to create an AMI image, guys, you should go watch it and come back, please, because here we are not going to create any AMIs because we have already created one AMI. It's there with me. I'll select that AMI here. Launch template, I'll give this as AZ hyphen launch template, and then template version, I'll leave it like that. It's not required. My AMIs, this is my ASG AMI. Instance type, I'll take T2 large. Keep a latest PAM. I'm not going to include any subnets, any security groups. I'll quickly come down, and then I do have one user data. I'll put it in the description, guys, don't worry. Launch template has been created. Nice. Now what you have to do is go back to our target groups and then create target group. After the target group, you have to create load balancer. I'll also open this and keep it aside. Create target group instance, target group name auto scaling group hyphen tz. HTTP is fine. Let me select my VPC, guys. VPC and all is normal. Do not worry. We are keeping everything in public itself only. So you can create the VPC. I believe you know how to create the VPC. HTTP and then next. If you are not aware of creation of VPC, it's okay, no problem at all. Just watch my VPC video. Now I'm not going to select anything. I'm just I will just click on create targets. Now go to load balancer, create load balancer, create load balancer name auto scaling group hyphen ALB. Internet facing IPv4, and then I'm going to select my VPC. Public subnets only you have to select. public 1 2 3. Nice. And then I'm going to select this public management server also, http 80, and then I'll select listener tag name is z. I'll add one more listener, which is https 443. I'll select my target groups. I'm going to select my certificate. If you are not aware of this, what are these certificates, what are these listeners, target groups, HTTPS protocols and all, I request you to go back and watch application load balancer video. There I have explained it very clearly. And then what I'm going to do, I'll click on create load balance. Name, what happened? Space is there. Okay. Scroll down and then create load balancer. Once it is done, open Route 53. Route 53. Hosted zones, cloud Vishwakarma. Again, guys, people who are watching for the very first time, they will get confused. These are all explained in the previous sessions. Um, alias and then endpoint is an alias to application load balancer, and then US-East, North Virginia. I'll select my application load balancer. That's all fine. www. Now what's next is SNS, which is simple notification service. We should get some notifications, right? Else how would we know that the load is high or the load is low? This is auto scaling groups hyphen SNS, and then I'll click on create topic. Once after created, you have to click on subscription. Here you have to give your email and then email ID. I'm going to give my saikiran.pindipathuni18@gmail.com. saikiran.pindipathuni. Create subscription. Once it is done, what you have to do is you have to quickly open your Gmail and you should approve the subscription. See, I got AWS notification. I'll click on confirm subscription, and yeah, that's it. It's submitted. Now if you go back to SNS and if you refresh, it will be confirmed. See, confirmed. Great, we have created this. Now let's jump to the main part of the day, which is autoscaling group. Create autoscaling group. ASC-ASC- launch template we have created already. Next. Okay. Next, and then VPC, you have to select your VPC. Make sure you are selecting only public, not private. Public and then public. I scroll down. Next, attach load balancer. Yes, existing load balancer is there. I'm attaching the target group so that it will be selected. No VPC services. Guys, make sure you're turning on this elastic load balancing health checks. This is very useful because imagine in the backend your load balancer and EC2 instances will be communicated, and due to some server issue or due to some other reasons, if the instance is not getting started, then what this will do is it will automatically terminate the whole instance and it will create a new instance just to avoid the downtime or the miscommunication between the data. And it's asking how many seconds. 30 seconds is fine. No, not 30 seconds, 90 seconds is required. Don't enable any monitoring, so no, nothing. Next, desired capacity you can keep it as 1, which is current, and then minimum desired capacity is also 1. Maximum I'll keep it as 4. You can keep how many you want. I'll keep this 4 is enough for me. No scaling policies. Now we are not going to attach any scaling policies. Once after this has been deployed, I'll show you how to attach the scaling policies. Enable instance, no, nothing. And then next, add notification. SNS we have created already, it will pop up. Next, add tag, name, auto scaling group, and then next. Scroll down, create auto scaling group. Let's wait for some time, guys. It will take some decent time. Meanwhile, what you can do is click here and then you will see some auto scaling, automatic scaling. Then you have to click on create dynamic scaling policy, which what I was telling you, we can create it later. Now we'll create dynamic scaling policy. See, policy type is step scaling. I'll give this as high greater than 40. Go to CloudWatch. Now you are creating an alarm. Okay, based on the CPU utilization, you should give some metric values. Select metrics, scroll down and then EC2 and then auto scaling groups. If you scroll down, you will see CPU utilization here, guys. See, here it is, CPU utilization. Select it and then click on select metrics. Now instead of average, you should keep it as maximum. Guys, watch it very carefully. Maximum 1 minute if my instant load is greater than or equals to, if my instant load is greater than or equals to 40. Remember that one. Here you have to select the alarm, which is SNS. Based on this matrix, it will get notified. See, it is notifying to my email, which we have created before. And then next, alarm name greater than 40. If you scroll down, if you click on create alarm, now you have to come back to your dynamic scaling. If you refresh here, you have to select this alarm greater than 40. Add, we are saying add, which means my instance CPU utilization is greater than 40. Then add one instance. If it is more than, if it is more than 60, add two instance. 2 means 1 plus 1 here, right? 2, 1 will be already running. If my instance load is, I mean CPU utilization is more than 40%, add 1. If it is more than 60%, add one more. If it is more than 80%, add one more. So total how many instances will be there? 3 here. Once after you creating the auto scaling group, 1 already will be there. So total 4 instances. That's my complete value, just desired value. To how many seconds? 30 seconds is enough. And then create. As I said before, once the load is down, automatically insert should also disable, right? So in such case, what you can do is, again you have to create the policy, automatic scaling, create dynamic scaling. Here now, simple scaling, name less than 35%, and then go to CloudWatch alarms. Select metrics, same thing guys, do not worry. EC2, auto scaling, CPU utilization, select and then select metrics, remove average, maximum. If my, in a minute, go and check in a minute if my instance load is less than or equals to 35%. Remember this, if my instance in a minute, go and check if my instance load is or CPU utilization is less than 35%. Then you should send a notification to me, first to my email, and then what you will do, this is less than 35%. Next. See, now if I come to dynamic scaling, if you refresh here, if my CPU utilization is less than 35%, you have to select that policy and then not add now. Now you should remove all three. That's it. 30 seconds. Done. We have created alarms also. Now let's go to our auto scaling groups. Where is our auto scaling group? Here it is. We'll see it's really working or not. Before jumping onto it, let's check our cloudvishwakarma.in. If I enter www.cloud, okay, it was there. See guys, our server is up. Welcome to auto scaling testing by Sai Kiran. And then see the server host name is 36.80, right? Let's go back and watch if it is where it is. Okay, running. Oh, we did mistake somewhere for the sake for the tags. See if the name was not coming here. It is okay, no problem. This is also learning. See if I select this, let me check 36.80. Where it is 36.80. See, you should get a question how this is coming. Okay, we have created an Ansible file. Okay, Ansible playbook here. Whenever a new instance is creating, this playbook will run in the instance via user data. In the launch templates, if you remember, we have given this in the user data, this command sudo ansible playbook my repo, and all the rest of the top all these comments we have already created an AMI image with the same. So we only pasted this command in the user data when we are creating launch template. What it will do is it will simply run all these things. Here nothing is there, guys. If you see it, see there is a host name of the current instance, and here you are installing Python, and then here you are installing Nginx, and what you're saying is there is a my repo folder. If you see this, we have cloned this repository. This is my repository, and then I mentioned it to copy it to my repo, and from my repo, and if you come back to this playbook again, see source equal to repo, and then index.j2 file, index.j2 file, destination is var html. This is the exact directory of the nginx, guys. So we are just informing it to copy these files from source location to the destination location. This is, see, all these files are this repository files only, which what I have shown you before. So this is very small task. Do not think that it's a very big task and all. This is very normal, guys. Okay. Now we'll do one thing. We'll test it. We'll go back and we'll see if the load is really. We'll log into this machine. We shall give the stress till 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes will keep load on this machine, and then we will see whether if it is really creating any instances or not. Auto scaling should work, right? 15 minutes will give. Nice. One side I have opened another. See, CPU percentage is 100. Okay, now go back to alarms and we'll see if there is any alarm. There is alarms. Here it is. See, alarm is ringing. I don't know if you guys are hearing or not, but I can hear. It will trigger a instance here. If you come down, if I refresh, if you see here, one instance is initializing. See, before we do have two instances, right? This portfolio and another, this one name. See, we didn't mention the tags, that's why it's not showing here. If you see here, it is initializing. And if you go back to alarms, see this for more than 40%, this alarm is on, it's triggering. And then if you go to the alarm and if you see the logs, see it's high 100%, it's showing the graph here. Okay, now this is our previous one, which is 10.36. I'll simply refresh, watch like that. Now what will happen? See, guys, see now what happened. 7.56, the load is balancing, right? If you see here again, I'll refresh. See 3680. See the IPs here, don't see the game here. See the IPs 5680. If I go inside this instance, and if I increase the weight for 100% with the h stop, I mean with the stress command, again what will happen is if I refresh, third server will be created, because my desired servers were 4. If you wanted to keep it 10, you can keep it as 10. That's completely your wish. Okay, so yeah, this is what I wanted to tell you, guys. This is what about auto scaling in Kubernetes. We do call it as horizontal pod auto scaling and vertical pod auto scaling. So we'll be definitely learning it in future after the DevSecOps. After my AWS, I'm planning to go with DevSecOps. So that's all from my end today. If you really like my video, please share it to your friends. I personally request you to do practice, guys. If you're not doing the practice, then you cannot overcome with the interviews. That's all for today. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Happy weekend, everyone. Bye. Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about Route 53 and its policies, guys. Today we are going to discuss about Route 53 and its policies. So before jumping on to the practical policies, first we'll see what exactly is a Route 53, and we'll learn one by one policies, and then we'll do practicals accordingly. Okay, we'll see one policy and then we'll do practicals like that. Um, so guys, let's say you have a website hosted on an AWS CC2 instance. Okay, this is a AWS CC2 instance, and this does have some unique IP, right? And there is an end user here where he is trying to access your website with some domain name called www.xyz.com. So here Route 53 in the middle, what it will do is this service is provided by AWS, which is also called as DNS, domain name service. So what Route 53 will do is it will make sure whenever a user is trying to access your website, so this domain name will be transmitted into an IP address, and this will route the traffic to the particular instance. Okay, but you also wanted to make sure that there is no miscommunication between the uh, your web server and your end user. Also, whenever your end user is trying to access your web server, he should not face any downtime. So for that, what you have did, you have created an separate EC2 instance. Okay, whenever this server goes down, and it will automatically routes the traffic to this server. Okay, but how does Route 53 know that this server is down? Or how does Route 53 know if this server is down, then I should transfer all the load to the another instance? How does it know? So here comes, there is something called Route 53 policies. First, we'll see failover policy. Guys, all these days we were watching continuously for simple routing. For today we are going to see different routing policies. If you are not aware of the simple routing, I request you to go back to our very first video, which is day 00. There I have explained you about simple routing. First we'll see failover policy. Okay, imagine this is your web server launched on EC2 instance, and here is a user is trying to access your website with the help of www.somexyz.com. And as I said before, how does Route 53 know that this server is down? We do have something called health checks. So when doing the practicals, first we are going to configure the health checks, and then what this health checks will do is for each and every 10 seconds of interval time, it will go back to the instance and it will check in the backend whether this instance is up and running or it is running smooth or not. Okay, if it is not running good, something has been happened, and this traffic will be automatically shifted to the another EC2 instance. Here comes, there is a policy called how this traffic will be shifted. Here comes, there is a policy called failover. Storage people can call this as an failover and failback policy. We can also call this as an primary and secondary policy. Okay, now let's quickly jump onto the practical, and we'll see how this failover and failback policy works, or how this failover policy works. I'll open my console, guys. This is my console. As I said before, we are going to work more with AMIs in future. If you are unaware of AMI videos, please go back and watch it, guys. People who do not have time, it's okay. What I'm going to do is, before coming to this session, I have created an AMI, which is 2 3 days back. I have created one AMI. With that AMI image, here is my AMI. I have launched one instance in North Virginia, and then I copied this AMI to Mumbai region. Here it is, and then with the help of this AMI in Mumbai region, I'm sorry, this is North Virginia. I'll open Mumbai. So here it is. So this is my Mumbai region, and if I open AMIs, Sorry guys. See, I have copied this AMI image from North Virginia to Mumbai region, and then with this help of AMI, I have created one instance. Okay, in the instance, what script I run? We have already did this before. I have installed Nginx, and then I have installed certport, and then I've installed like make sure all my domain names are affecting in the Nginx server block. Here it is. We are going to test failover, latency, weighted, and then geolocation. If you're not understanding this, don't worry. I'm going to write step by step on GitHub repository for the people who have not watched my previous videos. So now let's go back and test our uh, failover policy. Before going to it, what you have to do, you have to go to the Route 53. I'll click on Cloud Vishwakarma. Before creating records, what you have to do is you have to create a health check. Create health checks. Name, I'll give this as US server endpoints, and then I'll select this as TCP 80 protocol, and make sure that you're copying the North Virginia protocol, which is US North Virginia IP, and then fast 10 seconds, give the threshold value as 1. These are just health checks, guys. What it will do is it will go back and check the instance, and it will pass the information to the Route 53 that the instance is down. Then the policies will get activated. Now create another record. This is India server, and then TCP 80 is fine, 80 port, okay. Now you have to copy Mumbai region IP address. This is Mumbai region, correct? Yeah. Copy Mumbai region IP, come back to here and then paste it. Advanced settings, fast 10 seconds, threshold value should be 1. Scroll down and then click on next. Create health checks. Nice. After some time, this too will be showing as healthy. Now it will not show. It will take some time. It is okay. Now you have to come back to your Route 53 policies. Go back to your hosted zones. Select your cloud issuekarma.in domain, and then make sure you're creating the records. So now what we are testing? We are testing failover, right? Click on next domain. I'll give this as failover.cloudissuekarma.in, and then 1 minute is enough. Define a failover record. I'll give, this is the primary IP. For primary, I'm going to give North Virginia, and then I'll select as primary, and then I'm going to select US East server. I'll give the US name. Define a failover record. I'm going to create one more record. Same. Copy the Mumbai IP. Come back here and then paste it. This is the secondary server. This is Indian server, and then India. Define a failover record. Now what we have did, guys, we have created a two records. One is primary is for US, another one is secondary is for India. So what we are saying here is, hey, Route 53 failover policy, if the US server is down for some reasons, then what you have to do is, then you have to quickly transfer all your targets or all your traffic to your Indian region. Okay, this is what we are saying in failover policy, and then create records. Let's wait for it to come up. It should be showed as in sync. Let's wait for some time, guys. Okay, it's in sync now. What you have to do, see, the health checks were also good. It's showing as healthy. Now if I try to access what was our name, failover, right? Failover.cloudissuekarma.in. See, it is showing as US East server. It's going to the primary server only. As of now, there were no issues in the primary server, so that's why it is going to the US East server itself only. Even if I refresh, it's not going to the Mumbai region. Now what I'm going to do is, I'll quickly connect to this instance. Here what I'm going to do is systemctl. I'll stop the Nginx, guys. Okay, before stopping it, let me open this. If I is equal to 0, I do have one command. I'm going to give it to you, don't worry. But you have to change the, this is latency, right? You have to change it to um, failover. Instead of monitoring, we are just entering this command to check how many packets were hitting to the server. If I enter, See, it is going to the US East, right? This is our primary server. Now what I'm going to do is I'll come back here and I'll stop Nginx. I'll check systemctl status Nginx. See, it is inactive, right? Now see, guys, watch carefully. After some time, see, the packet was not hitting now. After some time, this will change to Mumbai. See, it is going to the Mumbai server now. If you see here, a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and it went up to 26 seconds, and then it has been the route has been transmitted to the Mumbai region itself only. So this is how a failover works. Now let me start the Nginx again. Don't forget to start it, guys. You have to start. And then if you can delete these two records. Now there is no work with failover. We are done with the failover. Okay, nice. Next, what we're gonna see is, now we have seen failover. Now what we're gonna see is we're gonna see latency.
Latency. Here, imagine guys, latency is very simple. Do not get confused. Here is your web server, okay, and here is a user. And when this user is trying to access your web server, this user is trying to access your web server. So the time taking for this packet to reach to your web server and the time your web server is giving response to this user is called as latency. So basically, why we use this latency policy for what we're going to achieve is this will help us to improve the performance of our application. By what? By directing users to a region that can provide the fastest response time for their DNS queries. Okay, this is what exactly latency is. Now, see, I'll tell you another example. Guys, here we are not restricting any users. We are going to restrict users only in geolocation. Here we are not restricting anything that Europe regions should go to Europe data centers only, or US regions, US users should go to US data centers only, or Indian users should go to Indian. No, we are not restricting anything here. This is completely depends upon the latency. Okay, based on the user latency, it will retrieve the information from the nearest region. Imagine he is in Europe, Frankfurt, okay, or here someone from India trying to access this. Okay, what is the point of him to route the traffic to Europe and then from here to here? It's again latency, right? It's again a performance issue. So what if he's reaching directly to the nearest data center? But still, there is no point of routing the traffic to the different region and sending it to the target. So this is something called latency. Now we are going to go back and see how exactly does latency works. Come back here, create records, latency, click next, subdomain. I'll give it as latency only, latency.cloudishwakarma.in, and then 1 minute is enough. Define a latency record. Here I'm going to select um, North Virginia IP first, and then I'm going to paste it here. Region US East. This is the North Virginia. I'm going to select US server, and then I'll mark it as US. Define latency record. Now create one more record. Same. Copy the Mumbai IP address right now. See, latency will simply take from which region you are trying to access. Mumbai, and then India, India. Define latency. Now if I click on records and if I refresh, let's wait for some more time till it gets status as sync. If you see here, now it's in sync, guys. Before, whenever we are trying to access, for example, now I'll go here and then I'll give latency.cloudishwakarma.in. It is coming to Mumbai server because I'm checking this from Mumbai region, I mean Asia Pacific region. Now if I come back here And then if I say I equal to 0, I'm sorry, I equal to 0, and then if I enter this command, small script to check, see it is going to only Mumbai region. Okay, it's following the latency policy. Now if I connect to this server, if I am given I equal to 0, and then if I run here, see it is going only to the US East server. This is called latency, guys. This is exactly what latency means.
Now let's go back to our picture. Now here we are going to see another policy which is weighted, policy. Guys, here in weighted policy, imagine you have two versions, version 1 and version 2. Okay, this you wanted to test. This you want to test. There are two use cases. I'm going to tell you one by one. Okay, this is version 1 and this is version 2. Now imagine you want to test a new feature on version B, which is this is A and this is B. You want to test only it on version B, but you don't want to allow all your traffic or all your users to see it immediately. Okay, instead you wanted to gradually roll out the new feature to a small percentage. Whenever a traffic is hitting, you are routing this traffic to version 1 only, which is primary, which is A only. You are allowing only some traffic like one or two packets. You are making sure that you are allowing to this version B just to test this version. This is one use case in real time. Okay, and this weighted can also be used as an load balancing. What you can do is simply you can balance the load for India, Asia Pacific, you can allow some users, and then for US region, you can allow some users. You can balance the load between these two. There is something called in weighted which is 255. This is the record value actually. In between this, you can give how many records you wanted to give. Now I'll show you in the practicals. Our records, create a record, and then click on weighted. Come down, and then click on next. Select weighted. I'm going to give this as route, and then route traffic to IPv4. 1 minute. Define record. IP address. Now give North Virginia IP address. Okay. Paste it here. See here the weight can be a number between 0 to 255, which means I'm going to give one record to US. Okay, and I'm going to select US East server. I'll name this as US. I'm giving only one record, guys. Out of 255, I'm giving only one record. Define record, and then again define record. IP. Now I'm going to give Asia Pacific IP. I'll allow 254 records here. 254 records, which means maximum we are giving it to India itself only. And then India. Now define a record. Click on create record. If you check from here, waited. See, maximum of the packets will be going to the Mumbai server itself only. We'll check here also. Okay. If you see Mumbai server, lot of traffic has been going to the Mumbai server. At some point of time, it will send some packets to the US East region. That's all, guys. We do have one more thing, which is geolocation. See, I have showed you three, right? Let me go back here. If you click on records, we have discussed about simple routing since day one. Here, this is nothing but we will be just giving an easy to instance IP address. That's all. And then we have seen weighted. We have not seen geolocation. We have seen latency and failover. Multi-value and IP base. I have not tested this, but for sure in future when completing the AWS sessions, we are going to discuss this. But guys, we have discussed about five policies. Now I request you to go through the geolocation. You do it. This is your assessment. It is very easy, guys. What you can do is you just simply click on record, and then you have to enter the target IPs. That's it. It will strictly follow the IPs. The US users will be sent to the US, and the Indian users will be sent to the Indian. Europe users will be sent to the Europe. That strict rule it will follow. That's what geolocation is. You can do it. It's very easy. That's all from my end, guys. Thank you so much for watching the session. If you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section. And also, I request you to please do practicals. Do not just ignore by watching this video. You can connect to me over LinkedIn, and please share this video to your friends and whomsoever is willing to learn AWS. And thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice day. Bye. Hi guys, very good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS WAF, which is Web Application Firewall, and then Shield. Before jumping onto this WAF and Shield, first we will understand what is the purpose of using this WAF and Shield. See, it is mainly used to avoid attacks from DDoS. We'll look into this now. And or if you wanted to block any particular IP, or if you wanted to block any particular region, or if you wanted to block any particular site like Google or Instagram or etc. Okay, by using this WAF and Shield, we can make sure that we are allowing a fine-grained network. Now we'll see what exactly is this DDoS. DDoS is something distributed denial of service. Guys, apologize for my writing again. I'm writing it on screen, please don't mind. So the name itself does have the exact meaning. If you see it here, distributed is something, but imagine this as an botnet. I'll tell you what is botnet. And then denial is something again. It is making sure that the action of denying something is what here, a target server. Imagine this is an e-commerce site. Okay, who is doing this? A hacker or an attacker. These botnets, what I said, botnets are again something but a group of you can simply remember as a group of zombies or a group of bots. So these bots have been filled with some virus. These bots have been filled with some virus. So what this attacker will be doing is, this attacker will be having the remote access to these botnets, and once the botnets has been established, or once the botnets have been configured by the attacker or the hacker, each bot sends a request to the target IP address. See, this is the target server. Imagine this is an e-commerce server or Amazon or Flipkart, something. And what this botnets will do is it will make sure it is causing the server to become heavyweight. So imagine once the server is heavyweight, what will happen? It will automatically fail. Correct? So what exactly it is doing is it is stopping the main traffic. See, instead of the genuine users, this bot attackers are stopping the main traffic from here. Guys, in interview they might be asking you, even if you use AWS security groups or even if you use AWS firewalls, stateful or stateless firewalls, do you still think that you are allowing only fine-grained network? Then the answer is 100% no, because the reason is there are some vulnerabilities, okay, which you can't even stop, which were SQL injection or cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting. So these attacks you can't even stop with the security groups or firewalls or something. So if you wanted to block some IPs or if you wanted to block some sites from a particular country, so what you can do is you can use web application firewall, and then you can also use Shield. So now let's jump onto the practical and we'll see some practicals. I'm going to block my IP itself, and then I'm going to block one region, and we'll see how it is behaving. So what are the steps we'll be following here today? First, I'll create one instance, and then I'll install Nginx in it. I'll keep this in US East 1A, and then I'm going to second step, I'm going to install the same instance, another instance. I'll keep this in 1B, and I'm going to create one target group and load balancer, And this load balancer DNS, this is the third step, and fourth step will make sure that this DNS is attaching it to the route 53. And last we'll create a web application firewall, and then we'll block some IPs and we'll block some regions, and we'll see how it is behaving. Let's quickly jump back to the practicals. This is my console. Let me launch one instance. I'll give this as wav-1a and then Ubuntu 20. I'll take T2 micro is fine, and I'm going to select my key pair and then edit my VPC. You can give public subnet, guys, no problem. For now, I'm keeping this in 1C. Okay, let's keep it in 1A, public 1A, and then enable security groups, public management server. In the user data, I'll give shebang. I'm sorry, bin bash sudo apt update sudo apt install nginx. I'll give -y here, and then echo. This is US 1A. I'll copy this to /var slash www slash html slash index dot html, sorry, index dot nginx hyphen debian dot html. Sudo system ctl restart nginx systemctl start nginx. Now I'll launch the instance. Come back. wav-1b. Nice. Launch instance. Now open target groups, and then I'll also open load balancer. We are going to create application load balancer here. First we'll create target groups, instance, wav-tz. HTTP is fine. I'm going to select my VPC and then click on next. Let me refresh. The second server is not up, I think. Okay, it's up now. If you refresh, see, we got three servers. Select 1A and 1B and then include pending below. Create target groups. Now go back to the load balancer. Create a load balancer, application load balancer, WAF, and then ALB, internet facing. Make sure you are selecting your public subnets only when creating load balancer. I'm going to select my public management server. Here, make sure you're selecting the target groups, scroll down, and then create load balancer. Now what you have to do, you have to open Route 53 and make sure you're attaching the DNS, load balancer DNS name to one of the domain name. I'll open my domain. I'll create record, simple record, next, define simple record, waf.cloudishwakarma.in alias to application load balancer, which is US East 1A, and then I'm going to select my load balancer, define simple record, and then create records. Nice, you have done the part. Now what you have to do is go and open WAF. So first what you have to do is, instead of creating a web ACL is again nothing but access control list. First you have to click on IP sets. Let me see my IP. I'm going to block my IP only. This is my IP address. Create IP set. So now you are blocking one IP. I am blocking my IP only. If I try to access this DNS with a different mobile or different machine like laptop or desktop, it will work. But for me, it will block because I'm blocking my own IP. I'll close this and I'll copy, and then paste /30 to make sure you're giving the subnet mask. Guys, before creating, what I'm going to do is I'll just type wap cloud-vishwakarma.in. It should work actually. Loading. Okay, I'll open this in incognito mode. See, it is working. My web server is working. Okay, with the help of this load balancer DNS name. Now, what I'm going to do is click on create IP set. Once you have created IP set, then you have to go to the web ACLs. Here, you have to add some rules. Create web ACL. You have to select the regional resource. If you wanted to select Amazon CloudFront as per your environment or as per your wish, you can select CloudFront distributions. There are some default values here. Selecting my regional resource, here I'm going to give block IP. We can give any name. And then here you have to add your resource. Here, what is my resource? Application load balancer, right? We are trying to access this site with the load balancer. So you have to select your resource here and then you have to add it. Click on next. You should add the rules now. Again, here two rules, guys. One is managed rule groups. AWS does have some default values, so it will be following with the default values. Or if you wanted to give your own rules, you can click on my add-on rules and then you have to select IP set. Again, block IP. You have created one IP set right here, so it will reflect here automatically. You have to select block and then add rules and then click on next. Select this and then click on next. Block IP, enable sample request and then next. See, it is working right. I'll quickly go back here and then I'll refresh. See, it's forbidden. If I try to access this DNS name, this load balancer with another mobile or laptop, it will work because I block my own IP. Now what we'll do, we'll add one more rule here and we'll block India and after that we'll block USA and we'll see how it is behaving. Add rules, my own rules, rule builder, block India. Here under statements you have to select originate from a country in and then you have to give US, not US. Now we'll be blocking India. Block and then add rule and then save it. If I try to access from this machine or from India region, it will not work. But from the North Virginia, it will work. I'll tell you how. See, if you see here, curl and then http colon double slash waf dot cloud vishwakarma visha vishwakar vishwakarma.in. See, it is working from here. But if you try to access it from India anywhere, it will not work. It will show as an forbidden itself only. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll change the rule values. Go back here, web ACL, and if you click on rules again, I'm sorry, add my own rules. Select rule builder, and then under statement, select originate from a country. Here you have to select US. Scroll down, and then add rule. Oh, you can, if you wanted to use any custom values, you can enable it and you can also write some custom codes. My case it's not required, so I'm not doing any. And then add rules. See here, if you select India and then if you move up, automatically India priority will get 0 and USA priority will change it to 1. If I save, now see, block India. India priority is 0. My IP priority is 1 because we have released this block India to 0 priority. Automatically my IP should also work. But if you try to access this US, it will not work. Now if I refresh here, see, it's working again because we have changed the priority of India to 0. Okay, this is how web application firewall works, guys. You can expect a minimal interview questions on it as far as I know. But if you wanted to deep dive, then you can go through a lot of documentations were there on Google, so you can go through it. And now, if you come back to Shield, Shield is again, if you see here, the subscription is bit high, which is 3,000 per month. Then I do not have a subscription, so I am not allowed to do this actually. $3,000 per month, and this is costing extremely high, which will somewhere around per year $36,000. Imagine if you are paying 3,000 per month to the web server and how much revenue that website is generating. Example, if you can take Mintra, Flipkart, or any of the e-commerce web servers, web applications. So in such use case, this is really recommended because WAF mainly helps in avoiding the DDoS attacks. If you wanted to go through the documentation, you can go through it. But as far as I know, there were no much questions on this WAF and Shield. So if you still wanted to deep dive and do more practicals on it, then you can go through some of the documentations and stuff from the YouTube or Medium. So that's all from my end, guys. This is what I wanted to explain today. And tomorrow we are going to start IAM, and it will go up to next 3 days, where we are going to deep dive into all the IAM roles, policies, users, and groups. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Please put it in the comment section if you have any doubts. Also, send me a LinkedIn connection request if you have any doubts. We can also discuss there. And see you tomorrow, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS IAM, which is Identity and Access Management. Guys, we do have some other components like users, roles, user groups, and policies. So before jumping onto it, first we'll understand what is the sole purpose of IAM, why it is required in AWS services. Okay, guys, imagine there is a startup company and that there is a CEO for that startup company and her name is Reshma. For time being, just imagine. So she does have a startup company, and what is her next task? She have to make sure that she is hiring some employees, and she have to make sure that she is delivering the productivity to the end user. So for that, what she has did, she has hired one developer, and then she has hired one QA engineer, and then she has hired one salesperson. Once after you are entering into the organization, they will not, I mean, your manager will not be asking you to do the work directly. Before that, what they will do, they will create or they will give you some access. So before giving that access, what they will do, they will create one username and password for you. Correct? So here Reshma also did the same thing. She has created a user for the developer, she has created a user for the QA, and she has created a user for the sales team also. Nice. Till here it is good. Once after this, see guys, listen properly here, listen carefully. Dev team might be working in a different tools. They might be working on Lambda function, they might be working on developer tools, and QA might be working on a different services. The same like that, sales might be working on analysis and analytics with the the billing and all those things, billing data and all those things. So in such case, we have to define what actions are allowed. Remember what I'm saying. You have to define what actions are allowed on which resource within the AWS account. Okay, so for that, what we have to do, we have to create a role for them again. So Reshma has created a role for the developer, Reshma has created a role for the QA engineer, and she has created a role for the salesperson also. Nice. Till now it is good. Imagine Now you have to give the access to the particular resource. Okay, in AWS there are n number of resources, and again, if you go to EC2, I'll show you the example. If you go to EC2, see how many policies were there. I mean, how many type of resources are there under the EC2. So many were there, almost more than 100 were there. So how you will give the access to the user particularly? So in such case we do have something called access. Okay, I'm going to tell you this, do not worry. Nice, till now it is good. You have created a user, you have assigned a role, and then you have given access whatever they required. Developer might be want to see the EC2 instance, you have given that access. QA might be want to see something, and you have given the access. Now at last, we do have some groups in our organizations, right? Teams groups. We will be making sure that everyone is standing on the same page, and for the meetings or huddles or any coffee tea breaks, then we are going to ping in that group, and we will make sure everyone is standing on the same page. So for that, what Reshma has did is she has created a group. Sorry guys, she has created a user group for all the developers. She has created a user group for all the testers. She has created a user group for all the sales team. Okay, till here it is good. Now guys, watch very carefully. Here in IAM, this user is nothing but the very first component. Whenever someone requires anything, first you have to create a username and password for them. That is called user. Okay, and then once after creating, as I said before, developer might be working on different tasks. QA might be working on different tools. Developer might be working on different tools. So here you have to define what actions are allowed on which resource within the AWS, or you can set a permissions that can be assumed by the users or other AWS services. For that, what we'll do, this is the first step. These are roles. For that, we'll be creating the roles. This is the second step. And here I was talking something about access. Access is nothing but policy. Guys, as I said before, see there are how many policies were there in EC2. Imagine if you are giving access to EC2, under EC2 you can restrict the user that he can only view the instance, or he can start and stop the instance, or he can watch the status of the instance. So such kind of access will be done by policy itself. And then at last what we have, user group. User group is again nothing. Imagine there are there are 10 developers now, and in future there are 100 developers within your team. Now is it possible for you to go to the each and every developer and give the access? No, right? What is the best way? Simply you will keep everyone in the user group, and you will create one policy, and you will attach this policy directly to this user group. I hope you understand my explanation, guys. If you do not understand, I request you to please go back and watch it again. And now we will quickly jump on to the practicals. Before jumping on to the practicals, let me tell you something. I'm telling you on daily basis. Please, please, I request you to do the practicals. If you're not doing the practicals and you feel yourself depressed that you're not cracking the interview, then it's your mistake only, guys. Because nowadays no one is asking what questions. Everyone is asking about scenario questions. Here, simply an interviewer can ask a simple question on what is the hierarchy of an IAM. You can explain him this in a technical way, not like a storytelling way. First the users, and then like roles, policies, and then user groups. So this is the only way you can achieve scenario based questions, and you can crack the interview. Okay, so now we'll quickly jump on to the practicals. Here is my console, guys. Before coming to the session, what I have did is I have created a instance just to avoid wasting time. So when you are creating instance, guys, make sure that you are giving a proper tags, because tags plays a very crucial role here. See, the tag what I've given is owner and the test user one. You also do the same, and then come back here, go to IAM. Just like Kubernetes labels, here in IAM tags plays a very crucial role. Now, before attaching the policy, we need a user, correct? Click on create, and then username is test user one. And then I want create IAM user custom password. I'll keep Guys, here I'm uncheck marking this because once after the user has been logged in, it will push him to create a new password. For me, it's not required. If you wanted to do it, you can check mark it and then click on next. Now I'm not going to add any kind of policy. I'll simply click on next and then I'll create user. Nice, we have created a user. Now what you have to do, you have to create a policy. Before creating a policy, first we'll check whether this console is working as expected or not. Let's log into this user console. My username is test user 1 and the password is, see, everything has access denied, and here it is showing 0 instances, but 2 instances are running in our case. See how many instances? 2 instances were there. Now for that, what you have to do is you have to click on policies, create policy. Before creating a policy, what you have to do is you have to open um, policy generator. This is IAM policy generator, guys. Select IAM policy. I want Amazon EC2. Where is my EC2? It should be here somewhere. See, here it is. Amazon EC2. Amazon EC2 do have so many policies. See how many policies were there. But for now, we don't require this. We only require describe instances. I'm going to just give the access to the user just to watch how many instances were running and what was the status of it. So for that, describe status instance, and then I'm going to give what are the types, and then I'm going to give him the access to see what kind of instances we do have, and then add statement, and then create policy. See, generate policy. If the policy has been generated, now simply I'll copy this. I'll go back to, now I'll simply copy this. I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I have created a file here, testuser.json, and then I'll paste it here. Nice. So I'll copy this, come back to policy. Now instead of selecting from here, what I'm going to do is I'll simply give the JSON file here completely. I'll paste it and then I'll click on next. What was the policy name? Test user hyphen policy. No need of giving the description, create a policy. Once after this, it's not done, guys. Now you have to go back to your users again and you have to make sure that you are attaching this policy. Add permissions, attach existing policy, test user policy, and then click on next, add permissions. That's it. Now if you go back to your console and if you refresh, you will be able to see the instances, you will be able to see the status of it and what kind of instances they were using. See, state is running, status is 2 by 2 T2 micro. We do have the access to view it. Now if the user try to stop this instance, he might not be having the access because we have not given an authorization to him. See, you are not authorized to perform this operation. Now let's go back here and create one more policy. Now let's open GPT. You can open any of the AI tools. Your organization might be having some AI tools. Generate a policy for IAM instance start and stop along with the resource and condition tag. See, here is the policy we got. I'll copy this, come back here, paste it. Control Shift P for format document. It will make sure the indentation is set properly. See, here what we are doing is we are giving the user to access to start and stop the instance, and then on which AWS account you want to do, you have to do that. You have to mention your account ID here. Here instead of star, you can simply give INSTANC instance ID, guys, directly. But imagine if there are 20 instances, you cannot give 20 instances ID, right? So in such case, what I'm going to do is I'll just give star. Don't confuse here. If I'm giving star, that doesn't mean this user can go ahead and stop other instances. No, it's not like that. Now what we're going to do is we are going to give the tags here. owner. What was the name we have given? Owner. And the value what we have given? Test user 1. Test user 1. And what was our AWS account ID? Go here and then click on account and then copy it. Come back to Visual Studio Code and paste your account ID. Save it. Go back to policies again. Where is policy? Yeah, here is my policy. I'll click on it. I'll click on edit. I'll change the entire thing and then I'll click on next. I'll save the changes. Policy has been applied. Now if you go back to your user account and if you refresh, you should be able to stop the instance. You should be able to stop the instance. Guys, in this code I forgot to tell you something. This star represents a region. If you wanted to do it on a particular region like US East 1, US West or Asia Pacific, then you can simply enter the region here. Okay, now go back to the policy and our user, and then let's try to stop this instance and we'll see if we do have the access or not. We should have the access. Click on stop instance. See, the instance has been stopped successfully, but before what it showed, you are not an authorized user. Now let's, what we can do is, now let's open route 53. Let's develop slowly, guys. Let's not confuse. If you open route 53 again, you will not be having any access. See, but in our route 53 we do have some hosted zones. Now give the access for route 53 also. I'll simply give full view access. Route 53 full policy for, see, here it is. What you have to do, you have to copy this, come back and paste it here. For formatting the document, Control Shift P and format document. Copy everything. Guys, this is the way you have to develop, guys. You should not directly go and copy and paste the code. That's not the right way. Even in your test or production environment, make sure you're doing it step by step. See, first what we did, we have created an EC2. I mean, we have given an access to the user for check the status. Then we have given access for start and stop. Then for route 53. Now, and then if you go back to the users again, if you refresh, now you will be able to see the hosted zones. Just hold on. See, we are able to see the hosted zones here. Now let's come back. I'm going to show you something now which is called as inline policies. If you come back to policy, if you come back to user, I'm sorry, if you come back to user, there is something called inline policy. Guys, this inline policy is something I should have created two users actually. I have created only one, I mean two instances. I have created only one instance. See, there is an instance called, this is user 1 and this is user 2. Here what we did, we have created a separate policies for it. This is policy 1 and this is policy 2 with inline. If we are if we are imagine if we are giving only EC2 access and then here we are giving only S3 access to it. Okay, for time being, what this inline policy, what this inline policy will do is, you can directly copy this JSON file in the inline policy. Then what this user one will have is, he will be having both EC2 and S3 access also. This is called inline policy actually. I should have created two instances and show you, but it's okay. I just try to understand the story. So this is how inline policy works. Or if I copy this JSON file of user one and if I paste it in inline policy, he will be having S3 and EC2. No need of creating separate policy and attaching it to the user. Simply go to the inline policy and you can paste the JSON file there. So he will be having access of both. This is inline policy. And now we do have something called permission boundaries, guys. This is quite important. I'll delete this. Okay, I'll delete this policy. Due to some reasons, the admin has given a full rights to this test user 1. Full rights is nothing but administrator access, which means he have the full access, just like our CEO in the example. He can do anything. He can delete, he can stop, and he can do whatever he want to do. He can delete the production servers also if he's having for administrator access. So in such case, how we can restrict him, how we can set up permission boundaries. There is something called permission boundaries. If you click on set permission boundaries, you can select our test user policy. Or I'll do one thing, I'll create one more policy here. I'll name this as permission boundaries dot json. I'll open GPT again, generate only view access for S3 and EC2 instance. Administrator access means he can do whatever he want to do, guys. Now what I'm doing is I'm just restricting him. I'm just restricting him with the boundaries.
What you have to do is you have to create one policy and then paste your entire policy here. Click on next, set this as permission boundary, and then come down, create a policy. Once after you create it, go back to the users. See here he do have administrator access, right? If I open S3 here, this does have administrator access. Now we haven't added any permission boundaries to this administrator access. Now I can do whatever I want to do. Simply what I'll do is I can 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 some bucket I'm going to create. It will not throw any error, it will simply create the bucket. Okay, now if I restrict it, see guys properly, I'm going to restrict it with permission boundaries. Refresh here, or else your policy will not get visible. Yeah, here it is. In this permission boundary, what we have given, only to allow, easy to describe, and only to create, list S3 buckets. Correct? Now I'll click on set boundary. A new boundary has been set to that user, and if I refresh, and if I refresh, if I create a bucket, see what error it will throw. Create bucket failed because permissions denied for this particular, see, permission is required. But before, during the time of this administrator access, we have created one bucket here. See, okay. So this is all about permissions and policies in IAM, guys. Tomorrow we are going to discuss on a different topic. So I hope you understand what we have discussed today. And if you understand and if you're able to do the practicals, please like my video and please do subscribe, guys. And also send this video to the people whomsoever willing to learn. And that's all from my end today. If you have any doubts, you can put it in the comment section. Also, you can ping me on LinkedIn. And have a nice day, everyone. We'll meet you in the tomorrow session. Bye bye.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about IAM roles. Guys, in today's session, before jumping on to the roles, we'll just discuss about yesterday's session. Yesterday we have created one role, sorry, one user, and then we have attached one policy. Here again we have attached some inline policies, and then we have added some boundaries, and then after that we have attached this policy to the user. And this user had some access key and credentials, username and password. He have the console access and he logged in. Correct? This is the process we have followed. But today in roles, we'll be creating one role and we'll be attaching one policy, whatever it is required, and we will attach this instance, attach this role directly to the instance. You can ask me what is the point of using roles. Here we are also following some policies and we are also attaching some inline policies in roles. But when you are creating a user here, okay, in some cases you might need AWS configuration where you're going to enter AWS access key and secret key, correct? But in roles it doesn't require, guys. Even if it is required, those are temporary keys only. We'll see that in today's practical session. Those are temporary keys only. Those are not permanent keys. Okay. And if you still want to see this, there is something called Amazon's IP, default IP for metadata. It's curl check URL http double slash colon and then 198.254.198.254 slash latest slash meta hyphen data slash IAM slash credentials, security credentials it will be. If you go here and see, you will find your credentials. So by following roles strategies, we can achieve the task in a most secure way. Now today we are going to discuss about two tasks. The very first task is in an interview, the interview might be asking you, I want a particular access to a particular bucket. Listen this carefully. Particular bucket. He clearly mentioned he need access to a particular bucket, not all the S3 buckets. Okay. And the second question might be, uh, how will you assign a how will you sorry for my writing guys, I'm writing it on screen. How will you assign a role to the particular user? See, in roles, what we'll do is we'll create role and we'll attach it to the instance directly, but interview might be asking you how you will attach it to a user. Got it? Now we'll see these both tasks and we'll do the practicals. Let's jump on to the practicals, guys. This is my console. So before creating IAM roles and other things, first we need two instances. Take Amazon Linux only. I will give it as testing. T2 micro is fine. Latest spam. Edit my VPC. Public subnet and then enable security groups. Scroll down and then launch instance. Meanwhile, what you can do is you can go back to the IAM. You can also open S3 bucket because we are going to give access to S3. Go to IAM. Our today's task is roles, correct? Click on roles, create a role. I'll assign a role to the EC2. So I'm selecting EC2 instance here. I'm not going to keep any policies and I'll simply click on next. I'll mark this as main role 1 and then create role. Nice, this role has been created successfully. I'll refresh here. Okay, here is my role. So I wanted to attach one inline policy to this. I'll click on JSON. On the other side, also open one tab and open policy generator. We do have policy generator already. Click on policy generator. Select policy. If you are not aware of this, please watch yesterday's session, guys. We have discussed this in the yesterday's session. Amazon S3, and then I'll select all. I need all access. So he said a particular bucket, right? I do have two buckets. I'll give access to the flow logs. In order to give it, you need to copy the ARN. Come back, paste your ARN here, slash star. Oh, sorry, slash star, which means full access to that particular bucket. Add statement and then generate policy. Copy all this, come back to your inline policy and paste it here. Click on next. I'll give you the policy name as S3 full access main. Make sure you're remembering the policy names, else you will struggle later. Okay, now if I go back to my instances, it might be up. I'll change the name 1 and then I'll change this to testing 2. I'll log into the testing one first. Connect sudo su hyphen. I'm going to create one file called Saikiran. Touch is nothing but it will create a file, guys. Enter Saikiran. Now I wanted to check whether, see, there is no bucket access and it is asking us to create AWS configure. No, we are not going to do it. Instead, we will attach the role directly. This is what I said. In the policies, you should enter this configure and you should enter the access key and secret key. But in roles, it's not required. You will attach the instance, you will attach the role directly to the instance, and in the backend, it will take some temporary keys, not the permanent keys. Now, what you'll do is AWS S3 copy Saikiran to S3 colon double slash. What is my bucket name? Flow logs, right? Yeah, flow logs 236 slash. I'll copy it with the same name. It will not copy. Why? We have given access to it, right? But still, why it is not copying? You have to attach the role. You have to attach the role to the instance. Security IAM role. Refresh. What was our role? Um, is this the one? Main role one. Refresh again. Yeah, main role 1 and then update IAM role. Nice. If you go back here and if you do the same thing, see, it is uploaded now. Let's go back and check whether if it is uploaded or not. If I refresh, it's uploaded. Okay, now there is another bucket. We'll also try to copy here. Okay, guys, pause it here and ask yourself whether if it will copy or not. I'm going to do it again. I'll remove the flow logs 236 now, and I'm going to enter daily 236 logs, and it should not. Permission denied. Why? Because in the policy generator, we have given only to this Amazon resource name, only to the flow logs 236 bucket we have given. This is what our interview has asked. I want access only to the particular bucket. Okay, this is how you have to achieve it, guys. Now let's move to the second one where the interviewer might gonna ask you. This is also might be a real time task, guys, because there is a reason why he asked us this question. Okay, consider this as a real-time task, but don't consider this as an sprint activity. Um, next, what we're going to do, we'll see how we can attach this role to a user. We can attach this role directly to the instance, but how you will attach this role to the user, we'll see that now. If you come back to the roles, watch this very carefully, guys. If you come back to the roles, under permissions, here is our policy, correct? If you click on trust relationship, if you scroll down, I'll zoom a little bit more. If you scroll down, here there is something called STS assume role. STS is nothing but secure token service. Here what this assume role is doing is, hey entity is again nothing but service. Who is the service here? Amazon EC2. Hey entity, please give me a temporary access in order to complete my task. This is assuming the role with entity, service entity. Here, if you wanted to keep S3 or if you wanted to keep Lambda functions, SSM, whatever you want to keep, you can keep. But now the principle which where I'm doing all these tasks for, where EC2 instance. That's the reason why. That's the reason why here the principle is EC2. If you wanted to add SSM or Lambda, you can still add. I'll show you how to add that also. Okay, make sure you're understanding this assume role is nothing but, like, you are going and grabbing the required services which whatever you want. You are not going to take any unnecessary services which is not required. Now in order to achieve this task, what we shall do is, first you need to create one user. I'll create one user and I'll give the name as main user, and then click on next. Don't add any policies, just simply click on next and create user. Once after you are created the user, now you have to create one inline policy. Simply go to the JSON, remove it. I'll show you something guys now. See, this is the inline policy for the user. Here what you're doing is from which role you wanted to assume it. Correct? You have to mention that, right? Action assume role is there, but from which resource? But from which role you wanted to access. So here you have to mention your role. I'll go back. Here is my role. Main role. This is the one. Copy your ARN and then paste it here. Copy everything. Come back to your yeah, here it is. Make sure you're pasting here, guys. Understand this. This is a version. The statement, what action it is doing is, the action what it is doing is assuming the role. Assuming the role from where? From this resource. Okay, under this resource what access we are going to give, now we'll see that. Now you will understand it very clearly. Policy name, assuming role. Sorry, assuming correct, assuming role. Now if you go back to your roles, where is your role? This is the problem. That's why, yeah. If you come to the trust relationships, here you have to mention, right? In users, you have clearly mentioned go and assume the role from a particular role, and then you have given the ARN here. But here you have to mention what kind of roles, what kind of services, and what kind of entities you wanted to access. For that, come back here. I have some trust policy. See again, we are giving EC2, we are giving Lambda, we are giving SSM. Allow all, and here you have to enter your username. I mean username in the sense ARN user, because you should tell the trust policy from which user uh, to which user you have to give the entire access. So for that, what you're going to do, go back to your user again and then copy the ARN of the user. Here is the user. Come back, delete it, and then paste it. Copy trust relationship, edit trust policy, and then control A, delete, paste it, update policy. Nice. Now let's go back to our instance. See, for testing 2, we have already attached a role, right? Testing 2 is a bare metal server. I mean, not bare metal server. We didn't even attach anything to the testing 2. Now let's log into the testing 2. Sudo su hyphen. And if I enter AWS S3 LS, it's going to ask AWS configure. Now we are going to give the keys. Do not get confused. You said we keys were not required in the roles. Correct, keys were not required, but we are giving only temporary keys here. If you come back to the role, we have not attached any single policy here. We just attached a policy called assume a role. From that, it will get nothing. Even if you are attaching in the backend, it will not take the original keys. It will take the temporary keys. Okay. Main. What is my role again? I forgot. Yeah, main role 1. Um, sorry, users, right? Users, main user, security credentials, create access key, secret key, other. I'll click on next, create access key. AWS, configure. What was my access key? Copy access key, and then I'll paste it here. I'll paste my secret key here. Enter. US-east-1 JSON. Okay, done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether this identity has been attached or not. For that, AWS STS second token get hyphen caller identity IDENTY. I'm entering the spelling wrong. IDENTY. See the identity here. It has taken user ID. It has taken the account number and then this is our user, main user. To this user you have to give access of what? Of these services. Nice. Now let's come back and check one more thing. That is a bit big command, guys. I've written here. Here it is. You have to change your username. You have to change the role here. Copy the role, paste it here, and enter the command. Nice. Copy. Now you will able to see whether the role has been assumed or not. Make sure this is the username, Saikiran. See, temporary access key, temporary secret key, and session token. This is STS, session token service. See here, see, assumed it is. It is showing as assumed. Now what you should do is do this carefully, guys. This is really important step. Copy the key and then paste, and then paste it. Come back, copy the secret key. You can cross check, guys. These are temporary keys. Paste it. Come back here and copy right from the colons. Okay, I mean double quotes, not colons. Copy and then paste it. Now run these keys. In order to get things done, enter, copy. See, there is a space here. Paste it, enter, copy, and then enter. If you enter that command again, AWS S3, not ls, AWS S3 CP. See, it has been copied successfully. We didn't even attach a single role. We didn't given any permanent access key or secret keys with full administrator access or full policies. We have just assumed the role. Guys, if anyone is aware of Kubernetes, uh, maybe you should be knowing something called persistent volume claim and persistent volume, right? This is something related to it, not completely related to it. Again, it's a different story. But when you will claim the volume, whenever you require, you will claim the volume. Or people who doesn't know about Kubernetes or anything, it's okay, guys. I'll tell you. Imagine the DevOps engineer was on leave and he's not coming for the next 1 week, and there is only one DevOps engineer and 5 6 developers were there. If developer was running out of the volumes, then what he can do is he can either he can wait, he can't wait for the DevOps engineer to come back, right? In that case, what he will do is he will simply claim the volume, which is called persistent volume claim. The volumes will be there and he have to go and claim it. Such a way, this role assume is something, but you can go and claim or you can go and assume whatever services you want to work or whatever entities you wanted to have an access. So that's all for today's session, guys. I hope you have understand what I have said. If you do not understand, please let me know in the comment section. uh, it's okay, even if it is not good, please let me know. I'll skill up myself if I'm lacking behind somewhere. Your comment will be really appreciated. And thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Tomorrow we are going to do the same thing but in different AWS accounts. We'll see that tomorrow. Have a nice day, guys. Bye bye. Back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about role switching, guys. Today we are going to discuss about role switching. Guys, just a small heads up. People who haven't seen my yesterday's video, please do watch that video and come back, because in that session I have discussed something about roles and what are assuming roles and how we have to assume the resources and what are actions and what are principles and all these things. And also I have discussed something about the policy generator where we are going to generate the policies for whatever services we require. We are going to do one small task now. Again, this is a real-time activity, but still do not expect this task as an sprint task. But let me explain you what kind of task it is. We do have three AWS accounts. This is master account, and we do have another AWS account. This is staging account. Apologies for my writing again. And this is QA account. Okay, now what we're going to do is we are going to create one role here, and then we are also creating one role, but we will make an handshake method between this QA account and then from staging account to the master account. We'll see how we'll do the handshake method, or you can say integration. And then what we'll do, we will create two users in master account, and we'll make sure we are adding these two users into an user group. Again, this user group has been discussed in the yesterday's session. Please do watch that and come back here, guys. Let's quickly jump back to the practicals and see how it works, guys. Again, if we do have time, I'll show you how to install the Active Directory, because tomorrow we are going to discuss something about Active Directory single sign-on, which is SSO. There we are going to see how we'll able to access this users from the master account, self-hosted AWS Active Directory, and we'll also create one Windows machine, and then inside that we'll create one Active Directory, and we'll put some users there, and we'll try to give the access to the particular users. So we are going to see that Active Directory SSO tomorrow, but for now we'll achieve this task. Let's jump back to the practicals. Here is my console, guys. This is the master account where we are going to create the users here. See, this is my master account, and this is my staging account where we're going to create the roles, and this is my QA account. Okay, let's start with QA now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one role here. Come to IAM and then click on create role. Click on AWS account and another account. Make sure you are giving the master account ID here, because the handshake method will be integrated here. I'll paste the master here, and then no MFA, nothing was required. Click on next. Make sure you're adding the administrator access for now. Role name, QA role, and then click on create role. Okay, once done, come back to your staging account. Now create another role here. Go to the IAM, click on roles, create role, same AWS account, and make sure you are giving your master account ID here. Come back and click next. Here also same administrator access for this role. We are not going to give administrator access in real time. If you watched my yesterday's session, we have given only limited access to it. So for now, because of testing, we are giving the administrator access, staging role, and then click on create role. Nice. You have created two roles in two different AWS accounts. Now you have to create a user. Go back to your main account, go to the IAM, click on users, create user. I'll create admin1, provide the access, and then I want to choose my own password. Okay, click on next. Don't attach any policy, simply click on next and then create user. Now create one more user and say it as admin2, provide credentials, create IAM user, custom password. Nice, and then click on next. Don't attach any policies, click on next and then create user. Now go to user groups and make sure you are adding these two users to this group. Why we are doing this? Tomorrow if another user adds, simply we can add him to this group. Instead of giving policies to admin1 and admin2, we are going to give the policy directly to this group. We'll see this now. And then click on create group name as admin group, and make sure you're adding the two users which you have created just now, and then simply click on create group. Once you're done with the create group, we need to give policy, attach policy to this group, right? For that, what you have to do is click on permissions, click on add permissions, create inline policy, If you watched my yesterday's video, there we have discussed something about assume role. Now I'm going to tell you this again. Here, instead of giving the policies directly, what we are doing is we are telling this users to assume a role. Role from where? Role from here. Now we have to give our staging in QA, ARN here. ARN is nothing but Amazon resource name. Go back to your QA role. Where is your role? Here it is. Copy the ARN. And then come back to the staging. Here is my staging role. Copy the ARN. Control V. Nice. So what we are saying here is actions assume a role for what? For this resource. For these two resource. For these two resource, what access we have given? We have given admin access. But in real time, what you're going to do is you're going to give only whatever resource access he required. You will be giving only those roles. I mean those resources. Okay. Copy this and then go back to the users. Click on JSON. Attach the policy here. Simply click on next. Give the policy name. I'll give it as UZ policy and then I'll create the policy. Great. Now let's go back and check whether these two admins are able to access it or not. I'll copy the console link. I'll open the incognito window. I'll paste it here. This is admin 1. Password. Sign in. In the meantime, log into the another admin also. Where is the second admin? Here it is. Click on it. Open the console. Open it in an incognito mode, else it will sync with the current browser. Admin 2. Login. See, there is no access, right? We have given admin access, but still why it is showing no access, access denied? If you see here in the EC2, we do not have any kind of access. We have given admin access, right? So we do not have any access right now. Guys, there are two ways of giving the access to the particular user. Now I'll show you the very first way. What we can do is here simply click on switch role. Account ID, it is asking which account ID, the 12 digit account number or the alias of the account number in which the role exists. Our role exists in both staging and QA, right? Copy the staging account ID and paste it here. Now what it is asking? The role name. What was the role name of this account? Staging role, right? Copy it. Oh, I forgot to check mark that. Okay, no problem. And then paste it here. Display optional NA, color we are going to give it as green. And then switch role. Now it is going to switch the role. Meanwhile, on the other side, we'll change the password here. Confirm password change. See, before we do not have any kind of access. Right now, see, we do have each and everything. If I click on instance will take long time. I'll do one thing. I'll simply create one S3 bucket. Now we are not able to see anything here. This is our staging role user, admin 1, which is here we are not able to see anything. I'll show you the second way how we can do it. Once after doing that, then you will be able to see what is there in the master account. Exact mirror of the master account you will be able to see here. So now I'll show you how to testing bucket will create. We'll see whether it does have full access or not. If you click on create bucket, see the bucket has been created successfully. Admin 1 do have full access. Where are we right now? We are at admin 1. Okay. Sorry guys. Now go back to the admin 2 role. Again, if you see here, no access was there. Correct? But in this admin 1 user, if you see here, this admin 1 user, we are not able to see any instances. Correct? Now I'll show you the second method how you can do it. Simply go to the user groups, click on admin user groups. Now what you can do is go to the permissions, click on add permissions and click on attach policies. If you give admin access, scroll down, and if you attach the policy has been attached, right? One way what we did, we simply clicked on switch role. Here we simply clicked on switch role, and then we have given the staging account id and staging role name, and the account has been switched and it got the access. Correct? That is one way. Now the second way is, now if I refresh, I have given this user and admin access, this admin to user, this whole group I have given access, administrator access. Now see what will happen if I refresh. See, if I go to EC2, see my portfolio, one instance is running. If I remove this running instances, I can see the stopped instances also. This is how exactly you switch the roles. Even if you wanted to switch this role, you can switch it. You can switch and do follow the process which what I have shown. And from the next time, you don't need to open a separate tab like this. Simply you can switch from here. Simply you can switch to QA. Simply you can switch to staging. These are the two ways how we can switch to the roles. Even if in interview also you can tell them, if anyone is asking you how you're going to switch the roles, or they might be also asking you, if we do have 200 300 active directory accounts, they might be asking you how you will handle in your environment. So tomorrow we are going to do that. It's a bit important topic, guys. I'm going to install an active directory right now. I'll show you how to install it. uh, by the next class tomorrow, when we are starting the next class, that instance should be launched and it be ready, because I don't want to waste the time in the session. It will take somewhere around 45 minutes. So you also, if you are practicing, then make sure that you're deploying the active directory instance. I'll go back to my master account and I'll create one instance, launch one Windows instance. I will mark it as delete later because I do have already. Scroll down and select Windows. Make sure you're selecting 2019. T2 micro is fine. Select the key pair properly, because there will be some encryption password will be there once after your instance has been deployed. So there you have to select your key pair itself. Security groups, public management, and then launch instance. Click on connect RDP client. Make sure you are, I don't require RDP file. Instead, I need the encryption key. I'll upload my PEM file and it will automatically generate one password. Now I'll click on Windows. Um, Click on DNS. Log in here and then connect. Copy the password. Administrator, and then copy the password. Click on OK. Yes, it will log into our Windows desktop. This is our Windows server, guys. Once after you logged into the Windows server, click open command prompt, and you have to make sure you are syncing the DNS and IP config slash all. I'm sorry. See, this is my IP, and this is my DNS name. When creating Active Directory, in real time we do have a DNS servers and DNS resolution registrations and everything, but here this is our personal environment, right? So in order to make the proper communication with the DNS resolution, what we have to do is we have to make sure that we are syncing our IP address and DNS server. In a very simple terms, just to make you understand, the reason why I'm doing this is, imagine in your mobile phone you have your friend number, and you didn't even save it like that. There were 20-40 numbers were there, so how will you recognize that that particular number is your friend? Once after you're saving with that number, then there will be a proper contact will be creating, correct? So it's like making sure every phone numbers match their names in your contacts list, so you can call them easily. Just same apply the same example here for the DNS resolution. Now what I'll do, ncpa.cpl, right click, properties, IPv4, double click, use the following DNS names. First you have to enter the IP here, which is 10.0.29. 10.0.29.112, and here as usually I'll give my DNS IP, which is 10.0.0.2, 10.0.0.2. Nice. Click on OK and then click on OK again. You can close this. Now if I enter the same command, I'm sorry, I have to enter ipconfig /all. See, my DNS and IP both were reflecting here. And then after, what you have to do, firewall.cpl, you have to turn off your firewall. In real time again we do have blockers and then VPN connectors. So this is a personal environment, right? We need to turn off the firewall. I'll turn off it and then click on OK. And the third step, what you have to do, go to server manager, make sure you are installing the Active Directory. Server manager, I'll click on manage again, add rules and features. Okay, now what you have to do, click on next, click on next, and then click on next again. Make sure you are selecting Active Directory domain service. Okay, add features, click on next. Here you have to select telnet because telnet is important. A B C D, yeah, T is telnet here. Click on next, click on next, wait for some time. Okay, I got install here. I'm installing. It will take for some time. Let's wait till it gets installed, and after that I'll show you what to do for installing the Active Directory completely. If you see here guys, now you can see configuration required, installation succeeded. Okay, just simply click on close. Simply click on close. What you have to do now is click on this warning icon and then promote this server to the domain controller. Click on it. Now make sure you're entering the domain name. Here you can give whatever you want to give. We doesn't require any domain name from outside of like GoDaddy or Hotsting or anything. Just enter whatever you want to enter. I'm just entering saikiranpa.com. Click on next, and then again give the password. Click on next. Next. It is checking in the backend whether if the same name is having any other domain names or not. Hopefully it should not. No, nothing was there. Click on next. Nice. Next again. Next. Now what you have to do is you have to simply click on install. It will take 45 minutes and automatically it will reboot the server and it will start the instance. So we shall leave it as it is. It will take 45 minutes. Now if you come back to our instances again, so the reason why we are following this Active Directory installation and instance is, imagine in some cases our Active Directory might be in the on-prem server. Like your customer don't want to expose his metadata because Active Directory contains username, credentials, admin details, and all those things. So he don't want to expose his data to the outside, or he don't want to put his data in the cloud environment. Correct? So in such case, we required VPN connectors or we required side-to-side VPN connections. As if you see my TGW transit gateway video, with that we can achieve it. So if your client wants to keep everything in the cloud, the one which you are following right now, we do not have any kind of on-prem devices. Now what I have kept my Active Directory in AWS cloud itself only. Here it is. So I wanted to keep everything in this cloud itself only, and then we will set up a Active Directory. Correct? Our Active Directory is installing right now. So once after this is installing, it's not done, guys. I'll show you this tomorrow, but I'll just give you an heads up on this. There is something called security identity compliance. Here it is, security identity and compliance. Just click on it and then check for directory service. Here it is. Tomorrow when we log in here, then I'm going to configure this is not a big deal, just 2 or 3 minutes. Simply what we can do is we have to click AWS manage microservice active directory and then click on next, and then we have to install. But here see, there are something called AD connector, active directory connector. If it is an on-prem the active directory is an on-prem, then we are going to use active directory connector. And then Amazon Cognito, this one also. So yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about for today. If you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section. Tomorrow, don't miss the session. It's very important and it's a real-time activity, guys. So we'll see you in the tomorrow session. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about IAM identity. Apologies for my writing, guys. I'm writing it on screen. And then we are going to discuss something about Active Directory services, not Active Directory services, directory services. And then we are going to discuss something about AWS Managed Active Directory. Guys, before jumping on to the practicals, let me tell you something. This practical is a bit hectic. Yesterday, I almost decided to write an apology post on YouTube stating that today we are not going to post any videos because this video has taken whole time. And luckily one of my friend and we were connected on a Zoom session and we are able to resolve this. And let me tell you the architecture first, and before jumping on to the architecture, please I request you to do the practicals. Do not ignore this. We have created one instance and installed Windows Server, right? There we have installed Active Directory. Okay, now we are going to create one more instance which is Windows instance itself only, and we are not going to install any Active Directory here. Just we are going to install some necessary tools. And here there is something called directory services. Directory services are mainly used, see, imagine there is something called managed active directory service. This is something, imagine if your clients want to keep his active directory on premises, and then he is not interested to keep active directory in the cloud itself, then there is something called connect to ad. Connect to ad. So what this will do is it will act as a physical component. Of course, it's an AWS service, but it will act as an mediator between the on-prem device and the cloud. And this is managed active directory. Managed active directory is something if your client allows or if he agrees to keep his all the active directory content in the cloud itself, then this managed active directory is something where it will go and connect to the local instance. And finally, we do have something called IAM identity. Previously, this is SSO. So here we do have policy sets, and then we do have users, and then we do have user groups. And there is something called actions. I'm going to show you what exactly is the actions. So what we'll do now is we'll make sure that we are connecting this AD to the Active Directory instance. Why we are connecting? Here we'll create 3 users. How does this IAM identity know that there are users in this particular instance? So that is the reason why we are integrating this Active Directory instance with the Connect AD. And here this manage Active Directory AD, we will make sure that we are making an integration between these two, because here also we will be creating 3 users. This is something called synchronizing, guys. Synchronizing plays very important role here. And finally, how we'll integrate this connect ID and how we'll integrate this managed active directory to the identity. there is something called actions. Under actions we can select which directory service you wanted to integrate with, but simultaneously you cannot integrate two. We'll be going to do one after one. And after that, once you have integrated your directory services to the identity, what will happen is all the users whatever you have created here and whatever you have created here, it will reflect here. Okay guys, by doing this what we will achieve is the very first thing. Imagine we have did an role switching yesterday just for 1 2 3 5 10 users. Imagine there are 2 lakh users. Is it possible to create 2 lakh IAM users and give the access to them? No, right? In such cases this IAM identity plays a very crucial role. And the second thing what we're going to know is, imagine when you're joining a new organization, they'll be simply asking your username, right? Then what admins will do between this? So this task is exactly what they do. So let's quickly jump onto the practicals. Again, a small heads up. Please do the practicals. Do not ignore this after watching this. So here is my console, guys. As I said before, we have created an Active Directory already. If you haven't seen my yesterday's video, please watch that. There I have told you how to install the Active Directory. And then now I have created one new EC2 instance with the Windows Server operating system. And I named it as corp.sykiran.com. You can give whatever you want, but make sure you're remembering this. This is an normal instance where it does not have any Active Directory in it. Okay. Once after you created the instance, just go back to the directory services and then see, I have already created this directory services which is Microsoft AD. I'll tell you how to create now. Just click on setup directory services and then select AWS managed Microsoft AD and then click on next. You have to select standard edition here and then you have to give the full quota domain name here, which what I have entered, corp.sykiran.com. Here it is, corp.sykiran. You can give whatever you want to give and then remove this optional one, it's not really required. And don't get confused here, guys. If you see here, it's not administrator, it's admin password. It's by default. The password for the default administrative user named admin, so it will be taking it as an admin itself only. And then you have to enter the password, confirm the password, click on next and then create. That's it. And it will take 10 to 15 minutes to create, so that's the reason why I have created it before coming to the session. Now once it is done, just log into your new instance, not the Active Directory instance. We are not going to touch the Active Directory instance for a particular point of time. I'll tell you when we are going to do something on Active Directory instance, but for now we are going to do it everything on the plain instance itself only. Click on RDP and then get password, decrypt, copy, dp, paste it and then click on OK. It will take some time for logging in. Let's wait for it. Here is our Windows instance, guys. What you have to do is click on Windows, go to the command prompt and make sure you're typing ncpa.cpl. It will route to the Ethernet and then click on properties. Make sure you're opening IPv4 and then use the following DNS server address. Here what DNS IPs you have to enter is, come back to your directory services. If you open this Microsoft AD, here you will be seeing two IPs. Okay, 10 20 19. Make sure you're entering it properly. 10.0.20.19. And what was the other one? 10.8.184. 10.0.80.184. Click on OK. Okay, and then close this. Why we are doing this? Now we are going to create some users here. This directory services should know that there are some users here, right? So there should be some sync between these two. So that is the reason why we are syncing it with the DNS IPs. Once after you are syncing it with the DNS, now what you have to do, you have to make sure that you are installing the necessary tools. For that, click on Windows and then Server Manager, scroll up. If you click on manage, and if you'll be seeing something called add roles and features, click on it. Click on next, next, next. Don't add any Active Directory services or something. Just simply click on next. Make sure you are installing, and see if you see here there is something called remote server administrator tool. Click on it, and there is something called role administrator tools. Drop down and select this Active Directory domain service, and then Active Directory lightweight directory service, and then click on next. Install. It will take some time for installation. Meanwhile, what we can do is we'll go back to the command prompt, and we will sync the domain name of our directory services to this instance, to this Windows instance. For that, what we have to do, we have to give sysdm.cpl. Click on change. See, now our full computer name was EC2 Amazon -B0 something is there, right? Now we'll sync this to our domain names directory service. Click on it. What was our directory service name here? corp.sykiran.com, correct? Come back here and then paste it. Click on OK. It will ask for username and password. What was the admin? What was the username? It's admin, not administrator, and give the password, which what you have created there. Click on OK. Now see, welcome to the corp.sykiran.com, and it will automatically restart. See, it will ask for you the restart, and click on OK. It will take some time to come up. Meanwhile, what we can do is, I'll restart now. Meanwhile, what we can do is, now we'll open the IAM Identity Center and just click on enable. It will route you to the dashboard. See, this is the dashboard of the Identity Center. Once after entering here, what you have to do is you have to click on settings. Scroll down under identity source, you will be finding something called actions. Under drop down, you can select change identity source. Now here you have to select the Active Directory service and then click on next. Under existing directories, we have created one AWS managed Active Directory service, right? Under directory services, so it will reflect here. See, corp.sykiran.com, and click on it. Next. Make sure you're accepting all the terms. Accept and then create. If you see here, it's disconnecting from the identity center and connecting it to the AWS service directory. Where is our AWS service directory? It's in the EC2 instance. This is the EC2 instance. So it is connecting there. Why it is connecting there? Whenever you are creating in a new users, automatically it will route here in the users. It's created, right? Yeah, it's created. And guys, don't forget to sync, because it will be syncing in the backend. Whenever a new user is added, so it will sync in the backend. Okay, till now it is done. Here what you can do is, this is the link where you will be giving it to the people whomsoever is having access. You can give it to them. Simply they can bookmark it. If you wanted to change it, you can change. Just click on customize AWS access portal, and you can give any subdomain whatever you want. In my case, it's really not required for me. Just testing, right? Yeah, that's it from this identity center. Once it is done, now you have to log in back to your portal. Where is my corp dot? Yeah, this is the one. Connect. Now the admin name will be different because our DP, because we have synced this with our domain name service. I'll paste this. Connect. My admin name would be admin. Admin is what? Admin is the directory service username, and then our directory name, directory domain name. What was the directory domain name? corp.sykiran.com. Yeah, copy it. Come back here, paste it. Make sure you're entering the correct password, which what we have given during the time of creation of directory services, and then click on OK. It will connect now. Oh, I have given wrong password, I think. Let me cross check again. Admin corp.sykiran.com. Okay, it should work now. See, it's working. Maybe I've given the wrong password before. Let's wait for some time till it gets logged in. So we just logged in, guys. Before jumping onto it, let me show you one small difference here. We have created one active directory, right? And then this is an normal instance where we have not created any active directory. If you see the difference here, this is my during the time of testing. I have taken the screenshot for you to show it. See, this is AWS management active directory. See what and all resources were there, and this is our own active directory. Got it? This is the difference between these two, and I'm going to minimize this. Now, what you have to do, you have to make sure that you are adding some users in it. Command prompt dsa.msc. Previously, what was the domain name? If you see, if you remember, the domain name was some AWS management something is there, right? Now see, now it is synced with the corp.saikiran.com. This is our directory service. Now here we have to create users, guys. Be careful here. This will ruin your entire day if you give any wrong information. I just avoided giving the user, the email ID, and it took me some 3-4 hours to address what was the exact issue, because before in sso, even if you're not giving email, it will sync and then it will able you to log in. But if you're not giving you the email now in the recent updates, then it will not allow you to log in. You can't create the users directly here. Make sure you're dropping down on the corp and then drop down on users, right click on the users, new user. I'll give the username as avinash at the corp.saikiran.com, and then give the password, finish. Now double click on Avinash and then make sure you are entering the email ID here. You can also enter the telephone number, but not the real one. Just give some random number and email. You can give whatever you want to give and then click on apply and then OK. I'll create one more user. Same, click on user. Make sure you're giving the password correctly. Next, and then fine, and then click on next. Finish. Double click on Murthy and then make sure you're giving the phone number and email address. Nice. Now click on apply and then OK. Once it is done, you can add them to the group also. Simply create one group here and then I'll give the name as AWS admins group, or you can give it as financial group, or you can give it as admins group. Click on OK. Double click on it. Members, add, check names, and then again check names. OK, and then apply. Click on OK. Nice. We have created two users, right? So once it is done, go back to your identity portal. Now here, what we'll achieve by coming back to the identity portal, this is as this SSO will integrate with the particular directory, and all the users present in that directory will reflect here. By doing this, we don't require to switching. Like if you remember our yesterday's class, we did some role switching. By doing this, we don't require for role switching. It will directly push you to a portal and it will log in you with the help of multi-factor authentication. Now what we shall do is click on AWS account, select the account. This is my master account, add assign users or groups. Now here make sure you're adding the users. We have created two users, right? Now you have to add the two users here. See, here is my domain name and I'll click Avinash, and then I'll click add. It will sync in the backend. See, my user has been added. If I've given Sai Kiran, see, it will not work because there is no user. And then I'll give Moti, add it, click on submit. Once it is done, you have to wait for some time, guys. Under users, it will pop up here once it is synced. Okay, let's wait for some more time. So if I refresh now, see guys, now I'm able to see the two users which we have created. Now go back to your AWS accounts. Now you have to initiate them. Now you have to give some permissions to them, and we'll be able to access with the same usernames. Click on Cyclone PI, assign users. Here are my users. I'll select these two users and then I'll click on next. Create permission set. Guys, permission set is again something, this is like a policy. You're giving policy to the particular users. I'm going to give administrator access, but you can give EC2, S3, or whatever you want. I'm directly giving administrator access. And then 1 hour is enough. Description NA, and then click on next. Create. Policy has been created. If you come back here and if you refresh, see, you'll able to see the administrator access. Click on next, submit. Wait for some time, it will take. Okay, it's done. Now what you have to do, you have to click on dashboard. I told you right here we'll be seeing something called actions. Now I'll show you that. If you go to settings, see under identity source we do have something called actions. This actions is not required. I'm sorry. You can directly open this portal. I should not have opened here. I'll open it in a incognito mode because it will sync with rest of all these open tabs. I'll copy this and then I'll open it in a incognito mode. My username is Avinash and then I'll click on next and then password. See guys, we have logged into the portal directly. Click on sign in. Now it will be asking you for authentication, multi-factor authentication. See, this is a security key where you will be having some physical device. This is authenticator app. You have to install Microsoft Authenticator authentication app, and if you click and select, then you will be seeing one barcode, and then you have to scan it, and automatically some OTP codes will be generating on your security tokens will be generating on your mobile screen. Then you have to enter that here, and this is built-in authenticator which is fingerprint. I'm going to follow with this. If you have, you can also follow with this. I'll click on OK. Done. If you have camera, it's also fine where you can be doing it with the face check. Done. Now I should be able to log into the AWS console. If I click on this drop down, administrator access, now it is signing me into an account. See guys, we have successfully logged in here. We have achieved it finally. See, whenever a developer or QA engineer, simply what you can do from the next time, you can simply add him into uh, add him into this directory group. Where is our instance? This directory group, where it is? Here it is. This instance, and then what you have to do, you have to create one user to him, and then you have to make sure that you're syncing this identity center with the Active Directory service. Then automatically, whatever users you have created there, it will be reflecting here. Let's check whether this user does have all the access or not. We have given administrator access, right? But in real time, don't give administrator access. The reason why I am showing is just to show you. Running, if I remove this, it's okay. And then launch instance. Okay, it does have all the access. Instead of launching instance, I'll do one thing. I'll simply create one S3 bucket. It's in Sydney. Okay. See our flow logs. Create bucket. And then if I scroll down, create bucket. See, the bucket has been created successfully. Nice. So this is how you have to do it, guys. This is what in real time how it works. So now I'm going to give you one small task. Do not worry, it's very small task. You have to do something called connect to AD from the directory service. If you come here and if you click on active, see there is something called AD connector. Okay, it's now your assessment to do. I'll tell you how to do it. Very simple. Do not worry. Just simply create this, and then create small. Give the description. Make sure you're selecting the VPC and public subnet 1 and public subnet 2, and make sure you're clicking on next. Here the DNS name you can give it as active directory name. What was our active directory name? My active directory name is saikiranad.com. This is the same domain I have given for active directory. You also have to give the same domain which what we have given in the active directory. And then this is optional. Guys, do not confuse here. DNS IP addresses means you have to come back to your active directory instance. See, we have created one active directory, right? Here it is, AD. You have to copy the private IP, not the public IP. You have to copy the private IP so that this connect AD and then our active directory instance both will get into sync. So you have to paste this here. Username, administrator, don't give a DevOps user and all. Administrator, give the spellings properly, and then password. You have to give the password. Confirm password, click on next, and then create. That's it. Once after creating, what you have to do is how I have created users. Simply go to your active directory instance and create 3 users. Come back here to the identity service and make sure you're syncing it how I showed. Click on dashboard and then go to settings. Once after you have created the users, then what you have to do is simply click on actions, change identity source. Here you have to select your active directory, and then if you click on drop down, here you will be able to see the new domain which you have created with the connect to AD. Okay, and then select the same process which what I did. Just follow the same process, and you will be able to find all the users what we have created. Try to access it. That's all for today, guys. I hope you understand my session. I personally request you to please put it in the comment section how was my explanation, or how if you wanted me to improve anything via like on communication skills or technical skills or something. Even if it is hatred comment, that is fine. I'm gonna take it. Even if it is rude, it's okay. I'm not gonna report. I just want to know but like whether you guys were understanding it or not, so that I can improve myself in the future, coming on the next sessions and all. So that's all from my end, guys. Tomorrow we are going to start S3 sessions, and tomorrow I'm going to discuss something about guard duty and KMS RAM, and after that we are going to start S3. Till now we have covered all the networking and security part. Networking is VPC components, security groups, route tables, and everything. And then after that we have covered IAM. Now today is the last day for the IAM sessions. And tomorrow I'm going to discuss something about guard duty. And after that, we are going to start S3 buckets. And after that, we are going to start databases, whereas RDB and Aurora, SQLDB, MongoDB, and all. And after that, we are going to start cloud formation templates. Yeah, that's it. That's all from my end for today. And we are going to meet in the tomorrow session. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about database. Guys, we do have multiple databases like structured data, unstructured data, and then in-memory data. So first we'll try to understand at what particular point of time what database is required. Then we'll jump on to the practicals. Imagine there is a site called Amazon. Okay, so once you get into the Amazon, what you'll do, you will enter your username and then you will enter your password. And we all know this trick where it will speak with the database in the backend, and then it will retrieve the information from there and you'll able to log in. Correct? But what if you entered the wrong username, and then what if you have entered the wrong password? You will get an pop-up stating that you are not able to log in because your wrong credentials or credentials were not matching. But how does that web server know that you are entering the wrong credentials? Here again in the database, whenever during the time of your sign up to this Amazon site, whatever data you have given like username, password, credit card information, address, name, and all these things will be stored in a structured format. Structured format. You can't try to manipulate this structure format by giving the wrong credentials, I mean wrong username or wrong password. As like I said before, we also do have credentials, user credentials, and then we also do have information like names, address, payment details, and order history. All these comes under structured format only. Structured format only. But we do have different types in this structured database. First, we'll see what are the different databases we do have. The very first one is RDBMS, which is Relational Database Management Server, and then we do have MySQL, and then we do have Oracle, and then we do have Postgres. Guys, do not worry with these names. These databases were used under the business use cases only. Okay, and then we do have MariaDB, and then we do have Aurora. So these are the different types of structured databases. Now we'll see what are the different types of databases we do have in unstructured database. Now we'll see about unstructured database. Guys, the very simple example I can tell you for unstructured database is S3. Remember, you are deploying your own portfolio and you wanted to show up your resume and then you wanted to show up your some of the photo or something. So is it really necessary for that to create a separate database? Not required, right? End of the day, you should also think about the cost optimization. In such case, what you can do is you can simply upload that in the S3 bucket. Why we are uploading it in S3 bucket? Because S3 bucket stores all unstructured data like mp3 files, videos, photos, descriptions. Or if you go to the Amazon site, you will be seeing a lot of giphy images, okay, and then you'll be seeing a lot of videos, reviews. In real-time use case, you will be running cron jobs on daily basis, okay, just for the backup. All these backup files will be stored in S3. So all these will comes under unstructured data. But there are also different types in unstructured databases. What are the different types of databases, unstructured databases we do have? The very first one is AWS, DynamoDB, and the second one is DocumentDB, and the third one is Cassandra. These are all comes under unstructured database. Now the very third one we do have is in-memory database. In-memory database, guys, I'll tell you a small example for the in-memory database, but don't include this into an databases. CDN is again nothing but content delivery network. In Amazon India site, I'm saying it again, in Amazon India site, you have seen an Nike shoes, and then due to some Black Friday or due to some uh, Christmas function, I mean Christmas holidays or Christmas occasion or something, you wanted to see the same price in USA, Amazon USA. So do you really think the same image of Nike Jordan shoes are uploading the same images them into an S3 bucket? It's 100% no. Instead of that, what they will do is, see again, if you are uploading here, and what is the point of uploading here again? Correct. So here there is something called cache memory. There is something called cache memory. Where this cache memory will be stored is, this cache memory will be stored on RAM. The reason why it is storing it on the RAM is RAM allows you for extremely fast read and write operations, and it also provides a high speed retrievals. In memory database, we do have something called elastic cache, and then we do have AWS Redis. I hope you understand, guys, the difference between the structured, unstructured, and the in-memory database. Today we are going to discuss about. Today we are going to discuss about RDS, and then we are going to discuss about MySQL.
So here is the console, guys. Before coming to the session, what I have did is I have created a database because it will take somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes to install. But I'll show you how to install this database. First, you have to enter RDS, and then this tab will open. Do not create directly database. Instead of that, first we need to create subnet groups. How to create subnet groups? Create DB subnet group, give the name here, description, and then make sure you're selecting your VPC. And then select the subnets. 3 availability zones are enough for me. And make sure you're selecting the public subnets. If you wanted to select the private subnets, yes, you can select the private subnets also. In my case, I'm selecting only public subnets and then simply click on create subnets. See, make sure that you are waiting till the status is showing as an complete. But the reason why we are selecting creating a public subnet group is, I'll show you in a simple diagram. Imagine this is your VPC, okay? And imagine there are 3 subnets here, 1, 3 subnets, okay? Here you are keeping your app servers here, some application, let's say, and here also same, some application, and here also same, some application. Now what will happen? Your database will be deployed in 2 availability zones, availability 1 and availability 2. This is second database, okay? But how does your app servers know that this is database 1 and this is database 2? The reason why two databases are creating is, for instance, imagine this availability zone has been down due to some issues. Then what will happen? All the traffic from your app servers will be routed to this database. If this is down, then it will be routed to this second database, which is the secondary database. But how does your app servers know this? App servers doesn't know your databases. Here there is something called endpoints. Actually, here there is something called endpoints in between your app server and database. Endpoints. Endpoints. I'll show you where was this endpoint was. If you click on databases, see, I have already created this. I'll show you how to create. Click on create database, standard create, and then make sure you're selecting the MySQL. Scroll down. You can select whatever version you want. Scroll down. Make sure you're selecting the production itself. Select multi availability zone database instance. I'll tell you what was this multi availability zone database cluster. This was new actually. I'll tell you exactly what does this both does. For now, select multi availability zone database instance and then give the name. Give the username as admin itself only. Give your credentials here. I'll give my credentials. Scroll down. Select burstable classes. Make sure you're selecting medium. Medium is enough because 2 CPU and 4 GB RAM, right? Our database will be created in 2 availability zones. So total 4 CPUs and 8 GB RAM. 2 plus 2, 4 plus 4. GP2 is enough. 200 GB is not really required. 20 GB is enough for me because it's just a testing environment. And I'm going to select this, don't connect to an EC2 compute resource. If you select connect, then automatically an instance will be created where it will be connected to your database. And after that, make sure you're selecting your VPC, select your subnet group. This have been created already in the initial time itself only. And then public, yes, give the public access as yes. In real time, you're supposed to give no. Choose the existing service security group and then select the security groups. Scroll down. If you click on this certificate, even if you're not giving, it will take the default one, so you can leave it as it is. This is the port number of our database, 3306. If you scroll down, there is something called, these are all advanced configurations. Make sure you're turning off this, and also make sure you're turning off the backup. Encryption is not required. Enable monitor, no, this is also not required. Delete protection is also not required. Make sure you're turning on the enhanced protection. This is our enable enhanced monitoring. Make sure you're turning on this. If you remember our auto scaling group, we have did something with the alarms where it will go and monitor for each and every 60 seconds. If anything goes down, then it will terminate that particular instance and it will create a new one. So this is the same thing, and then simply click on create. Now it will deploy an database. I'll as I said, I'll show you something about the endpoints, right? See, once after the creation of database, you'll be seeing one endpoint here. So this endpoint will be here itself between your app servers and your database. Whenever a traffic is hitting from this server, it will go to the endpoint first and it will route it like this. It will go from the endpoint and it will route it to your primary database. For instance, some issue has been happened and this database is completely down, then what will happen is then secondary server will come into the game, which is failover and failback policies, and all this traffic will be routed to the secondary database. Got it? This is the reason why we are selecting subnets. Now it's done. What's the next step is make sure you're creating two instances. One is for Windows is for what? For creation of SQL workbench. Click on Windows, select 2019. I'll take T2 medium. Take T2 medium only because the difference between medium and T2 large is two CPUs same but the memory is different. So two CPU and 4 GB is enough. Select the key pair, edit settings, make sure you're selecting the VPC, enable security groups, give your security groups, and then launch instance. Now again create one more instance for Ubuntu. Select Ubuntu, select 22. T2 micro is fine. Keep a select your VPC, give your public subnet, enable security groups, and then public management server, and then launch instance. Let's wait for this Windows instance to come up, guys, because it will take 4 minutes to come up, and then we will log in and we'll make sure that we are installing SQL Workbench, C++, and also we'll make sure that we are turning off the firewall. In real time, it's not required to turn off the firewall. We'll be having some VPNs and blockers, but for now, this is our own environment, right? So we are supposed to turn off the firewalls. Meanwhile, we'll see our database is in two different availability zones or not. Come back to the database, click on database. Guys, make sure that the status should be shown as available. Then only it is up and ready. If you see the primary zone is showing as 1B, correct? And if you go to the configuration, if you scroll down completely, see the secondary zone is in 1C. Okay. Now go back to our instances, refresh and check whether if our Windows instance is up or not. If it is up, we can log in. Okay, it's up. Select my keeper and decrypt the password. I'll open RDP. Connect. Copy the password. More choices, different user, administrator, and then login. Let's wait for this to come up. Our Windows server is up, guys. Now what we have to do is go to command prompt and make sure you're turning on your firewall. Firewall.cpl. Turn off and then click on OK. Nice. Open server manager and also turn off your enhanced configuration. Click on local servers and then turn it off. Nice. Once it is done, install Chrome because with Internet Explorer we can't do it. I'll install Chrome. Click on Chrome, accept and install, and then run. Our Chrome has been installed, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'll make sure that I'm downloading C++. Yeah, this is the one. I required 64-bit. Scroll down. This is the one. Install it. Open. On the other hand, you can also open SQL Workbench. Yeah, here it is, MySQL Workbench. Download now. Download. C++ has been installed successfully. Now install the Workbench. Click on Next. Next. Install. It has been finished. Now you have to log into your Workbench. In order to log into your Workbench, make sure you are copying your endpoint, and then make sure you're remembering your password, which what you have given during the time of creating your database. Come back here, click on Add. I'll give main DB, and then hostname, your endpoint, username, admin, password, and then click on OK. OK. See, our SQL Workbench has been logged in. Now, if you click on schemas, if you see here, only system is there. That's it. Correct? Nothing has been there. Now, what we're going to do is, guys, this is something which is related to the admin perspective. Now, what we're going to do is, we are going to add some data here. Okay? Click on it. Minimize. I'm going to give you this data. Do not worry. And don't think this is something related to the development. No, this is just a, where it is, our schema. Yeah, here it is. This is just I got from the different repositories and AI tools. I'll copy this to 247, I think. Yeah, till here. Copy it. Go back to your SQL bench. Paste it here. And watch here carefully. I am not able to zoom here. I do not have any option to zoom here. I'm going to run this. What I'm doing here, I'm just adding a data. I'll just click on run. And if I refresh here, see, I got my data here, which is in MyFlexDB. Now what I'll do, I'll just open another tab. I'll simply run, select everything from movies, and then if I run, see, I can see my movies here. Correct? Now what we're going to do, we're going to add some more queries here. I'll come back. I'll copy this. Pirates of the Caribbean 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. Till 44 I am adding here. I'm going to go back to my SQL workbench. Again, I'm saying this is all something related to the admin task. Once after this, we are going to jump back to the web server, which where we'll be testing it from the Ubuntu instance. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this again. And if you go back to your previous tab, and if you refresh here, see, these movies have been added. Again, we have added some data into our database. Okay. Now what we shall do is, now we'll go back to our Ubuntu instance and we'll see whether our Ubuntu instance is connecting to our database or not. And if it is connecting, and we'll see whether this data has been retrieving or not, whether our Ubuntu instance is collecting our data or not. Minimize. Come back to your instances. Log into my Ubuntu server. Connect. Before doing it, we need to install some dependencies, guys. I'm going to give you all these SQL queries and all this Python code. Do not worry. So what we have to install is, first we need to install Python 3. After update. Nice. Now I'm going to run pip install 3, and then I'm going to install these two dependencies. Okay, it has been installed successfully. Now I'm going to install the rest two dependencies. Okay, it's done. Now I'll create nano app.py. Oh, sorry, it's view. py. Guys, make sure you're changing your admin and then password here, and also make sure that you're changing your endpoint here. Okay, this is my admin and then this is my password, and now I'm going to change my endpoint. For that, what you have to do, come back to your database, click on connectivity, copy your endpoint. Where is my instance? Here. Oh, I'm sorry, here it is. I'll remove this and then I'll paste my endpoint. Make sure you're copying all the Python code. Copy it. Here in this Python code, what we are saying is it is importing the necessary packages or necessary modules, and then we are creating an engine and we are informing it to go and connect to my database via this endpoint and retrieve the information of the movies. Okay, I'm going to give this, I'll put it in the repository, do not worry. Copy it, come back to your Ubuntu instance, nano app.py, and then paste it here. Now what you have to do, Python 3 app.py. See, this is the data we have right here. If you watch here in our RDS, see, this is the data we have in our database. Now what this Ubuntu has did, Ubuntu has, let me, Ubuntu has collected all the data from here. Now we'll do one thing, watch, we'll leave it as it is watching that command. Now what we're going to do is, we are going to, let me minimize this here. We are going to create one more tab. We are going to run some more queries here, and we'll see whether if it is sorry guys, we are going to run some more queries in our database, and we are going to add some more data in our database, and we'll see whether our Ubuntu instance is retrieving this data from the database or not. This is 600, right? I'll give this as 9, and then I'll copy this and I'll paste it in I'll keep this tab open in the backend. I'll open separate tab here, and then I'll paste it, and I'll make sure that I'm running it. If you come back here to the movies, see, movies have been added here, and if you see here, it is immediately retrieving the information from our database. Correct? Now what we'll see is, we have discussed something in the figure, right? This is the primary database and this is the secondary database. I'm sorry guys. So once this server is down, what we have discussed, automatically the routes will be transferred via endpoint to the secondary database. Now we'll see that. I'll do one thing. I'm going to wantedly fail this. I'll reboot it with failover, and then I'll confirm. Now we'll keep watching this. Where it is? We'll keep watching this. Before that, I have to do something actually. I forgot to do it. You have to copy your endpoint and see on which IP it is running. And let's look up. And if you enter, see, it's running on 34, 235, 68, and 132. Now it will get disconnected. Watch carefully. See, it's got disconnected now. Now the traffic will be routed to the secondary database. We have failed this wantedly. It will be routed to the secondary database, but it will be taking some time in the backend. See, if you see here, it is back again. The routes, I mean, the traffic has been shifted to the secondary database. And if you watch here with NSLookup, the IP should also be changed. See, before it is 34, 235, 68, right? Now it is 52, 205, 61. Got it? The reason why I am showing you failover and failback is, see, as a DevOps admin or as a cloud admin, during this time of this failover and failback, it's your responsibility to inform your application development team, like if there is any issue from the backend, and it will take 2 minutes of time to come up, because that's something called failover and failback policy. So in such case, what is the best option you can recommend? You can recommend them to go with the cache memory in order to avoid the miscommunication or downtime between the data. Cache memory is again something I told you before the introduction, where I have taken an example of a content delivery network, where it will cache the memory for speed retrievals, for data fast transmissions also. When creating database, I have showed you something. which is a cluster database and then instance database. I'll show you now. Click on MySQL. See, this is something we have selected multi-availability zone database instance. Here, what it is saying is, see, there will be two databases, primary and secondary, correct? But what does it exactly mean is, if the primary is in working condition, the secondary is idle, right? In such cases you can't even write or you can't even do any other activities on the secondary DB. This is what exactly what it means. But when it comes to the multi availability zone DB cluster, for instance, I'll tell you something. Development team will ask you that we need a copy of an production DB server, okay, or production DB server copy. Then in such case, what you can do is we will we will copy the read replica server and we will promote it to the replication server. So that option is available here in this multi availability zone DB cluster. What exactly this read replica server means is, see, read replica is something, again it's like an exactly a same as an primary copy, okay, but you can't do any kind of changes, or if you wanted to do any write operations, no, it will not allow you to do it. You can only read it. Got it? So that's all I wanted to talk about this SQL DB, guys. Tomorrow, what we're going to do is we are going to discuss something about DynamoDB and then API gateway with Lambda functions. And after that, what we are going to do is we are going to discuss about document DB and then secrets manager and then elastic cache. We will be also discussing on it. And end of the database sessions, we are going to discuss something about Redshift data analytics. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you up. Thank you so much for taking some time to watching my video. Please put it in the comment section if you have any doubts. You can also connect to me on LinkedIn. I'll be posting all the links in the description. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS DynamoDB. Guys, whomsoever is watching this session for the very first time, I request you to please go watch the previous video, because there we have discussed what are the different types of DBs we do have and what are the different types of structured, unstructured and in-memory databases, and we have also discussed at what particular point of time what database is required. Okay, and AWS DynamoDB is again an unstructured database, and it doesn't follows any schemas. The data will be stored in an key value pair. Example, ID, author, and then place. Even if you're not giving the values here, still it will take. But when it comes to the structured database, you have to make sure that you're giving the exact value here. Okay. And we do have also some other databases, which is AWS Document DB, and then we do have AWS Key Spaces, which is Cassandra. Nice. Guys, today we are going to discuss a small project. It's a real-time project itself. So let me draw you the architecture first and then we'll jump on to the practical. Imagine, imagine here is your database. Okay, and here is your internet, user 1 and then user 2. Everyone is aware about the submit forms, right? Submit forms are again nothing where you're going to fill your name, email and then phone number and then you click on submit. In order to do that, what we have to do it first, we have to create one public facing website, correct? Instead of creating it in EC2 and then installing all the necessary applications, first what we'll do is we'll create one S3 hosted website. Okay, S3 hosted website. Don't worry guys, when we are working on S3, I'll show you how to create a website with using S3 services. When the user 1 or user 2 is trying to access via internet, and then when he's accessing our website, he will make sure that he's filling all the details in the submit form and then he will click on submit. correct? And then you will click on submit. So once after this is completed, do you think the data will be copied directly to a database? No, right? It will not. Like S3 doesn't have that capabilities to copy the data directly to the database. Instead, in between there is something called API gateway. There is something called API gateway. So what API gateway will do is, API gateway is the core component where it speaks with the external world, and it will take the information from the external, and then it will make sure that it is passing the information to the resource internally, correct? And then once the data has been written to the API gateway, again API gateway doesn't have the compatibilities to copy the data directly to the database. In between there is something called, which is the very important service, Lambda functions. Lambda function. So let's go back and see the architecture again. Once the user 1 and user 2 trying to access our website via internet, S3 website via internet, and then he fills a submit form, and when he clicks on submit, the data will be written to the API gateway. What API gateway will do? API gateway will take the information and it will pass to our internal resource, which is Lambda. Lambda again, it will not directly to database, but still how it will write this? We'll create one IAM role. We'll create one IAM role here, and the data will be written, user data will be written here in the database, correct? Now I'll tell you one more small example, guys. Imagine you wanted to create a website called taxation. In India, if you are saying a lot of taxpayers are increasing day by day, so you wanted to create a website called taxation, and then there you wanted to add a submit form stating that name is, email, and monthly expenses, okay, and then their salary if they are interested to mention, etc., etc. You wanted to create a submit form. In order to do this, what we have to do? First we need to create one EC2 instance, and then load balancers. Make sure you are installing all the required applications here. Load balancers, and then route 53, and then DNS name, okay. And then if the load is high, you can create auto scaling groups, and then you will be deploying it, correct? But how will you maintain this entire bill? How will you maintain this entire bill? With the help of this users. Imagine 500 to 600 users are hitting to your website, and then you'll be generating some revenue, right? With that help, with that money, you're going to do all your payments and whatever financial thing was there with the AWS, you will do it. But imagine if there were only one user after 2 to 3 weeks, one or two user, what will happen? How will you maintain all these services without generating any revenue from the customers? So in such case, this architecture is required. This architecture is something but serverless. Serverless. If you see the diagram carefully, we haven't used a single server here, correct? Instead of EC2 instance, what we have taken? We have taken S3 hosted website. So this is something called event based. Whenever as an event is triggered by the user, then only all these services will be activated and it will proceed further. If there is no event has been triggered, then it nothing will be in the working condition, so that you can avoid the unnecessary bills, correct? So let's go and achieve this diagram, guys. Let me take you through my console. Here is my console, guys. First what we shall do is we'll achieve the architecture from back to front. Okay, first we'll create one DynamoDB table, and then we'll make sure that we are creating one Lambda function, and we'll pass some events into this Lambda function, and we'll see whether if it is copying it to a database or not. So for that, first you need to create one database. Open DynamoDB, select create tables, give the name. Here I'll give it as bookstore, and then make sure you're changing this to number under partitions keys, and give it as ID, all small letters, no caps, and select default settings. Click on create table. Once it is done, make sure you're opening the Lambda functions. Check if it is done. Or okay, it's active now. Go to your Lambda functions, create Lambda functions, use a blueprint. I'll take one default one, which is mobile application, where it will simply copies the data to our DynamoDB. Yeah, this is the one. Select it. Create a new role with the basic Lambda permissions and simply click on create function. Errors. What was error? Okay, I forgot to give the name. Testing 001. Scroll down and then create function. Nice. Now what you have to do, you have to pass some event from the Lambda function, and you have to check whether if it is copying it to a DynamoDB table or not. If you open this and if you go to explore items, see now there is nothing here, no data in our database. Go back to Lambda functions, copy some events here. See, I'm just copying this JSON file here, nothing is there. What we are doing is ID, author name, and then book name, and then the state, location, and all, just a basic information. Before testing it, make sure you're configuring it with your 001, and then I'll remove this and I'll paste this JSON file. Click on save. Now if you test, you should see one error. What it is saying, access denied exception. Why it is access denied? I told you, right? DynamoDB will not be having, Lambda will not be having permissions to write directly to the DynamoDB. We have to create one IAM role. For that, what you have to do, go on configurations, permissions, open this IAM role, remind me later, click on permissions, attach policies, DynamoDB full access, AWS DynamoDB full access, select it and then add permissions. Refresh now. If you can able to see here, see we have attached DynamoDB full access, correct? Now go back to Lambda and run the job again. Click on code. If you click on index mjs and if you run the job, see our status code is 200, which means it has been written. Now go back to your database and refresh. You'll be able to see the ID value here. It is 10. Okay. Now let's add another value. This time the book name is I lost my mind in this game, Vincent. I'll copy this. Come back to Lambda configuration. I'll create a new event to see state I have not given. See, state was not there here. And if I click on save and if I test the job, it is copying. And if I go back here and if I refresh, see 30, here state is Hawaii and here I'm not given the state. Why I have not given the state is, see, when we are working on SQL DB, structured database, you have to make sure that you are giving a value here. If you are not giving any value, then at least you have to pass a null value here. But when it comes to the unstructured data, even if you are not giving any data, see, it still allow you to retrieve the information on your database, which means it is not following any particular schema. Got it? Now what we did, we have tested our Lambda function with the database and it is successfully copying the data. Now test it with the API gateway. Go back to the console. I'll simply type API gateway here. Guys, again, API gateway is a pure developer tool, but if you still wanted to deep dive, you can go through the documentation. But for now, you can understand our scenario case. REST API, click on build. I'm going to give the API name as bookstore and then simply click on create API. Once you have created, make sure you are creating a resource book ID. Book ID information is again nothing but if you go to your database, see, this is the ID we are mentioning there, and then create resource. Once it is done, then what you have to do, you have to make sure that you are adding a methods to it. Now we are going to add put method and post method. Put method is something where we are going to pass some information to the Lambda functions to write it to our database, and from the post method we are going to read the information with the help of book ID. Okay, now select book ID and then create method, select Lambda functions. I'm going to select put method here, and then you have to select the Lambda function. This is a Lambda function, testing 001, and then create method. Nice, it is creating. Once it is done, what you have to do, you have to test it whether if it is behaving as expected or not. I'll go back to my database here and I'm going to delete these two. Okay, I'm going to delete. Now if you refresh, see nothing was there here, right? If you go back to your API gateway and if you're pasting this, what was the ID here? I'll change this to 10, and then if I test it, see it is copying all the data which whatever you have given to our database. How it is copying? It is passing the information to the Lambda function which we have mentioned. Here it is, and then it is copying it to our database. Now if you go back to your database and if you refresh, see you'll be able to see it. Delonia, I lost my mind. Got it? Now what you can do, now we'll go back to API again and we'll add post method. Okay, select book ID, create a method, select post, lambda functions, and then select the lambda function here and then create method. Now we'll be able to see the information, read the information which what is there in our database. What was the ID here? 10, right? Okay, come to post method, test. If you scroll down, I'm going to give this, guys, don't worry. Copy all this, paste it here. Instead of 10, I'm going to give 40. 40 is not there in our database, right? 40 ID was not there in our database. If I click on test, see it will give you nothing. It will give you nothing. But if you enter 10 and then if you test it again, see here, we got our information. We got our information. Nice. We have tested API gateway with Lambda and then Lambda functions with the database. Now what is pending? S3 hosted website. So I'll tell you one real case scenario, guys. Again here, see, once after you have tested API gateway, Lambda functions, and then database, all these three together, and you went to your development team, and then you're asking the application website. Then what they will do if they are stuck with some other work, or if they're still it's in development stage, what they'll tell you is, see, it will take 7 or 10 more days to give you an application website, and it still does require some time. So in such case, as a DevOps engineer, you are not supposed to, like, stay idle. Instead of that, what you can do is, there is something called advanced REST client. There is something called AT, advanced REST client. Actually, you can install this from the Chrome itself only. Simply, you can add the extension. But I've seen the comments. Everyone is saying that it's not working properly. Okay, we can do one more thing. Just go to the advancedclient.com and it will route you to the GitHub repository. Make sure you're downloading the exe file. Linux, Mac OS, setup.exe. Yeah, this is the one. I'll copy and paste it in a description, don't worry. So make sure you're copying this. Here is my arc. Simply with this REST client, what we can do is we'll pass the some events from here. Okay. First, I'm going to select my methods. I'll select put method and URL. Go back to your API again. Once you have configured all these post and put methods, make sure you're deploying it, guys. Make sure you're deploying it. I'll give the stage as dev environment and then I'll deploy it. Nice. If you come back to put method, you'll be finding one URL here. Go back to your arc, paste your arc here, URL here, and then body. Before mentioning something in the body, make sure you're deleting the items here. I'll delete this. Now we are going to see the realistic thing. See, using this instead of S3 hosted website, we are using REST client. From here, we are passing an information to our API. API is taking the information and spreading it to our Lambda functions. And then Lambda function is, with the help of IAM role, it is writing it to our DB. So let's check this. Come back to API here, and I'm going to post something. I'll copy this, and then I'll paste it here. Make sure you're clicking send. If you see status is 200, okay, and if you go back and if you refresh here, see, we got our data here successfully. Now what I'm going to do, now I'll use post method and I'll try to retrieve the information in my database with the 30 ID. Okay, I'll copy the post ID and you should make sure that you are, it's not copying, I'm sorry, copy, paste it here. URL you are supposed to change, go to your API, post method, copy it, come back here. Instead of 10, see guys, instead of 10 I'm going to give 30 because 30 ID was not there in a database, correct? There is a database. Oh, 30 is there. Then I'm going to change this to 10. We'll see how it behaves. If I click on send, see no information has been provided. Correct? No information has been provided. If I have mentioned the ID as 30, now it will give you an information. See, I got my information. I lost my mind in this game, Vincent. Got it? So this is how it works, guys. See, in interview, they will be might you asking in a tricky way, asking you that, hey, there will be number of users sitting on a particular day, and at some point of time, the users will be very low, like low in the sense like one or two. So in such case, what kind of methodologies you follow and what kind of strategies you suggest to us? So you have to explain this serverless architecture. Here we are not taking any server, and it is based on the event trigger only. Whenever an event has been occurred, whenever a customer has sent an form, then only all these services will be activated and it will proceed further, as I said before. Okay, that's all for today, guys. Make sure you're doing practicing and post it on the LinkedIn. And also, I request you to please put it in the comment section if you have any doubts or anything. Also, you can connect to me on LinkedIn and you can ask me any doubts right there. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS Redshift. Guys, this is the last session for the databases because we have discussed about structured database and we have taken a practical example of SQL DB, and then we have discussed about unstructured database where we have taken where we did a practical on serverless architecture using DynamoDB, API gateway, Lambda functions. Now AWS Redshift is also part of database, but it is majorly used to handle the large scale data sets, and it is majorly used to handle the fastest performance, correct? See, we do have different types of databases. We do have different types of databases like SQL DB, MongoDB, Aurora, or Oracle DB, DynamoDB, and then DocumentDB. All these were structured and unstructured databases, right? Even if you are having these many databases, then what is the point of using this AWS Redshift, right? I'll tell you something here again. We do have a hard disk drive, correct, which is HDD. What will happen whenever user tries to access some notepad file or some image or something? This is something called a magnetic pendulum. This is a magnetic arm. What will happen? This pendulum will be spinning up at a particular RPM, and the user will be retrieving an information at particular point of time. Correct? Even if we are having HDD, we do have something called SSD, which is a solid state drive. This solid state drive doesn't have any physical components, but it still does have some chips on it for the speed. I mean, for the fast performance. Even if you are having this SSD, we do have something called NVMe, which is non-volatile memory. This is for the fastest IOPS. Even if you are having NVMe, we do have something called M2. Correct? We are having hard disk drive, but still why we are having this all this? Because of the performance. In same way, imagine guys, in same way we do have KB, we have MB of data, we have ZB of data, we have TB of data, and then we have PB, which is petabytes, exabytes, zettabytes, and then yottabytes. Correct? Even if we are having these many databases, why we are using Redshift is, see, if you keep a petabyte of data in the SQLDB, what will happen is SQLDB is typically opted for the smaller data sets only. If you try to put large amount of data, what will happen? It will suffer to handle the petabytes of data, and it will give you very slower responses, and it will give you weak performance during the time of data retrieval. Correct? But the major advantage of this Redshift is Redshift can easily handle massive data and can easily scale up and down, providing the fastest performance during the time of user retrievals, right? So, see guys, imagine if your data is sitting in a data center. As a human, you will not be going directly to the data center and you'll retrieve the data, correct? In between there is something to retrieve the information to the user, right? So here there is something called Redshift. Today we are going to do a small project on Redshift where we are going to involve the business intelligent people also, which are BI people. I'm going to draw the architecture first. First, we are going to create one Windows instance. Windows instance for what? Windows instance is used to create a Redshift workbench, and then we'll also install Java 8. After that, we are going to create one S3 bucket, and then we are going to put some sample data. Once it is done, we'll log into our Windows machine and we'll able to retrieve this information inside the S3 bucket. Okay, till here, till here, as a DevOps engineer, your part is done. So here comes there is someone called business intelligence engineers. So what these people will do is they will retrieve the information into an service which is something called AWS QuickSight. And what this QuickSight will do is it will take all the information from the S3 or it will take all the information from this RDS, I mean Redshift workbench, and it will create an interface, graphical interface. Okay. What is the point of creating this graphical interface is, imagine guys, you are having an meeting with CEO or you're a part of quality or quality analysis team. So don't take me in a wrong way. If you're entering some SQL queries and if you're showing some output to your CEO, he will not understand because he should it's your responsibility to show him clearly what was the exact task going on, what was the percentage of things are going on, what is your future plan, and all these things in an pictorial representation way, right? So for that we have something called AWS QuickSight. Now let's go and achieve this task. Let me pull it to my console.
So here is the console, guys. First, what I'm going to do is first we're going to create one EC2 instance. I'll click on launch instance. I'll select Windows and then I'm going to select 2019. Take T2 medium or T2 large because it will take 30 GB in the backend. So T2 free version will not be sufficient. Select VPC, public subnet, enable. If you wanted to select private, you can select, but make sure that you are adding a NAT gateway to it. Okay, and then create launch instance. Once this is done, what you have to do is go to the Redshift, Amazon Redshift. I'm sorry, I have opened a new tab. Before creating the cluster, first what you have to do is you have to go to the configurations and you have to create the subnet group first, and then you have to create the cluster. I have already subnet group. I'll delete this, it's not required. I'm going to show you how to create. Leave the name as it is. Make sure you're pasting the description and selecting the VPC. Allowing it to all subnets. That's the reason why I have added all the subnets here. Okay, and then create subnet group cluster. Once this is done, what you have to do, you have to go and create the cluster. Click on clusters, create cluster, leaving the name as it is, and make sure you're selecting the D2 large. D2 large is sufficient, and number of nodes, one is enough. Load sample data. I'm not going to load any sample data because we already do have the sample data. I'm going to give this as admin sci, and then I'm going to take my own password. Scroll down. Make sure you're selecting the VPCs accordingly. Select your VPC. Remove the default security groups. I do have my security groups. This is the subnet group we have created, right? Cluster subnet group 1. Refresh. Yeah, this is the one. No preferences. You can enhance VPC turning off. And then publicly accessible, I'm turning it on. Elastic IP was not there for me, so I'm leaving it as none. Guys, make sure in real time you're not supposed to turn on this publicly accessible. If you're turning on publicly accessible, make sure that you're attaching an elastic IP here. Okay, and then leave everything as default and then create cluster. Once this is done, go back to your Windows instance and try to log into the server. Now we have to install Chrome, Java 8, and then we have to install one RDS Workbench. Connect, get password, decrypt, copy, and then it will take some time for login. Here is the console. Now I'm going to open Edge. This Edge has been installed just now only, and I'm going to download Java 8. Scroll down. Here it is. Click on it. Select and then download. Okay, Java is getting downloaded. Once it is downloaded, make sure you're installing it. Okay, our Java 8 has been successfully installed in our remote session. Now, once this is done, what you have to do is minimize this, go to S3 bucket, and make sure you're uploading some sample data into your S3 bucket. Meanwhile, I'll refresh this whether if it is up or not. Okay, it's unavailable. See, now it is available. Nice. Okay, scroll up and then go to your S3 bucket, create one bucket. I'm going to give the bucket name as testing, just a random name. You can give whatever you want. Scroll down, give the public access to it. I agree. And then create a bucket. Create a folder here inside your bucket. Folder called data. And then create a folder. Now you have to upload the data here. See guys, this is the sample data I do have. Do not worry, this data is something which is related to the part, which is a supply chain. Okay, part name, part number, name, customer number, customer even all the random data which I was generated from the GPT. Okay, and I'm going to upload all this here. Upload. So once this is done, what you have to do, you have to go back to your Redshift and make sure you're downloading the drivers. This is a JDBC driver. Download the driver now. Store it under downloads. I'll be going to that folder. I'm going to copy this. Open your remote session. This is our remote session. Minimize and paste the drivers under C drive. Once this is done, what you have to do next? I do have workbench zip file here. I'm going to paste the workbench zip file also here and I'm going to extract it here. Okay, now I'm going to extract my workbench. Extract all. Extract. You can delete the previous workbench. I mean the zip file. If you scroll down, if you open the workbench and if you scroll down, there is something called SQL Workbench 64. Okay, SQL Workbench 64. Double click on it. Manage drivers and then select Amazon Redshift. Make sure you're removing this artifact. And which artifact you have to add is you have just uploaded an artifact here, right, under C drive. Go to the artifact. See, this is the artifact you have downloaded, JDBC drivers 4.2. So you have to add this artifact here. Open and then select OK. Once this is done, give the name as whatever you want. I'll be giving it as testing, and then select Amazon Redshift under the drivers. And when it comes to the URL, go back to the Redshift again here. If you select this Redshift cluster, then you can able to copy one URL here, paste it. What was your username? My username is adminsci, and then my password is auto commit, and then click on OK. See, I have successfully logged into my SQL workbench now, right? Not SQL workbench, I mean this Redshift workbench. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter some queries here and we'll see how it behaves. Guys, I do have a predefined queries, so I have prepared it from the GPT tool again. I'm going to give you all these things, do not worry. If I enter this query and if I run, see, I can see only table name here. Apart from this, I couldn't able to see anything. Correct? Now I'm going to open new tab. I'm going to add some data here now. Okay, I'm going to add some data here. See, this is the data. See, supply key, name, address, city, nation, region, phone. This is just a sample data. Don't think that it is something like different. And then I'm going to add the data and I'm going to click on run. It's okay, some errors were there when adding the data, but it's okay, limited data is fine for you to show the example. So I'm going to ignore some errors. Some data has been added here. Okay, now if I enter, I'll take new tab, select everything from part, I'm sorry, select everything from part. See here, now I can able to see just the index names, which are part key, part name, manufacturer, category, brand, but I am not able to see any part details here. In order to see the part details, what I have to do, we just have uploaded and data in our S3 bucket, correct? See, this is our data, all the data, customer information, all the part keys, names, colors, all the data has been here, but we can only see the index names here. Now what we have to do is we have to run the S3 command to retrieve the information from there. What was my S3 command? Copy your S3 bucket name. This is my S3 bucket name, and then data and then CSV. The reason why we are doing this is because in real time we'll be storing all the backups in our S3, right? So here also I did the same. I am keeping some data in the S3 and I'm able to retrieving the information from the workbench. Now, and then I have to create one access key and secret key. Do not worry, I'm going to delete this access key and secret keys once the session has been done. I'll open IAM. I'll give only S3 full access. I'll create one user now. Remind me later, and then users, create a user, testing, click on next, attach policies, S3 full access. Oh, S3 full access. Click on next and then create user. Get into the user, security credentials, create access key, other, next, create access key. Make sure you're copying the access key and secret key and pasting in our SQL query. Paste it here and then copy the secret key and then paste the secret key here. Now what you have to do, copy the entire query, copy it, paste it in our workbench. Before, what it is showing, it was showing only part key, part name and manufacturer, but the details were not there here, right? Now see what will happen, we are able to retrieve the information from S3. Now I'll simply click on run. See, it will take all the information here. See, copy executed, some 49,999 parts were loaded successfully. And if I run this query again, see, I'm able to see all the details here now. Imagine I have just added only minimal data, but if you added petabytes of data, it will be really quick. Like just how quick the information has been grabbed right now, it will be really quick in the same way itself. Only that is the reason why we will use Redshift. Now, as a DevOps engineer, as I said before in the diagram, our part is done. We have created an S3, we have created one instance first, and then we have created an S3. We have added some data there, and we have created our workbench in a remote session. We have copied some drivers. Till here your part is done. Now there is something called business intelligence engineers. What they're going to do is they're going to open AWS QuickSight, and then what they're going to do with the help of QuickSight, I told you in the diagram already, they are going to put all this data in a graphical way. Correct? Click on datasets, click on new datasets, select Redshift, give the name as whatever you want, select your cluster ID, public network, dev, database name, whatever you want to give, you can give. What was the username here? Admin Sai. And what was the password? And then simply click on create data source, and it is connecting now, validated. Which data you wanted to showcase? I wanted to showcase part data, and I'm going to select it, and I'm going to click on visualize. Then simply click on create. Here you can select the flow chart. Okay, I'm going to select this flow chart, and I'm going to add the part color, add to visual. See the part color here, how good it is. Got it? Now if you wanted to add anything like name, see here what were the different types of parts were there. Indigo. Now as you see, AI has been generated some different names here. Yellow, frosted, floral, orange, yellow, different parts were there. Now, oh, I've added name. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'll add part key, add to visual, white, testel, spring, peru. So this is how it works, guys. This is what business intelligence, I mean BI people does. I'm going to change the chart. Let's change the chart to some, see here, good. And then if I wanted to change, you can play with it. I'm just selecting randomly, you can play with it. You have all, I'll be posting all this data in our repository, do not worry. So as I said before in the diagram, if you have any sessions with CEO, or if you have any sessions with your manager, so this is the best way to showcase them. Instead of showing them like what you did and what is the output and all, if you show them in an like this table representation way, then it will be most easy for them to understand the process also. Okay, now that's all I wanted to show you. If you wanted to do something more, you can copy all this and you can open Excel sheet. I have also tried to learn Glue and Athena, but it was taking so much of time to post videos, so I avoided those two, Glue and Athena. But in future, yes, we'll do some videos on it. Now, if you paste all the data here, and if you wanted to, yeah, if you select all the data, and if you go to the insert, and if you click on recommended charts, you'll be able to see the recommended charts here. Okay, and if I want this chart, and if I click on OK, see, this is what I wanted to show you guys. This is how Redshift works actually. If you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section, or if you wanted me to suggest something on the Redshift, please put it in the comment section. I also wanted to deep dive and learn something about Redshift, and it's in the same way how this AWS Glue and then AWS Athena works. So we'll definitely look into that in future sessions if we have time, because those were completely an data analysis and analytics tools. That's all for today, guys. We're going to meet in the tomorrow's session. Please put it in the comment section if you have any doubts, and also you can connect to me over LinkedIn. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about S3. Guys, this has been already discussed during our storage classes. If you wanted to go watch my video, you can watch it. I'm going to pin it on the top. But for now, I'm going to give you a small heads up. And today we are also going to deploy an static website using this S3, and then we are also put a cloud formation, a CloudFront distribution in front of the S3, and we are going to deploy an static website. Okay, so now first we'll understand what are the different types of storages we do have in S3. S3 again comes under object storage. S3 again comes under object storage, where it is called as simple storage service. Simple storage. Guys, apologies for my writing. I'm writing it on screen. Um, and the very next thing what we do have in S3 is archival storage, which is called as Glacier. Guys, archival storage means we are not going to delete any kind of data, which is also called as in a simple terms historical data. Historical data. The very good example what I can tell you here is bank statements. If you go to the bank and if you ask them for the last 1 year statements, what they're going to do, they're going to charge you for 116 rupees or 78 rupees, and they're going to give you the bank statement. The reason why they are charging is they are going to pull out the data, they are going to pull out the historical data. Last 10 years data or 20 years data, they're going to keep it in, they're going to archive it. So, which is called as archival data. I forgot to say something here. The very best example for this S3 is Amazon.com, because if you open Amazon site, you're going to see a number of product videos, a number of product gif images or photos, pngs, jpegs, mp3 audio, each and everything. So in S3 you can keep whatever data you want. It can store all structured and unstructured data. And then we do have something called EFS, which is elastic file system. Elastic file system, which is related to Linux environment, not in Windows environment. For Windows we do have something called FSX. This is for Windows environment. Right, now we are going to discuss about the project, and we are going to make sure that we are achieving it. Guys, make sure you're doing the practicals, and also please do let me know in the comment section if you are able to understand what I'm saying or not. Thank you so much for that if you are keeping the comment. um, First what we're going to do, we are going to put all our, I do have one portfolio, not my portfolio. I have created this for freelancing. I do have this portfolio files. I do have somewhere around 9 to 10 files. I'm going to upload all these files in S3 bucket. Once this is done, I'm going to configure CloudFront distribution. The reason why we are putting CloudFront distribution in front of S3 bucket is, guys, see, if you're deploying this portfolio normal in the sense, if you're deploying portfolio with EC2 and then auto scaling and then load balancer and then IAM roles and then all these things, we are not using any services here. We are just putting all our data in S3 bucket, and we are putting in, and we are configuring CloudFront distribution in front of the S3 bucket. The reason why we are doing this is CloudFront gives you a good performance in the sense, what it will do, it will make sure that it caches your website content at edges of the location around the world. The reason why it caches the data, because see, whenever someone is accessing from a different place, they should not face any kind of latency, right? So to avoid such latency, what CloudFront distribution will do is it will gives you a good performance by storing the cache memory. And the second thing what it can do is cost optimization. And the third thing what it will do is security. By default, when you're configuring this CloudFront distribution, there is something called web application firewall. We have already discussed about this. This is mainly used to avoid the DDoS attacks and any unnecessary, it will stop any unnecessary fine grained network entering into our environment. And then we do have scalability. For scalability, we are going to use scalability and availability. We are going to use auto scaling groups there when we are deploying uh, an application in an instance. But here you can, what CloudFront distribution will do is it will automatically scales up and down based on the load. And then we do have something called customization. So it provides various customization options such as ACM updation, which is ACM is again nothing but Amazon Certificate Manager. SSL, different types of SSL you can keep. Either you can select ACM only, or you can import the external certificate also, or error page URLs. Error page URLs, like, see, normally what error we're gonna see, 404 not found, correct? But here you can also create separate error page URLs. Okay, so that is the reason why we are creating CloudFront distributions. We are keeping CloudFront distributions in front of the S3. Once this is done, there is something called CNAME. CNAME will be created with the CloudFront distribution. There will be one unique URL will be created, and what we're going to do is we are going to attach this CNAME to our Route 53 records. Route 53 records. I'm going to attach it with a subdomain called www, and then we are going to access it with the internet. Here you can also route your traffic to HTTP to HTTPS automatically. But in when you're deploying your application in EC2, what we're going to do, we are going to create one load balancer, and from load balancer there is something called attributes. Under attributes there is something called rules again. In that rules we are going to make sure that the traffic is, that the page is forwarding from HTTP HTTPS. But here CloudFront distribution will be automatically doing it. So these many advantages were there in CloudFront distribution. So now let's go ahead and deploy it, guys. A small heads up again. Here I'm not going to explain about ACM. I'm going to show you, but I can't explain because the reason why is the certificates are already generated. I have two domains. One is saikiranpi.com and the second one is cloudvishwakarma.com. These two were already deployed. Now if I delete and if I started creating again, it will take 24 hours. So it will be tough for me to show you. So please try to understand. I'll show you, but how to do it. Okay, let's go and achieve this diagram. Let me take back to you my console. For the next 3 days, today we are going to host a static website. Tomorrow we are going to work on archival storage, and the last day, which is third day, we are going to work on uh, FSX and then elastic file system. I'm going to show you all proper real-time projects only. Okay, let's go ahead and jump to the practicals. So here is my console, guys. Before jumping onto the practicals, first what you gonna do is, I told you I'm going to show on ACM, right? Certificates Manager, open it, and then you also have to open Route 53. I'm going to zoom it a little bit. Okay, so make sure that you're having one domain. I do have two domains here. If you have a domain name, then create a hostel zone, guys. If possible, take domain name. It is just 110 rupees or 165 something, and give the domain name here properly. In my case, it is saikiranpi.in. Don't enter any subdomains in front of it. Just give the domain name. Select public and then create hostel zones. Once you have created, you will be seeing some dashboard like this. Click on your domain name. I'll be using this cloudvishwakarma.in. Just leave it as it is, then come back to the ACM, which is certificates manager. I do like Amazon have already issued my issued a certificates to my domain name. Now simply what you have to do is click on request, select request a public certificate, click on next, give the domain name here with star dot and then .in. Okay, here you have to mention your domain name, correct? Once this is done, make sure you're selecting the DNS validation. Don't select email validation, better go with DNS validation only. The reason why we are selecting DNS validation is, here is our DNS route 53. We are going to make the authentication from the DNS RSA 2048, and then simply click on request. Once you're done clicking on request, it will take some time. Here the status will be showing you as not issued. In order to show it as issued, what you have to do is you have to open it, And then if you scroll down, you will be finding some cnames here, cname and then cname record. Okay, copy this cname. Guys, do not confuse here. You are not copying the record, you are copying the cname. This we'll be using it as subdomain. Click on your route 53, create records, simple routing, and then create record and then define simple record. Paste the cname here. Make sure you're removing this cloudvishwakarma.in in the bottom, I mean in the last. You have to remove your domain name, because see, if you see here, we already do have .cloudvishwakarma.in, and if we also leaving it as it is, then you will face an error. Select cname here, and then now you have to select your cname value. This is nothing but a record. Paste it here, select 1 minute, and then simply click on define simple record. Okay, if people who are aware of let's encrypt, here we are going to add something called acme challenge.cloudvishwakarma.in. And in the meantime, what this will do is, in the back end, not load balancer, this route 53 will go and check whether you are the correct user or not with the help of this cname and cname records. Then it will authenticate and the status will be shown as issued. Okay, once this is done, now you have to come back to your console and make sure you're opening S3. This is my S3. Create a bucket. I'm going to give the name as a random name. Access control is enabled. Disable public access. Guys, do not worry. Tomorrow, when we are learning on policies and endpoints, we'll make sure that we are entering only fine-grained access. Okay, don't worry about it. Enable the bucket versioning. The reason why we are enabling the bucket versioning is, even if you delete it, the data will be there. It will not be deleted completely. And then simply click on create bucket. Once you are done with creating the bucket, open the bucket, upload all the files. As I said before, I do have some portfolio files where I have created it for freelancing. I'm going to upload all these files here, and if you want these files, please do let me know. I will remove all the metadata and then I'm going to give you the raw files. Add files, and I'm going to add. See, I have added all the files here now. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make sure that the permission is granting public access, and I click on understand, click on upload. Let's wait for it to complete. Done. It's uploaded, showing as 83% that everything completes. Okay, it's uploaded. Now what we're going to do is, we're going to do some small test whether if it is able to access or not. Open your index.html file. Guys, whenever you're uploading your files, make sure that you are getting a unique URL for each and every file. Okay, just click on index.html. I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to open it here, whether if it is able to accessing or not. Okay, it's accessing, no problem. I'm going to close this. So once this is done, uh, go to your, where is my bucket? My bucket is here. Go to your bucket, click on permissions. If you scroll down, not permissions, properties. The reason why we are doing this is to host a static website, right? So we have to enable static website hosting. Enable it. Make sure you are giving the document name, which is our primary index.html file. Scroll down and then index.html, save changes. Once this S3 part is done, now you have to open CloudFront distribution. This is the one, open it. Create CloudFront distribution. Your domain name will be already popping up here. Make sure you're selecting it. And origin access, legacy access identities, make sure you're selecting your S3 testing. Okay. Scroll down. Don't do any changes here. Make sure you're selecting redirection. When it comes to dedicated EC2 machine, what we have to do for this, we have to create a load balancer, and then we have to go to the attributes, and then we have to go to the rules, and then we have to route the traffic from HTTP to HTTPS. But in CloudFront distribution, if you see here, we are simply clicking it to redirect to HTTPS. Nice. Scroll down, don't change anything. There is something called web application firewall. Yeah, here it is. Again, web application firewall is also included in CloudFront distribution. Click on enable security protection. Scroll down. Make sure you're selecting your SSL certificate. Once this task has been done, once it is issued, sometimes it will take 24 hours for issuing, sometimes it will take 2 minutes for issuing. Once this is done, make sure you're selecting the certificate here. Correct? Come down again. Here you have to give your index.html file. And also make sure that you're adding an CNAME here. My CNAME is showkarma.in, and then simply click on create distributions. Once this is created, you will be seeing something called distribution domain name. Copy this domain name, guys. Now you have to open your Route 53. My Route 53 is here. These are my hosted zones. I'm going to click on cloud.vishwakarma.in, and then I'm going to create a record. Simple routing. The reason why I'm doing is, I'll show you now. Make sure you're entering the subdomain as www dot, or you can give whatever subdomain you want, like megastar, superstar, whatever you want you can give. And then make sure that you are route to traffic to IPv4 address. Here you have to select your CloudFront distribution. Once you have selected CloudFront distribution, you will get the CloudFront distribution ID here. Select it and then define a simple record, create record. Let's wait for it to show the status as sync. Once it is synced, then we can able to go and access it with the domain name which what we have created. What is the domain name we have created? We have created it with www.cloudvishwakarma.in. Let's wait for it. If you see here, the status is now showing as sync. Now open a new incognito window, and now w.cloudvishwakarma.in. See, we have our portfolio. Nice. Guys, you can have a question that why we are installing EC2 instances and deploying load balancers, auto scaling groups, and all this stuff. Instead of that, we can simply go and deploy it in S3. But it's completely depends on business use case again. So if you wanted to deploy any portfolio, or if you wanted to put any, for example, if you take any Diwali or Black Friday offers, in such case you can simply cache that website and you can deploy it into an S3 bucket. So this is my portfolio where I have created it for freelancing. If I go to my connection is secure or not, see Amazon RSA, our certificate has been issued by the Amazon. And if you click on about, see this is my about, and if I click on services, these are the tools where I have expertise in. And if I go to my portfolio, this is my portfolio actually. I'll open this. This is my medium. This is my portfolio again, which is live and running. If I go through, I have to delete this week and I have to update it. And this is my resume. If you scroll down, these are my projects. This is my email, contact number, my Docker, my LinkedIn, my Medium, not GitHub, my Medium here, and then my YouTube here. Okay, this is my Terraform GitHub. This is my Terraform modules, my project, guys. If you have time, sorry for taking uh, like you to the wrong path again from cloud AWS to Terraform again. See, this is an production grade Terraform modules, guys. I'll give a small brief here. We are going to do this when we are working on DevSecOps. Okay. See, I have created a production folder here, and then I've created a development here, and I have not included any values here. Simply what I have did, I have informed it to go and collect it from where? Collect it from dot modules. Here it will come, and from modules where? And from modules take from compute. See, it will take all the values from here. Outputs are again dependencies. I'll tell you this. See, I have given all the variables here. Var dot environment is equal to production. If my environment is production, deploy 3. If my environment is not production, also deploy 3. We are going to discuss this entire production, I mean Terraform modules during the time of our DevSecOps. Once after completing the AWS, then we will be jumping onto this. Okay, let's not discuss more on this. And this is my submit form, and I have not attached any DB to it for now currently. If you guys, if you have time, do a small practical. What you can do is do the same what I have did. Create one API gateway. Create one. I'll show you. Now you have created an S3 and then you have deployed everything. Whatever I did, then do it. And then what you can do is create one Lambda function. Okay. If you have doubt how to create Lambda function and create API gateway, watch my uh, unstructured data where I have discussed about serverless architecture. I have used DocumentDB API gateway Lambda. Okay, watch that video and try to integrate it. Create S3, create Lambda functions, and make sure in the Lambda functions you are creating an IAM role. Okay, give full access to IAM role for DocumentDB or for the S3. Instead of DocumentDB, you can give for S3, and then make sure that you are creating one API gateway and then attach an post method to it, not put method, post method. If you don't know how to do this, watch my um, serverless architecture session. I didn't explain how to attach it, but I am telling you to do this assessment if you have time. So this is all about, guys. This is what I wanted to show you. We have successfully deployed our portfolio using the S3 services, and we have also a proper certificate from Amazon RSA 2048. And if you like my video, please put it in the comment section, guys. And if anyone is interested to learn like proper AWS stuff, which what a production floor does, then please recommend my channel to them, and please share this video to your friends if whomsoever is interested. The main thing is, even if you're not sharing, even if you're not liking or commenting, please do practice and post it on the LinkedIn. Okay, we'll see you in the tomorrow's session. We are going to do something about like S3 access points and policies. So we'll meet you in the tomorrow's session, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about S3 access points and then S3 policies. Guys, if you remember, yesterday we have discussed about something called static website, where we have deployed this with the help of S3 and then with the help of ACM and then with the help of Route 53, and the major service is CloudFront distribution, right? So today we are going to discuss something about the access point and policies, guys. There is nothing to explain here. Instead, I have to show you the practicals directly. So we are going to discuss about three practicals. First, we are going to create one S3 bucket, and then we are going to put some files in it, and then we'll block all the access, and we are going to give access to the public users with the help of policies. I'm going to generate with this with the help of policy generator, which was provided by Amazon itself only. And the second one, what practical we're going to do is, we have blocked all the public access. Correct, we have blocked all the public access, but still we can give access to the files in it. But we can still give access to the files with the help of pre-assigned URL. Pre-assigned URL. And then the third task, what we're going to do is, we do have S3 bucket. I'm going to erase this, guys, please don't mind. I'm going to erase this. We have one bucket, and then we do have files in it, where it has two folders, folder 1 and then folder 2, and then we are going to create two users. user 1 and then user 2. We are not going to give any policies here even for user 1 and user 2, but still we are going to create some access points here, right? We are going to create some access points here, and we'll make sure that we are able to upload all the files or all the actions whatever we are doing via these access points. Okay, and the last task what we're going to do is there is something called S3FS. Guys, this is the interview question. Can you mount your S3 bucket to the particular folder, I mean particular directory? It's yes, only with the help of third party tool. Only with the help of third party tool. Without third party tool it is not possible. That is something called S3FS. We are going to create one directory and then we are going to attach the S3 bucket to it, right? Let's go and do the practicals. Okay, here is my console, guys. Guys, before jumping onto the S3 practicals, please launch an Ubuntu instance. Okay, we do have some work with this Ubuntu instance where we are going to install S3FS and then we are going to we are going to mount our S3 bucket to this particular directory inside the S3FS Ubuntu instance. Okay, now let me open my S3. First, we are going to upload some files in the S3 and we'll block all the access and we'll see how we can able to give the access to the public users. Let me open my S3 bucket. Create a bucket. I'm going to give this as Saikiran 236. Scroll down, don't change anything, leave as it is. Scroll down and then create bucket. Once this is done, make sure you're uploading some files here. I'm going to uploading, see, I'm going to add these three. Don't change any permissions here, simply click on upload. So meanwhile what you can do is you can open policy generator. If you remember during our IAM classes we have used this policy generator a lot to generate the policies. Simply what you can do is select S3 bucket principal star, which means all actions. I need only get objects. I wanted to see the objects, that's it. I don't want any more. And then I'm going to place this ARN here. Go to properties, copy your ARN and then paste it here. Slash again all. Add the statement and generate policy. Copy this. Come back here. Go to the permissions. Let me open a file and show it to you first. If I open this file and if I open this link, see, we are unable to access it. Access denied. Now come back to your permissions. I'm sorry. Go back to your, yeah, here it is, permissions. Scroll down, make sure you're unblocking the public access. Do not worry, after this we are going to do something called pre-assigned URL and we will be doing something called access points. There we are going to block the public access also. For now you can unblock, confirm, scroll down, edit and then paste the policy which what we have generated from the policy generator. Save it. Right, once this is done, go back to your objects again, open any object and if I click on it, see, it will open now. This should also be open. If I refresh, see, I can able to open it. Now I'm going to remove the policy and will show you something called pre-assigned URL. Okay, I'm gonna block the access again, save changes, objects, I'm sorry, permission, simply click on delete policy. Delete, that's it. I'll tell you a scenario before jumping onto the pre-assigned URL. Imagine there is a bucket here and your management or client requesting you not to give access to any of the people for this bucket because your application is saving some data inside this bucket or some artifacts were saving inside this S3 bucket. Okay, so in such case your management or client said not to give any access to the particular people, but still testing people want to see some image. But how you can achieve this is simply you can click on the image, right? If I open this image now, let me show you first. If I open this image, it's access denied, correct? If I come back to the bucket and if they wanted to watch any image, I'll select this. I have opened this only, right? Access denied, yeah. If I can select this and I can click on actions, there is something called shared with pre-assigned URL. Okay, this has been an default option in the GCP before. Now AWS has also launched this option. Before it was particularly dedicated to the GCP itself only. So if you select shared with pre-assigned URL and make sure you're selecting hours, give the number of hours. For example, in my case, I need 3 hours, and then I'll click on pre-assign URL. Copy this URL, give it to the testing team, and if they start entering this, see, they can able to see the image. If I refresh here, I still can't able to see the image, but with the help of this link, I can. Correct? Now let's go back and do the another activity. I'll just remove all the objects inside my bucket. Okay, nice. So this is my bucket, guys. There is nothing inside the bucket. I'm going to create two folders. Okay, one is folder 1. Simply click on create folder. I'm going to create one more folder, which is folder 2. Simply click on create folder. Right now, instead of giving access directly to this bucket, okay, my developers, there are two developers. I wanted to give developer 1 folder 1 access, developer 2 to folder 2 access. Okay, but I don't want to give the access directly with the help of users. If you remember, in the IAM we'll be creating some users, and then under that there is something called add boundaries or inline policies. Right, we are going to add some policies, and whenever you enter the policies, there automatically that user will be having the particular policies. Instead of doing that, now what we're going to do is we are going to create something called access points. Okay, where the developer 1 and developer 2 will be having all access to the folder 1 and folder 2 for each developer 1 and developer 2. Right, so in order to achieve this, what we can do is come back to your bucket. This is my bucket. Right, now I have to create two IAM users. Now I have to create two IAM users. Guys, do not get confused. In IAM, now we are going to create two users, and we are not going to give developer 1 password, custom password. Guys, I'm not going to create the developer 2 user. If you're doing practicals, please create developer 2 user and make sure you're giving access to the folder 2 only. Now I'll show you how to do with folder 1. You have to do the folder 2. Okay, so see, I'm not giving any policies. I'm not adding any policies here. I'll simply click on create user. Okay, if I log in here to incognito mode, if I open S3 for this particular user, he will not be having any kind of access. Watch here carefully. He is not have this developer 1 is not having any access. Right, if I go back here also, I haven't added any inline policies or boundary permissions or something. Correct, we have just created an user. Now go back to your S3. Make sure you're creating the access point. Create access point developer 1. Select internet, block all the access. Don't give any policies here. Simply click on create access points. Okay, you have to do for developer 2, guys. I'm going to show you how we can do it with developer 1. Right, now once this is done, come back to your bucket, not to the access points. Come back to your bucket, go to the permissions, make sure you're entering the script. This is our script actually. Okay, if you watch this carefully here, this policy allows any user to perform. Who is the user here? Our user is developer, to perform any action on the specified S3 bucket. Now we have to mention the S3 bucket name here. Go back. Where is my S3 bucket? Here it is. Properties. Copy your S3 bucket, paste it here. Okay, it is same, the name is same. Okay, S3 bucket and its objects, right? But only if the action is performed through a data access point. We have already created the data access point here before if you watch this video, right? Data access point belonging to this AWS account ID with this. This is my AWS account ID, right? I'm going to copy this simply. Go back to your guys, paste it under the bucket permissions, not under the access point permissions. Okay, paste it under the bucket permissions. Click on edit, paste it, save it. Once this is done, now go to your access point, go to the developer one. Now let me open the another script which what you have to mention under the developer one access points. Read this carefully. This policy allows the IAM user. Who is my IAM user here? Developer one. This is the IAM user. Let's go back and quickly paste the ARN of the IAM user. Copy this. Come back here. This is my developer in the AWS account. Okay, account here is my account ID. To perform any actions on all the objects accessible through the S3 access point. See, this is my S3 access point. Developer 1. Go back to your access points. This is my, here is my access point. Click on it. Properties. Make sure you are copying the ARN. This is the access point. Copy. Paste it here. And what is the object here? Object is nothing but folder, right? Guys, make sure that you are entering the folder name properly, not the access point folder name. You have to mention, come back to the bucket. In my case, both are folders only, but in your case, make sure that you are entering this folder name, okay, not the access point folder. Copy the folder name, and then I'm going to enter it here simply, right? Now I'm going to entirely copy this. You have to follow the same for the developer 2 for giving the access to the folder 2, guys. Do not get confused. Open it, go to permissions, scroll down, click on edit, and then paste it. Save it. Now I'm going to see, even if I wanted to copy or do any actions from here, it says this developer 1 is not having any access because we have not added any policies. This developer 1 is not having any policies. But if I try to access it with the access point, it will work. I'll show you how. This is my Ubuntu machine. I have downloaded it from Microsoft Play Store, so you can also download it if you want. Now what I'm going to do is user add hyphen m developer 2 sudo su hyphen. Okay, we are into developer 2. See, now we have successfully logged into the developer 2 user. Now what I'm going to do is simply I'll give AWS configure. Make sure that you are entering the access ID and then secret key of this user. Go to credentials, access key, other, scroll down, next, create access key, copy the access key, paste it here. Guys, this is not a PowerShell. Do not get confused. This is an I downloaded it from Ubuntu. I mean, downloaded it from Microsoft Store. I'll show you. See, this is Ubuntu 18.4 and 20. Okay, you can also download it from the Play Store if you want. Or we do have something called WSL. I'll show you that one also. This is WSL, Windows Subsystem Linux. You can also use this if you want. Now where are we exactly? Okay, access point X, and now you have to mention your secret key too, and then yes hyphen east hyphen one, and then JSON. Right now we have given this. Once this is done, what you can do is, I do have one command to copy some data here. This is my S3 command. Let me create some file here. I'm going to copy this scikit-run.txt to my S3 bucket. If you watch carefully here, it is not possible. We will be doing it with console from the access points, right? Go back to your access points. If you watch here carefully in your bucket, now under folder 1 nothing has been there, right? Now I'll come back here. See, what we are copying here is scikit-txt. Copy this. I'll paste here. S3 ARN. Make sure you're pasting proper URL here. Okay, not the ARN. You have to paste your ARN. Right. Come back to buckets. This is my bucket. Access point. My developer access point. I'll go to properties. See, this is my URL. I'll copy and then I'm going to paste this. Folder 1, yes, this is the object of mine and my file name is right. Copy entirely. Come back to your, see if you watch this carefully. We do not have anything under folder 1, right? Now watch carefully. Copied successfully. If I refresh here, see, we have copied. Developer 1 does have access for this icon.txt file. If you go back to your console, you will not be having access because this is an IAM user console. We have not attached a single policy to it. But how we have logged into, I mean, how we have copied it from the CLI is because of what? Because of this access points. Because of this access points. Okay, so that's all guys, that's all for this three. Now we are going to do one last task. I told you to create one Ubuntu instance, right, which is S3FS. S3FS is again a third party tool which is mainly used to mount our entire S3 bucket. Okay, I have connected to my instance already here. Make sure that you are installing all the dependencies. Sudo apt update nn sudo apt install S3FS. Wait for it to complete. Guys, my S3FS has been successfully installed. If I check S3FS version, see I have my S3FS. Guys, make sure that you're installing unzip. Okay, sudo apt install unzip, and also make sure that you're installing AWS CLI. I have already installed this before coming to the session itself only. Okay, so here are the two steps you have to install. Don't forget it. Once those two was done, then what you have to do is go back to your IAM, go back to the users, create a user, name it as S3 full access, don't give any credentials not required, attach a policy, attach an S3 full access. Next, and then create a user. Once you have created this user, copy this security credentials, access key and secret key, because now we are going to enter this access key and secret key there. Okay, copy it, come back to your instance, AWS, configure, access key, and then secret key, done, region usc-1 JSON format. Right now, if you enter S3 AWS S3 LS, enter. See, I can see my bucket here. Now, simply what you have to do is mkdir scikit S3 bucket. Right, enter, and then S3 FS. What was my S3 bucket name? If I come back here, this is my bucket name, Saikiran 236 copy it, bucket name, and then directory name. What was my directory name? Saikiran S3 bucket. Enter. Now what you have to do is cd bucket df-h grep-i s3. See here guys, s3 has been attached. What does it mean 16e? I never seen this. What is 16e? Let me copy this. Is it an exabytes? 16e df-h. See, it's an MB. What is 16e? It is an exabytes or what? Wait, guys, let me check this. Let me see what it says. The output provided is S3FS, which is FUSC file system user space 16E with the amount of space available. Guys, exabytes. You know how much is exabytes? If you remember yesterday's class, we have discussed about MB, GB, TB, terabytes, and then petabytes, and then exabytes. 10 petabytes equal to 1 exabyte, I think. Yeah, 10 petabytes equals to 1. No, 10 petabytes does not equal to 1 exabyte. Instead, 1 exabyte equal to. Okay, okay. 1024 petabytes. Okay, got it. So if you watch this carefully here, guys, our S3 bucket size is 16 exabytes. Okay, you can show them, you can show this to, and like your friends or someone who is asking what is the space of an S3 bucket. Maybe you can show this 16 exabytes, or you can correct me in my comment section if I am wrong or something, because I believe there is nothing wrong here. Clearly, it is showing that it is exabytes with the help of df-h command. See, we have mounted our S3 bucket here, and it is showing as exabyte. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for watching my session. Have a nice day, everyone. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Bye bye. Guys, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today, we are going to discuss about AWS, EFS, and then we are going to discuss about AWS Glacier. Right, guys? Glacier, as I said you before in the storage classes. So Glacier is something which stores an historical data. Right? Glacier stores and historical data. Historical data is again nothing but you are just archiving the data. The very good example for this is 10 years back, 10 years back bank statements, right? So again, Glacier is something which is very straightforward. There is nothing to explain much in this Glacier. But today what we're going to do is we are going to create one S3 bucket. Don't stress yourself on Glacier, guys, because this is not that much important topic. But the reason why I'm telling you is you have to make sure that you are quietly aware of this Glacier, because interviewers might going to ask you what are the different types of storages. Then you can talk about S3, Glacier, and EBS storage also. Right, the first step what we're going to do, we are going to upload some files here, and under S3 we do have something called management. Under management we do have something called lifecycle rules. Okay, so once after this, what we'll be doing is we are going to create one vault is again nothing but Glacier. So there is no big options here. It will just ask you to mention the name and then simply click on create. So under this retention policies we do have something called different types of storage classes. What are these storage classes is, see, whenever uh, you are trying to move this data to archival, it will not directly move it. It will cross some storage classes. So we need to mention the storage classes, and then you also responsible for mentioning how many days you wanted to keep that data inside that storage class. 80 days, 180 days, and after 365 days you can simply delete the data. So we'll be seeing all this today. Okay, and the second major topic for today is, which is very important, guys. This is very important. In real time they will simply ask you, Sai, can you please create a common library for our Jenkins servers? That's it. They are not going to explain you more. If possible, they're going to give you some IPs of the Jenkins and credentials. That's it, not more than that. But it's your responsibility to make sure creating the common library for all the users, because see, in real time we'll be having development team, in real time we'll be having testing team or platform team, right, or etc some other teams. What is the advantage of creating this common share folder is, what is the advantage of creating common share folder is, there are two Jenkins, primary one, I mean Jenkins 1 and Jenkins 2, primary and then secondary. Whenever jobs have been triggered, here there is a location called where logs syslogs. logs will be generated here. Not every of the engineer will be having the access to it, right? So for in such reasons, what we're going to do is we'll be making sure that these logs will be stored under the common library. What was the common library we are going to follow in today, which is var library and then Jenkins. This is the common library we are going to follow, and we'll make sure that all these backup files are storing in this library, right? So let me draw you the proper architecture for you first, and then we are going to jump onto the practicals and we'll deploy this, right? So imagine I'm going to create one NFS share. We are going to get one mount path here, FS or some XYZ, and then Amazon.com, right? So I'm going to mount this to a library called a directory called var library and then Jenkins. I'm going to mount it here, and once it is done, I'm going to mount this path to where under etc fs tab. I'll show you. See, this is the mount path where it is. See, I'm going to copy and paste the. See, here I'm mounting var library and Jenkins and NFS. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here. The one which I showed you now, I'm going to paste it here. Once this is done, I'm going to create two Jenkins servers. One is Jenkins primary and the other one is Jenkins secondary. So whenever the job has been ran from this Jenkins primary and secondary, this logs will be storing in our var library Jenkins. Actually, the default location for this logs is, as I told you before, var logs and then syslogs. This is the default location for this, right? Let's go and do the practicals, guys. Make sure that you're practicing this. This is very important. And also, if you do have time, write an article on the LinkedIn and Medium also. I'll be taking you to the practical now. So this is my console, guys. First, I'm going to open EC2. I'm going to deploy two Ubuntu instances. One is primary Jenkins and the second one is primary secondary. Let me deploy the instances. I'm going to show you only one. A secondary instance, please do deploy yourself just to avoid the extra time in video. I'm going to select Ubuntu 2022, confirm. I need T2 medium, Jenkins, right? We need bit performance. Medium is fine. Select PEM, then my key, and then I'm going to select my VPC. Make sure that you're keeping your primary instance in 1A and the secondary instance in 1B. If you're deploying third instances, keep it in 1C. And I'll also put some user data here. I'm going to give you the user data, don't worry. We are just installing some common files. See, this is a script. Yesterday night I tried to automate this entire structure with the help of this Terraform, but we are facing a small issue with this Terraform script. I'll make sure that I'm going to complete, I'm going to resolve that issue. I'm going to give you this entire script, right? I'm going to keep it in an GitHub repository. Okay, now you deploy the second instance. So my primary instance is up, and let's wait for the secondary instance. Meanwhile, what would I do is I'll just log into this primary instance and do the necessary changes. Guys, first we'll complete the NFS task, which is the very most important task, and then we'll jump on to the Glacier task. Because Glacier task, don't stress yourself on the Glacier task because it is not that important. As I said before, it is a straightforward service. I'll just connect to my instance. Sudo su hyphen. No need of running apt update because it's already okay. Java is installed. I'll make sure that I'm creating a directory, which is the common directory of ours. Sorry, guys. mkdir slash var library Jenkins. Right now, I'm going to slash fs tab. Here, I'm going to mention our mount path slash FS tab. Come back to your console and make sure that you're opening EFS service. We are going to create one EFS now. Our secondary server is also up. Okay. I'm going to delete this. This is not required. I'm going to create one new instance. I mean, new file system. Create file system. Give the name, or you can ignore it. I'm going to select my VPC. Create. That's it. Once you open, it will take some time, just a few minutes. Let's refresh it meanwhile. We're going to get one FS mount path here. So this is the one, yes. Go back to your network, scroll down. Let's wait for it to be available. Okay, now it is the network is available. Make sure you're selecting manage and change the security groups. Don't take default security groups because we have already configured our own security groups. Select the security groups, right? And then simply click on save. Done. Once you have copied this name, come back to your Visual Studio Code. I do have something here. I'm going to paste it. Make sure you're copying it properly. Okay. Now copy this entire path. Go back to your primary instance. This is my primary instance. I'm going to paste it here. Remove the unnecessary spaces. Control X, Y, save it. If you enter df-h, see nothing is there now. If I enter mount-a, it's mounted. df-h, see it is mounted. Now you have to follow the same steps. Cat etc fs tab. Follow the same steps for what? Follow the same step for the secondary also. Connect java-version. Okay. mkdir/var library Jenkins nano/etc fs tab. Paste it here. Do it carefully, guys. Don't rush. Control X, Y. Now what you have to do, make sure that you are mounting it. df-h. Nice, it has been mounted. Now you'll understand why we are doing this. I'll show you a clear example now. Var library Jenkins. Watch carefully, guys. I'm going to watch this ls-al. Nothing has been there, right? Watch ls-al. It's watching now. If I created one file. See, it's reflecting here. Now I'm going to create another file. See, it is reflecting here. Why it is reflecting? This is our task, right? Whenever a Jenkins job is running, all the logs should be stored in the common location. Which is the common location? Var library Jenkins is our common location. The reason why we are keeping in common location is, as I said in the diagram in the introduction part, imagine 10 platform engineers were working, so all do have access to this folder and it will be easy for them to access all the logs if anything is required, right? Now I'm going to remove this. Stop. Sorry, guys. Once it is done, go back to your primary server. Watch here carefully, primary and this is secondary if you have any confusion. Okay, come back to your primary server. I'm going to install Jenkins. I'll open GitHub. I do have Jenkins here. I'm going to give you the script, do not worry. Script.sh. Copy this. Nano Jenkins.sh. Paste it. Control X, Y, chmod 777 Jenkins.sh. /install it. Wait for it to complete. Nice, our Jenkins has been installed successfully. Now simply go back to your console again, click on primary, make sure you're logging into the Jenkins. Copy the public IP, paste it here. What is the port of default port? 8080. Now I'll grab the password, cat/var library Jenkins secrets, and then initial password. Copy it, come back here to your Jenkins, paste it, continue. Install suggested plugins, wait for it to complete. It's completing. Guys, in real time, the activities will be like this only. They will not ask you to only write the Jenkins Groovy scripts. They will be simply asking you, hi Sai, can you please create a common shared library for our Jenkins servers? And they're going to give you the Jenkins server IPs. If you require any credentials, then they're going to give you the credentials for CLI also. So rest all part, it's your responsibility to do it, right? Skip and continue as an admin, save and finish, start Jenkins. Now I'm going to run one small job. I'm going to run one freestyle, select testing one, scroll down and then click on OK. Scroll down, select shell here, bin bash, echo, we are testing primary. Oh, see, shebang is wrong. Bin bash, okay, save and then build now again. It's passed. Now I'm going to run it again. Okay, nice. Total three jobs, right? I'm going to get back to the dashboard. If you watch here carefully, we do have three jobs. Now I'll jump onto the secondary server and I'm going to install Jenkins there. Jenkins on the secondary server, and we are going to log into the Jenkins and watch carefully, guys. Watch carefully what will happen after this installation. Chmod 777 Jenkins / Jenkins. Wait for it to complete. I'll show you something here on this instance. If you watch here carefully, um, cat/var library, not library, logs, system logs. See how many logs have been generated? We just ran the job, right? These are all the Jenkins logs. These are under where? These are under system logs, under logs and then system logs. But what is our common directory? Our common directory in the sense whomsoever is having, like, all the team members are having the access for the common directory. So they wanted to watch these logs for testing or for support, or like in any issue occurs for debugging and all these things. Now I want all these logs to be placed under var library and then Jenkins. Now let's complete the same task on this secondary server, and then we'll see how we can able to push the syslogs to our common library. Our secondary server is also up. Now I'm going to open my secondary library, secondary Jenkins. Watch carefully here. I'm not going to enter the secondary password here. See, I'm still in primary server only. I'll just take the password of primary server, cat var library Jenkins secrets and then initial password. Even if I am entering the primary password, it will work. Why it is working? Put it in the comment section if you have time, guys. See, I have entered the primary password. I didn't even check the secondary server password. I have entered directly it from primary password. See, it's logged in. It is logged in and it is showing the job. We ran the job on testing one, but how it is showing the job on test secondary server? We have ran the job on primary server, right? But see, watch here carefully. We are it's visible on secondary server also, right? But I'll tell you something here. This particular task, we are going to achieve it in DevOps, not in AWS. If I ran one more job here, it will not reflect because there is something called reload config. If you refresh, it should be automatically reflect here, but it will not reflect. What we're going to do is we are going to do some reload configurations that we are going to learn in DevOps. Do not worry. But for now, please put it in the comment section how this job is reflecting in the secondary server and how the Jenkins secondary Jenkins has logged in with the primary password. Right now, I'm going to copy the syslogs to our var library Jenkins location. How we can do it? There is a script here with me. I'll show you where it is. Here it is, rotation.sh. What this script will do is, see, it will search for this folder, I mean file, which is syslog or not. If it is not the file, then the script will throw an error and it will exit. If this is the file, and what it will do is, it will check the size first. If the size is more than 1024 MB, not MB, bytes, 1024 bytes equal to 1 KB, how it will check? It will check with this password du-b and then this file name, then it will get the output. So based on it, see here, if the size is greater than max size, then echo rotating. And here we have added the timestamp equal to what? Date and the current seconds, percentile and s. And then we are going to move this dollar file is again nothing but this file. We are going to move this file to var library Jenkins, and the name what we are giving here is backup dot at a particular timestamp. Here we are creating one timestamp, right? So at particular point of time, the timestamp will be attached to this file, right? Now let me copy this, guys. If you do not understand, don't worry, simply copy this and paste it in GPT tools and ask it, can you please generate line by line understanding of the script? That's it. You will be able to understand, you will be able to understand each and everything of this file. I'm going to paste it uh, at root location nano rotating.sh, and I'm going to paste it here. Give Control X. Yes. Now if you watch carefully, I'll just go to the var location, var library Jenkins ls-al. You are not able to see any backup file here, right? See, no backup files here. Now see what will happen. Bash rotating, it's good, it's generated. Now I'll go here again. Where is cd? Yeah, see, I can able to see the backup file here. Backup, what is the name we have given? Backup dot timestamp. This is the timestamp. But see, we haven't achieved one more thing. This I'm doing it manually, but I wanted to do it automatically. For that, what we required? Pause the video and put it in the comment section if you know. We do require something called cron job, right? So in order to cron tab hyphen e and then enter, for actually in real time, for every 30 minutes or 45 minutes or 1 hour they're going to give. This is my test environment, right? I'm going to give it for each and every second. Each and every second it will go and check the logs, sys logs. From where? From logs, from where logs and sys logs, and then it will check the size as per the script, and then it see, and then it will check the size as per the scripts. Once it is done, then it will copy the file to our which location? Where library Jenkins, which is our common location, and it will save it as backup.timestamp. Now I'm going to bash slash root slash where, what's my file? rotating.sh. So each and every second this will run. So this is what I wanted to tell you guys. This is real-time activity only. Now let's go back and check in the secondary instance whether it is reflecting or not. ls-al. See, it is reflecting here also. Nice. So this is all about the task. Now we are going to achieve the secondary task, which is the Glacier. Don't stress yourself much, guys, on this secondary task because it is not that important. But just to understand, make you understand, I am doing this Glacier task. First, I'm going to open S3 bucket, and then I'm going to open Glacier. See, we do have our bucket already. We have all the objects. I'm not allowing any access. Everything is blocked. If you go here, there is something called management. Under management, we do have life cycles. I'm going to delete this. Under management, we do have life cycles, correct? And then this is called replication rule. I didn't tested this before, and I'm not sure what it is. Inventory configuration. If anyone knew this, please put it in the comment section. I also wanted to know. Replication rule is something, again, people who worked on storage devices or backup devices, they will be knowing it very well. See, one server is in Asia Pacific and the one server is in US East 1A, right? So if they wanted to replicate the data between these two servers from US to India, US to Asia Pacific, or Asia Pacific to US, vice versa, then we need to configure this replication rules, right? For now, we are not going to configure anything. Simply click on create lifecycle rule, give your name whatever you want, and make sure that you're selecting apply to all the objects in the bucket. Objects are nothing but the files which what you kept inside the S3 bucket, correct? So make sure that you're selecting this, or if you wanted to limit the scope, then you can select this and make sure that you're entering the correct prefix here. Okay, now I am applying it to all the objects, and here is the major part, which is life cycle rule actions. Let's select this and read it slowly. Move current version of the objects. What are the objects here? One which is there in the S3 bucket, between what? Storage classes. It is simply saying, Sai, if you are adding the files, if you wanted me to archive the files, I am not going to throw it directly to the archival storage. So there are some storage classes. What were the storage classes? Standard IA, right? I'm going to give this as 30 days. And then what was the secondary class? I'm going to give it as instant retrieval. I'll give this as 60 days. And flexible retrieval, I'm going to give this as 90. And which is the Glacier deep archive, I am going to give this as 180. I'll show you now clearly. You might be understanding now. See the current version actions. Day 0, you uploaded the objects. Day 30, after 30 days, objects will be moved to standard IA. After 60 days, it will be moved to Glacier instant. After 90 days, it will be moved to the Glacier flexible retrieval. After 180 days, the objects to Glacier, like it will move to the deep Glacier, right? Or if you wanted to delete after 365 days, after 1 year, you don't want the data, you just wanted to completely delete it. In such case, what you can do is just select this delete expired objects. Make sure that you are selecting delete incomplete multiparts. Scroll down and give the days here. What will happen after you creating this? Objects move Glacier flexible interval formula the integral value. Okay, it should not be. I'll give this as 30, 90. Maybe it should be less than the above 180 days, and then I'm going to give this as 365 days. If you have any confusion, you can see the values here. Okay, scroll down and then create the rule. It is creating. That's it. And the other side, what you have to do is you have to make sure that you are creating the vault here. Vault name, give whatever you want, turn off the notifications, simply click on create vault. That's it. I do have already two vaults. So we just updated this rule, right? When was our bucket object information was there? May 19. So it will take 30 days to move to the next storage rule. For now, I can't show you how the data will be moved to the archival storage, but there is a tool called, I do have that tool. There is a tool called Fast Glacier. See, this is the Fast Glacier. What will happen here is, whenever you install it, just type in the Google Fast Glacier. It is very straightforward tool. You're going to get a pop-up here. So in order to get the details, what you have to do, you have to create one IAM user, and make sure you're giving the Glacier full access to it under attached policies. Okay, once it is done, copy the access key and secret key. You're going to get one pop-up here when you open this. So copy it and paste all the access keys and secret keys. Once you enter, it will take 2 minutes of time. In the 2 minutes of time, what this fast Glacier will do is it will go and check in the backend, and it will gives the output like this. It will give you the dashboard like this, which means it has found a vault at US East, North Virginia, DSDS testing. We do have two vaults, right? See. Then simply what you can do, manual, this is a manual process. Simply what you can do, select upload file or upload folder, whatever you want, select the files and then upload it. That's it, right? That's all for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section. Also, you can connect to me on LinkedIn. I request you to please share it with your friends. I request you to please, like, people whomsoever is willing to learn, freshers or people who are trying to transition in this channel. I believe they're gonna get a good content and good practical knowledge also. So that's all for today. Have a nice day, everyone. We'll see you in the tomorrow session. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS FSX, and then we are going to discuss about AWS Workspace. Guys, sorry for my writing. I'm writing it on screen. Guys, yesterday, if you remember, we have discussed something about EFS, right? Elastic File System. Correct? What we did, we have created two Jenkins servers, and whatever job you are running, all the logs should be shared in a common library. That is for Linux environment, right? But what if you wanted to do the same for Windows environment? So there is something called for Windows, which is FSX, which creates a shared library. So today we are going to do one real-time activity, guys. This is something which is related to the admin tasks. So what we are going to do today is, first we are going to create one managed active directory. Managed active directory. This we have already discussed during the time of active directory SSO, single sign-on, right? So once this is done, then we are going to create one FSX. Both will take, this will take 40 minutes of time to come up, and this will take somewhere around 20 minutes time to come up. So once these two are done, we are going to create one Windows machine, Windows EC2 instance. The reason is we are not going to install any kind of active directory, but we are going to create some users here. We are going to create some users here, and we are going to integrate this active directory with, we are going to integrate this managed active directory with our Windows instance with the help of DNS names or DNS IPs, right? So once this entire part is done, then here comes the main thing, which is AWS workspace. We are going to create AWS workspaces. AWS workspace is again nothing but, see, whenever you get a laptop from the organization, you'll be having some separate VDA in order to log into your client, right? So here this is something called as AWS workspaces, right? Let's go and achieve this task. Let me open my console, guys. So guys, here is my console. Before coming to the session, I have deployed one Windows instance and then I have named it as testing. So make sure that you're taking T2 large, because T2 micro will not work good for Windows machine, because you will be seeing some performance and latency issues, right? So once this is done, go to directory services. This is where our managed active directory will be there. Select, guys, if you are not aware of this directory services, I request you to please go and watch active directory SSO video. I'll also pin the video on the top, because there I have explained what is AWS managed Microsoft active directory, and then what was this AD connector. This AD connector is again which is used to connect to the on-prem devices, right? Before coming to the session, I have deployed this because it will take 40 minutes to come up, but I'll show you how to create. The only thing what you have to do is go to the directory services and then set up directory, select AWS managed Microsoft AD, simply click on next, select standard edition, give the name whatever you want. In my case I have given saikiranpi.in. No need of any domain name, you can give whatever random name you want. Remove this optional description, I mean directory user. Here you have to give your password. Mine is, and make sure this is not administrator, this is the username is admin. Okay, for the AD the username is admin, not administrator. Simply click on next, select your VPC, and then make sure that you're selecting your public subnets, and then simply click on next. Public subnet B I have to select, 1B and 1A, and then simply click on next. Once this is done, create directory, right? It will take 40 minutes. So once your directory is up and active, then what you have to do is you have to create FSX, which is our Windows file share. EFS is Linux file share. Select, and then this also will take 20 minutes of time to come up, but when you have to create this FSX is, you have to wait till the active directory is up. The reason why I'll tell you now. Create file system, this is for on-tap NetApp devices, storage devices. I'm not sure about this OpenZFS, but Luster is again nothing but a cluster. In storage we used to call it as cluster, Luster. Okay, in Kubernetes or in DevOps we used to call it as cluster. So for now, we required Amazon FSX for Windows file server. Select it, click on next, give the name whatever you want. Make sure you're selecting multi-availability zone. This is the recommended. And then give 32 GB. SSD is like the performance, it will be good. 32 GB is enough. and then make sure that you're selecting the appropriate VPC which what you have selected for the managed Active Directory, right? And then you also have to select the same subnets. Select the subnets. Once this Active Directory is up, then only you can able to select the AWS Managed Active Directory service here. The reason why we are integrating this FSX and this Managed Active Directory is after some time we are going to log into our Windows machine and we are going to create some users. Okay, and then we are going to integrate this Windows machine with the Active Directory. Then Active Directory does know that we do have some users which were created inside this Windows machine, right? We are not installing any Active Directory here, but we'll create Active Directory tools and then we'll create Active Directory users. So that is the reason why we are selecting our Active Directory here. See, I can see my managed Active Directory here. Select it, simply click on next and then scroll down and then make sure that you are creating file system. It will also take 20 minutes. So before coming to the session, I have created this. Now let's log into our Windows machine. Select, connect, RDP. Make sure you're grabbing the password, decrypt. I'll open my RDP. Here is my RDP. I'll copy this, paste it, connect. Username was administrator and give your password. What was the password? I have just copied here, paste the password here. Simply click on OK. So here is my Windows instance, guys. I have successfully logged in here. Once you log in, what you have to do is turn off the firewall. In real time, as I said before, we do have some blockers, but now it is our own environment, right? So we do not have any blockers. Let me increase the font size for you. I'll keep 28. Okay, 28 is more. I'll keep 24. Font 24. Right? Let's open firewall.cpl and disable the firewall. I have disabled already, no problem then. Okay. Once this is done, ncpl.cpl, not ncpl, ncpa.cpl. What we're going to do now is we are going to change the DNS names. Here, if you watch carefully, ipconfig/all. What was my DNS name here? 10.0.2. But where is my Active Directory? My Active Directory is here. I have to make sure that this Active Directory is syncing with my Windows instance, right? Why we are doing it? Because now we are going to install some, we are going to create some users in our Windows instance. So let's click on it and see, we can see the two DNS names here. Let's enter these DNS names there. 10.0.22.162. Right click and then select IPv4, select use and then 10.0.22.162. What was the second one? 10.0.0.23. 10.23. 10.0.0.23. 10.0.22.162. 10.0.22. Make sure you're entering these IPs properly, guys, else you will face a lot of issues. Okay, now we have entered the two Active Directory DNS IPs. What about our Windows instance IP? We also have to enter this IP, right? So copy it, come back, go to the advanced DNS, add, and then paste it here. Click on add. Okay, nice. Our DNS was updated successfully. I'm going to enter the command again. See, watch here. This is our DNS. Once this is done, go to your server manager and install the Active Directory necessary tools. Close this. I'm going to turn off the enhance. Turn it off. This will also sometimes block our network dashboard. Manage, add roles and features. Guys, now I'm not explaining any of this because people who have seen my Active Directory single sign-on video, there I have explained each and everything. So if you have doubt, you can watch that, or if you can watch this video directly. Click on manage, add roles and features, next, 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 and make sure you're selecting remote administration. Where was my remote administration? If you scroll down, W, mine is Windows R, right? It is, yeah, here it is. Windows Server Administration Tools, add features, drop down here. Make sure you are also selecting these two. Click on next, next, and then next again. Wait for it to install, guys. Once this is done, then we are going to change our domain name. Let's wait for it to complete. If you watch here, it is successfully completed. Once this is done, simply close this and open command prompt. Here is my command prompt, sysdm.cpl. Now I'm going to change the domain name. If you remember, when we log into this Windows instance, what was the username we have entered? We have entered administrator, right? So after this, now we are going to configure our domain name. Once this is configured, it will take 2-3 minutes for restarting the machine. After that, then we can directly log into this Windows instance with the help of our active directory name. See, this is the domain name we have given, right? We can log in directly with this. Now click on change domain, add the domain. My domain is saikiranpi.in. Make sure you are entering it properly. Go and then click on OK. It will ask you for username and password. What was the password we have given? Username, I told you, right? It's not administrator, it's admin. What was the password? Simply click on OK and it will ask you for the restart. See, welcome to the system, Saikiran Priya domain. Okay. See, it says you must restart your computer. Okay. Close it. It will ask for the restart. Let's restart and wait for it to come up. It will take 2 minutes. Once it is up, then what we're going to do is again we are going to log into the Windows instance and then we are going to create two users, right? Now let's try to log in, guys. Maybe the server should be up. I'll try to log into my machine, connect. What was my username of the Active Directory? Admin, right? Admin at the rate. And the directory name, saikiranpi.in. What was the password? KI. Let me log in. See, we are able to log in now because this Active Directory and our Windows instance has been synced. Now what you have to do is you have to make sure that you're creating two users, right? Let's wait for it to come up. It's up. Open command prompt. dsa.msc. See, I can see my domain name here. Drop down your domain controllers. I'm sorry, not domain controllers. Drop down your Saikiran. This is your directory, right? Right click on the users, new. How many users were there currently? Admin. Yeah, only admin is there. Right click, new user. I'm going to create Jagadish, and again I'm going to create Jagadish here, and then I'll simply click on next. Give the password, unmark this. Simply click on next. Password is not matching, maybe I entered wrong. Click on next, finish. User has been created. Now I'm going to create one more user, new user, Jnani, and click on next. Give the password, make sure I'm unmarking this. Why I am unmarking this? Read this, you will understand. Right, and then simply click on next, finish. I'll also create one group here, new, and then I'm going to mention it as group. I'll mention the name as my admins, and then simply click on OK. Double click on my admins, members, add him, and then add the second user, Jnani. Check names, yeah, got it. Okay, apply, okay. Nice, we have successfully created the users here. Let's leave it as it is, guys. Don't close the Windows machine. Now you have to go to your workspace. This is my workspace. Don't select this. This is Amazon's some Prometheus feature or something, some monitoring feature. I think I'm not sure about this. You have to open desktops in the cloud. You know what was this workspaces? When you join into a new organization, they will be providing one laptop, right? So inside that laptop, there will be something called workspace. I mean, not workspace, VDI, virtual desktop interface or virtual desktop infrastructure. So this is something that Amazon workspace. Before creating the workspace, first you have to attach the directory. Once you have created this active directory successfully and the status is showing active, then automatically it will reflect in the workspace directories, right? Select this and make sure that you are registering it. What were my subnets? 16.20, this is the one. And what was my another subnet? 32.20, public subnet. 32.20, this is the one. Guys, if you wanted to select private, you can go ahead and select, but make sure you're attaching an NAT to it, right? Enable, and then simply click on register. Wait for this register status is showing as active. It is active now. Now go to the workspace. Create workspace. Select your directory. Click on next. Why we are selecting this? This active directory is integrated with our Windows machine. Why it is integrated? Because we do have our users in it. That is the reason why when you are creating workspaces, it is asking you which directory I have to integrate with. Now you have to select this directory. Click on next. Don't give any users here because we have already created Windows instance and our users are there. Our users are there in the Windows instance. Click on next. Select only usernames which what we have given. These are our two users, Jnani and Jagdish. Click on next. Guys, here come the very important thing. Watch carefully. uh, Read this here. See in the blue highlighted lines you can see something, right? I'll zoom it a little bit if you want. See, this is standard. Free tier is eligible. This is performance. Free tier is also eligible. Low resource intensive application, mid level data processing. Power, good for video conferencing, entry mid level data processing, and then development, software development. Power Pro, intensive workloads, intelligence applications, and then GPU enable. See for graphic designs, artificial intelligence or machine learning, 3D rendering, 3D visualization, and all these things. Right? In our real-time environment, everyone will be facing this issue very commonly. Please don't take me the wrong way. Our managers will be keep updating our managers and leads that our video is working very slow. The reason is they might be selecting the standard and they expect us to do the work in a rocket speed. Correct. So for now, testing is enough for us. For testing, standard is enough for me. I'm going to select standard only. If you wanted to select GPU enabled, you can enable, but make sure the charges are very high. Standard. If you wanted to select any other operating systems like Linux or something, then you have to select any operating system drop down, and you can select Linux operating system. Right. Now I'm going to select Windows, and I'm going to select standard Windows 10 Server 2016. This is fine. Free tier is also there. Scroll down, click on next. Make sure that you're auto stopping because the bill will be depends on your running of your workspace. And then 1 hour, no tags, nothing. Next. Make sure that you're not giving this encryption, guys, but in real time you will be giving the encryption. The reason is if you check mark this encryption means it will take 55 minutes to come up. In worst case it will take more than 5-6 hours also, but at least it will take 40 plus minutes, right? So let's not select any encryption for now. This is for testing purpose only, right? So scroll down, everything is fine. I have not selected any encryption here, also not selected any encryption. Simply click on next. Scroll down and then create. It will take some time. It will show as pending. See, these are our two users, right? Jagdish and Gyani. This is our workspace IDs. I'll download the workspace now and see the status is showing as pending. Let's wait for it to complete. Meanwhile, what you can do is I'll show you something now. I do have two users, right? One is Jnani and other one is Jagdish. Now, if I wanted to log in with the usernames, I'll show you now. And then if I've given the password, it will not log in. If it is not logging into this RDS, then how can he log into the workspace? Cannot log in, right? See, the connection was denied because the user account is not authorized for remote logins. It's okay. Simply click on OK, minimize, and then go to your admin tab again. See, this is our Windows instance, right? So now what you have to do is open command prompt. Make sure you are entering lusmgr.msc, lus sorry lusrmgr. See, these are our users and groups. Click on groups. You'll be able to see remote desktop users. Double click on it and make sure that you're adding the users here. Check name, add him, add one more name, check this, check name, add him. Simply click on apply and then OK. Now these two users will be able to log into our workspaces. Wait, we'll see our workspace is up or not. It's still not up. Let's wait for it to complete, guys. Meanwhile, what you can do is you can download the workstation. See, here is the link. Copy it. I do already have this. Yesterday I have downloaded. Paste it here and then make sure you're downloading as per your 64-bit or 32-bit. Mine is 64-bit, so I have downloaded this already. Once you have downloaded, you have to install. Installation is very simple. Simply click on next, 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 and then install. That's it. So meanwhile, what you can do is it's still showing as pending, right? Meanwhile, go back to your admin instance again, which is Windows instance again, and type Windows R. Okay. Before jumping onto it, go to your FSX and see it's available, right? Get into your FSX. You'll be finding one DNS. You'll be finding one DNS name here if you scroll down. Yeah, this is my DNS name. Now I'm going to create two folders here, guys. Now I'm going to create two folders here. See, all the administrator will be having this access, this main instance access, right? They do have the full rights and they will be giving the access which whatever we required, right? So now backslash, um, enter the DNS name here and then backslash again, click on enter. Now you will be able to see one share folder here. Double click on it. Create three folders. One is for Jagdish. Do not confuse, guys. At last you will be understanding each and everything. Second is for Gnani. Jagdish should not have access to log into Gnani's folder. Gnani should not have access to Jagdish folder. But how? Not from here, but from workspaces. Here is our workspace. Let it comes up. I'm going to open the workspace and I'm going to enter the username and password, and you will be understanding why I'm creating these folders. Okay, I'm going to create one common folder also. Imagine if 20 users were there, right? So everyone need to put the logs and all in the common folder, right? Yesterday what we did the same thing with the EFS, elastic file system. What we have did, when Jenkins jobs are running, all the logs supposed to be stored in common locations. That is for Linux environment, but for Windows environment, FSX. This is the proper way to follow, right? We got Jagadish, Gnani, and then common. Go back and see if it is up or not. It's still pending. Okay, meanwhile we'll continue with this task itself only. Come back to your Windows instance, right click on Jagdish, properties. As I said before, Gnani should not have access to Jagdish, Jagdish should not have access to Gnani, but both should have access to common library, common folder. For that, go to the securities, click on first do it on common. It will be easy for you to understand. Go to the securities, click on edit. Now add admins here. I have created one group, right? My admins. In my admins, who are there? Both Jagdish and Gnani were there. The reason why I am giving it on common, because they both should have access for this common folder, right? Scroll up and then apply, give full access. For my admins, give full access, apply. Okay, click on advance, disable inheritance, convert inheritance. Make sure that you're removing each and every one except my admins. See, guys, watch carefully. We are doing this on common folder, not on the users folder. Apply. Okay. Okay, now go to Jagdish folder, right click, properties, security. Don't change anything here. Go to the advanced simply, disable inheritance, convert inheritance, click on add, and make sure selecting the principal and enter the name here. Check names. Okay, full control. Okay, simply click on apply and then okay. Now let's repeat the same steps for the second user. Right click, properties, security, advanced, disable inheritance, convert inheritance, add, select principal. Make sure you're entering the username properly here. Check names. Okay, full control. Okay, nice. Remove rest of the other users. Okay, apply and then click on OK. Okay, right. Now let's see if these are still up or not. Okay, it's available now. Guys, now what you have to do is open any one of the user, open this link and download this file I showed you right just now. So once it is done, try to open it. I'm going to open it now. Just hold on. It is taking some time. It will open. Just hold on. See, here it is. Change the registration code. Make sure you're entering the registration code here. What was my registration code here? I'll close this. If you scroll down, this was the username is Jagdish, right? So for him, what was the registration code? Here is my registration code. Copy it, paste it, register. What was the username? Password? Simply click on sign in. See, we are into the first user's workspace. Now, if I open any, it is very slow. That's slow. See, if I open here and if I simply click on backslash and then make sure that you're entering the DNS name, FSX DNS name, copy your FSX DNS name, enter, and if you backslash again, it will take you to the one folder. Whose system is this? This is, we have logged into the Jagdish system, right? Now if you go to the share and if you open this folder, see, it says you do not have access. But if I open his folder, it will open. And also if I open common folder, it should open. I'll create one notepad file here just for testing, or I'll create one folder here. Okay, see, it's disconnected. This is the problem with the standard. It's okay, no problem. Let me log into the another user. So this is the one. I'll copy the registration code, open Windows Workspace, I mean Amazon Workspace, paste it here, register, give the username, Yani, and then password, sign in. Again, it will take some time, so let's wait for it. See, we have successfully logged into the Gnani's workstation. Now let me open one folder. It is still loading. Just hold on. Next time, guys, when you do the practicals, don't select standard. See, standard is very slow, but it's okay. Where I am right now, okay. Now you have to give Windows R backslash and then backslash again. I have to copy that DNS name. Where is my DNS name? This is FSX, right? Yeah, this is FSX. Copy, paste it here, backslash again, and now it will take you to the share folder. If I open Jagdish folder, he should not be having access to it. And if I open his own folder, he'll be having the access. And if I open common folder, see, Jagdish have already uploaded one file, right? He can able to see it, right? Or if you wanted to mount it, you can also mount it. I'll show you how. If you go to the my PC, click on computer, right, and then map network, backslash, paste it, backslash user. Click on finish. This cannot spelling mistake. Oh, it's share, right? It's not user. Okay. If you come back here to my PC, you can able to see your folder here. Directly, you can double click on it and you can open it instead of going through the DNS name and all. See, simply you can open the drive here. How much? What was the GB? 31.9 GB. Right. So that's all for today, guys. This is what I wanted to explain. Please put it in the comment section if you have any doubts, and you can also reach me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much for watching this video, and thank you so much for taking some time to watch this video. Please do subscribe if you like my content, and also please do share it with your friends if anyone is interested to learn the proper real-time DevOps, AWS, or Kubernetes stuff. Thank you so much again. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hi guys, good morning everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS Systems Manager. Guys, before jumping on to the practicals, we are going to work with three major tasks. The very first one is run command, and the second one is parameter store, and the third one is state manager. Apologies for my writing, guys. People who are watching for the very first time, I'm writing it on screen. Imagine now we are going to create one Amazon Linux instance, and then we are going to create one Ubuntu instances. If you wanted to install Docker, or if you wanted to install Terraform, Puppet, Chef, Ansible, like SonarCube, or some other tools you wanted to install, what you're going to do, you're going to log into your Linux machine, or you're going to log into your Ubuntu instance, and then you're going to install each and everything, right? But now, in real time, our instances will be in a public subnets, I mean, private subnets itself only. So in such case, we'll be having jump servers, we'll be having endpoints. But what we're going to do is, with the help of SSM, there is something called run command. We are going to log into our instances in a most secure way. We are going to log into our instances in a secure way. Imagine here we are creating only two instances. And what if there are 10 instances and you have to install Docker, Terraform, Puppet, Ansible, and everything? So it will take so much of time, right? Manually, you have to log in and then you have to install each and everything. So in such case, what this run command will do is it will majorly works on tags. You will give all the configuration under via shell script whatever you want, and then you will tell the run command directly run it on the tags itself only. So in such way we can save so much of time, right? And the second one is parameter store. What this parameter store, what exactly is? Parameter will store the config files, right? But where these config files will be generated, I'll tell you. I want disk space utilization, right? My client is asking me, I need a separate disk space utilization. If I create CloudWatch metrics, by default I'm not going to get the disk space utilization. Not only disk space utilizations, there are many things which will not be visible by default from the CloudWatch metrics, right? In such case, what you can do is you can create one custom namespace. You can create one custom namespace, and under that what will happen, once this has been configured, a unique config file will be created. This config file will be stored in a parameter store, right? So whenever, watch this carefully, guys. Whenever an activity is nothing but, for example, if you install Terraform here and if you install Ansible here, this is activity 1 and this is activity 2. Basically, when you do an activity, what will happen, it will store under metrics, right, under CloudWatch. But once after you configure the custom namespace, what will happen is all these two instances activities will be stored under your custom namespace itself only. I'll show you that now, do not worry. I'll While doing the practicals you will be understanding it very clearly, right? And there is something called state manager. State manager is very simple, many of them knows this already. Something but cron job. Example, I have one shell script and there I'm saying install Docker, Terraform, Ansible, SonarCube, Jenkins, whatever it is. There is a shell script for that. So here for state manager I'm saying for each and every 30 or 40 minutes, for each and every 30 and 40 minutes, go and install these in a instance 1, instance 2, instance 3, or instance 4. I'm just telling you an example. This is not the use case, but I'm just for understanding, I'm telling you. One of our friend, what he did, accidentally he deleted Docker, and one of our friend, he deleted Terraform. What will happen each and every 30 minutes, just like a security guard, the state manager will be roaming here and there and make sure that everything is working fine or not. And if it didn't find Docker, and it will install automatically, and it doesn't know whether Docker is there or not. For each and every 30 minutes, what it will do, it will go and deploy the Docker, and it will go and install the Terraform, and it will go and install the Ansible. Like whatever is there in the shell script, it will go and deploy it for each and every 30 minutes, right? So this is all about state manager. I hope you understand it very clearly, guys. If you do not understand, please go back and watch the explanation again, because this is very important when before jumping on to the practicals, right? Let me take you to my console once. Here is my console. Before coming to the session, I have installed two instances. One is Amazon Linux and the other one is Ubuntu. Make sure, as I said before, that you are giving proper tags. Tags plays very crucial role today in our session. Manage tags, add tags, application, Java application, save it. And do the same for Ubuntu instance also. Tags, manage tags, add tags, application, Python app, right? Save it. So once this is done, open SSM. Once after you creating the instances, these instances will not be directly reflected to your sessions manager, right? I told you something today we are going to work more with. This is run command. So in order to make sure that our instances are reflecting here, what we have to do, we have to create one role. See, I cannot able to see my instances here. I have to create one role, IAM role, and I have to make sure that I'm giving SSM full access to it. Right? Go to IAM, create roles, create role, select service, EC2, scroll down, next, SSMF, SSM managed instance score, next, give the SSMF testing, create role. Right, our role has been successfully created. Once this is created, go back to your instance, select your Amazon Linux actions, security, modify IAM role, refresh it, select your role just you have created, right? Do the same for Ubuntu also. Security, modify IAM role, refresh, SSM testing, update IAM role. Nice. Once this is done, make sure that you're rebooting, because immediately it will not affect. It will take some 2 to 3 minutes of time. Reboot the instance. Reboot it. Wait for it. My instances have been successfully rebooted. I'll go back to my run command again. Here is my run command. Guys, make sure that you're selecting the shell script. Right? Select shell script. Scroll down. I'll just show you one thing now. If I select Ubuntu and if I select my DNS name, nothing is there, right? This instance is totally empty. No nginx or nothing we have installed here, right? See, nothing is there. If I go back to my ssm run command again, I'm going to install Ansible and I'm going to run one playbook here. For that, I'm going to open my GitHub. We have tested this during the time of auto scaling groups. If you remember, people who are watching this video for the very first time, I'm going to pin the auto scaling groups on top. I have did something which is a realistic project, so you can go and watch it. For now, I'm going to run this script here. Remove this. These are nothing but comments. Remove it. See what I'm doing here. I'm installing the necessary packages, and I'm installing Ansible, Nginx, Python. Stress you can install, or if you wanted to remove it, you can remove. I'm going to install Git, and I'm cloning this repository to where? To my repo, and then I'm running a playbook command here. Right? Scroll down. Leave it everything as it is. Guys, watch here carefully. Here I am mentioning tags. I'm just giving the key name. So what it will happen, this script will be running only on this tags. But for now, what we're going to do is we are going to select manually, because this sudo apt update, this distribution is related to Ubuntu flavor, not the Amazon Linux, right? So now we have to select only Ubuntu here. Select Ubuntu, unmark S3, enable CloudWatch logs, run, wait for it to complete, it will take some time, refresh. Meanwhile, what I'm going to do is, on the other hand, I'm going to install Nginx on my I'm going to install Nginx on my Amazon Linux. Run shell script. Here is my Amazon Linux script. Copy it, paste it here, scroll down. I'm going to select my instance manually. Amazon Linux, scroll down, unmark S3 bucket, enable CloudWatch logs, and then simply click on run. See, our configuration has been successfully installed on Amazon Linux. Let's go back and check whether if it is really installed or not. Select the IP, come back here and paste it. See, Nginx has been successfully installed. We haven't logged into the instance. We did everything from the SSM itself only. So in same way, you can install SonarQube, Jenkins, whatever you want, you can install it in the same way. Right? I'll close this tab. Now let's check whether our Ubuntu has been completed its configuration or not. I'll refresh. It's still in progress. It will take some time because we are installing a lot of things, right? We are installing Ansible, Python, and all these things. So it is taking a bit long time. Let it take, no problem. If I refresh, Nginx should be installed, I believe. At least. See, it is coming in the backend. Just hold on. It will be complete. See, it is success now. Let's come back here. And if I refresh, this is the web server we have worked on during the time of auto scaling group. We have created one AMI, if you remember. Right? Now we have achieved the task. Let's close this. As I said before, now I'm going to install one enhanced monitoring. If I select my instance and if I go to the monitoring, here I can see CPU utilization, network, and all these things. But still, I want a detailed monitoring logs for the debugging or like some other purpose. So for that, what I have to do first is let's go to your IAM roles and make sure that you are adding some other policies. What were the policies? One is Amazon EC2 role for SSM, Amazon EC2 role for SSM, and the other one is CloudWatch agent. CloudWatch agent for both admin and server. Select add permissions. See, I have 5 policies here now. I'll come back to my instance. I'll reboot this because it will take some time to sync in the backend, right? So I'll reboot this. Let's wait for 2 minutes, guys. Okay, my instance has been successfully rebooted. Now I'll go back to my run command. I'll close this IAM. This is not required. This is my run command. Simply click on run command. Make sure that you are selecting configure package here. See, here it is already AWS configure AWS package, right? Select this, scroll down, make sure that you are entering the appropriate package name. What package I required? I required Amazon CloudWatch agent. Minimize and paste it here. Scroll down. Now I'm going to give the key name here, tags. It will go and deploy. This package will be deployed on both of my instances. What were my both of my instances? One is Ubuntu and another one is Linux. Unmark this, enable CloudWatch logs, scroll down, run, and wait for it to copy. Once this has been copied, guys, it is not configuring, the package is copying. Copying where? Copying at this location, cd opt AWS Amazon CloudWatch agent and then bin. So we have to log into our instance manually and then we have to run one shell, one file will be there. We need to run that file. Then only it will be configured. Right? I'll just refresh this. We'll see whether see it's successfully copied. Now let's log into our instance. First I'll log into my Amazon Linux. Connect. Sudo su hyphen cd/opt AWS Amazon CloudWatch bin ls-al /. I'm going to run this wizard, config wizard. Guys, watch this carefully. Default, I'm going to give, if you are pressing enter means that means you are giving the default value, right? Here, can you see here default choice? Enter. Again, I'm going to give enter. Do you want stat daemon? No. To Do you want metrics from collect D? No. 2. Do you want to monitor any host metrics? Yes, I need this. Do you want to monitor? Yes, I need it. Do you want to issue them? Yes. Do you want to aggregate? Yes. Do you like to collect your metrics on high resolution? 30 seconds I need. I'll give the option as 3. Advanced I need. I'll give the option as 3. Are you satisfied with the above configuration? Yes. Do you want any existing CloudWatch login? No. Do you want to monitor any log file? No. Do you want the CloudWatch agent to retrieve X-ray traces? No. Do you want to store the config file in SSM parameter? Yes. Parameter store I told you, right? Config files will be storing here. Enter. It is asking for the name. Copy the name here till here. Copy it. Paste it. I'll give the name as Amazon Linux. Make sure that you're following the caps letters as it is. Okay. Amazon Linux. Enter. Enter. Okay. Nice. The file has been created now. Now let's log into our Ubuntu instance and follow the same practical. Connect cd/opt AWS Amazon bin ls-al dot slash. Copy this, paste it. Copy, paste it. Run. Enter. 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 Stat sd no. Collect d no. Yes. Yes. No. Do you want aggregate? No. 30 seconds is enough. Watch default metrics. Yes. Are you satisfied with the above config? We did some mistake. Wait, let me run it again. ls-al. See, this is where we'll face a lot of issues. Copy, paste it, run. Yes, yes, yes. Do you know? Collect D? No. Yes, yes. Issue dimensions? Yes. Aggregate? Yeah, this is the one. 3 seconds. Advanced? Yes, I like it. Do you want any existing CloudWatch? No, I don't have any monitor. No. CloudWatch isn't also no. Yes, I wanted to store it in a parameter store. Make sure that you're copying properly. Amazon Linux. Copy it. This is Ubuntu server, right? Ubuntu Linux. Oh, I gave the spelling mistake. Guys, if you give any wrong name here, then you will see a lot of issues. So make sure that you're following properly what I'm following, like caps letters and then Ubuntu Linux. Enter, enter, enter. Okay. Now let's go back to our parameter store. I'll close this instance. I'll go back to my parameter store and I'll see whether the config files have been successfully stored or not. Nice. See, this is Amazon Linux and this is Ubuntu Linux, right? Guys, now I'm going to show you one tool which is called Beyond. You can also install this. This tool we are going to work more when we are doing practicals on Kubernetes, guys. Okay, make sure that you're installing this. It will show you the differences between the two manifest files or any files it is, whether it is YAML, JSON, shell script. It will show you the differences. This tool is mainly useful for developers actually. I'll parameter store. This is Amazon Linux config file, right? Now I'm going to open Ubuntu Linux config file. Scroll down, copy everything, copy it, paste it. See, there is no difference. Everything is fine and super. One last, maybe I have, yeah, same, it is same. Nothing has been there. Maybe here, the only difference is I have pasted one number before, that is why it is showing as red. Okay, it's okay, no problem. Let's minimize this. Now what I'm going to do is I'll open CloudWatch now. As I said before, I want custom metrics. Now whatever task I'm going to do on my two instances, till now it is going to the metrics itself only. If I select my metrics, all metrics, I can't see any custom namespace here. See, these are all the default names. I mean, default metrics: directory service, EBS metrics, EC2 metrics, event metrics, logs, SSM run command metrics, usage, and all these things. Now I'm unable to see any custom namespace. Whatever I'm running on SSM, all the metrics, logs, and everything will be saved here itself only. Now watch carefully. What we're going to do is go to the run command, click on run command, select manage agent, manage agent, select it. This is AWS Amazon CloudWatch manage agent. Scroll down, guys. Make sure that you're entering the parameter store name appropriately here. What we have stored, where is my parameter store? I'll open my parameter store again. Make sure that you're entering this appropriately. Don't do any mistakes when pasting this, okay? Because it will go in the backend and it will check for this config file, and if you didn't enter it properly, then it will throw some failures. Scroll down, where I wanted to install this on my two instances. I'm saying go and install on these two instances wherever this application tag was there, and next time whenever I perform any task, then all the logs should be stored under custom namespace, right? Enable CloudWatch logs, run, wait for it to complete, refresh. See, it is successful. Now let's go back to our CloudWatch. You will see the difference now. Where is my CloudWatch? Here it is. I'll refresh this. All metrics. See, here it is. Custom namespace. See, 33 logs were generated already. If I go here, 33 logs were generated. It will keep on generating. If I do any activities on it, then it will keeps on generating. Right now you understand, right, why we are creating enhanced monitoring metrics now. Metrics all, see, 43, it's still generating. There is something running in the backend, so all the logs are generating here. I hope you understand my explanation, guys. This is what I wanted to say. And finally, guys, make sure this is real-time activity. If you do have time, please do practicals and post it on the LinkedIn, okay? And do the documentation and post it on the Medium. I'll tell you the advantage what you'll get if you post something on Medium tomorrow. If you are into project and if your manager gives a similar task, who knows, we might get a similar task. You cannot send a word document from your Gmail to your Outlook, right? So everything will be captured in such way. If you keep posting on Medium, means you can open that Medium page directly from your laptop itself only, and you can see, copy and paste whatever you want. So in such way it will be very useful. If you have time, make sure that you're doing practicals and posting it on Medium and LinkedIn also, right? So that's all for today. I wanted to explain, and I'll show you one more thing here, which was the state manager. This is very straightforward, guys. I'm not going to create anything on the state manager because it will take so much of time for deletion. Even for now, once after explaining this, I'll tell you something about this CloudWatch metrics. Let's complete this. Create an association. See, make sure that you're selecting the shell script here, same, and then you have to mention the time here, hourly, daily, schedule, and then you have to simply click on create association. Then what it will do is, for each and every 30 minutes, it will go and do the task whatever you have given. See, cron job scheduler, right? Once this task is done, this separate namespace has been created. Don't worry, guys. It will not delete directly. They will not cost you anything. After 2 weeks, if you avoid sending any logs to this custom namespace, it will be automatically deleted. But apart from that, make sure that you're deleting your instances. Make sure that you're deleting your IAM roles, which what you have created, and then do not worry about this. After 14 or 15 weeks, it's going to delete automatically, because there is an issue since 2011. It's running in Amazon. Yesterday night also I tried to delete this, but it didn't work. If anyone knew how to delete this, please let me know in the comment section. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we are going to work only on CloudWatch metrics, right? Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today we are going to discuss about AWS CloudWatch. Guys, this session is something which is related to yesterday's continuation itself only. Today, what I'm going to do is I wanted to create custom metrics on an Nginx logs. Right? I'll show you in a more detailed way. Let me draw the diagram. This is instance one, where I'm going to install Nginx in it. I'll take Linux itself only. And this is instance 2. Here also same. I'm going to install Nginx in it. Once this part is done, I'm going to install a package called AWS logs. The reason why I'm installing is once Nginx has been created under var log Nginx, here error.log, a log file will be generated, and here also same under var log Nginx access.log, a log file will be created, access.log and then error.log. I wanted to create custom metrics on these logs. The reason why I'm creating here is, imagine whenever an user is hitting, let me draw here, whenever as an user is hitting our domain name, it will route it to our web server, right? It will route it to our web server. A logs will be generated in our CloudWatch. Also, on this Nginx file, which is error log and then access log, there will be separate logs will be created here. I wanted to create custom metrics on it. Now you understand, right, why I am creating. Let me delete this. So this is the reason why I want this Nginx logs. Now what I'm going to do is I'll simply copy this Nginx logs to my, I'll simply copy this Nginx logs which are access log and error log to my CloudWatch. Why I'm copying these logs to my CloudWatch? I'm going to create simple notification service, and I'm going to create one alarm. Alarm and simple notification service for what? For memory usage, and then for what was the other one? Disk usage. People who didn't understand this, do not worry, these were the steps we are going to follow. Now I'm going to explain you each and everything very clearly. Don't worry guys. Also, I'm going to install one tool called stress on my instance, because I'll be increasing the stress on this particular instance. Here I want only disk usage, right? There is no separate tool to increase the disk usage. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'll install Terraform, and then I'm going to run one for loop, so that this Terraform file will be keep on copying on the disk, and the disk space will be automatically increased, and we'll get a notification over email, and then we'll get an alarm also, right? Let me take you to the console, guys. Let me explain you practically. Here is my console, guys. Before doing the practicals, make sure that you are opening IAM and create the necessary roles and attach the policies. Let's open roles, create role, AWS service, EC2. Simply click on next. SSM full access, SSM managed instance core, and then Amazon EC2 role, Amazon EC2 role for SSM. Yeah, this is the one. And also make sure that you're creating Amazon SSM full access. Oh, it has been created already. CloudWatch logs we required. CloudWatch logs. CloudWatch logs full access. And then we required CloudWatch agent. CloudWatch agent. Both admin and server policies. Click on next. SSMF testing. Scroll down. Create policies. We are supposed to attach 6 policies to it. Okay, make sure that you're attaching properly. These are the 6 policies. Nice. Go back to your instance. Now you need to create 2 instances and name it as Linux server 1 and Linux server 2, and attach this IAM role to it. 2 instances, Linux 1, right? T2 micro is fine, no problem. Let me select my key pair, edit, VPC, scroll down, enable security groups, default. Scroll down, advanced details. Make sure that you're attaching your IAM role to the instances. SSMF testing, scroll down completely, and also make sure that you're entering the user data. This user data is something which relates to installing Nginx and then installing Stress. Stress tool we required for testing. Right? Paste it and then simply click on launch instance. Let's wait for it to come up, guys. It will take some time to come up. Let's wait for it. Okay, my instances are successfully up and running. Once this part is done, open systems manager, open systems manager. Now you have to copy the configuration on your two of the instances, right? For that, select run command. You're not installing the file, guys. You're copying the file, right? What file it is, I'm going to show you now. Make sure that you're selecting the AWS configure AWS package. This was the package we are going to copy it on our two instances. And what was the name here? We have to mention AWS CloudWatch agent, right? Amazon CloudWatch agent, right? Scroll down, choose instances manually. These are my two instances. Select, scroll down, unmark these. Simply click on run. Now on the two instances, the package will be copied. Once it is copied, then we are going to configure it, right? Let's wait for it. Refresh, refresh it. Nice. It has been successfully copied. Now go back to your run command again. Now you have to install it. Run command, manage agent, CloudWatch manage agent. This is the one. Select it. Scroll down, and guys, make sure that you're entering the config file here. If you haven't seen my yesterday's video, please do watch and come back here, because yesterday I told you how to configure your config file and store it in the parameter store. Right? We need to manually log into our instance, and then we need to configure the config file. I'm going to copy the config file name, come back here to your run command, paste it here properly. Don't do any spelling mistakes here, because it will go in the backend, it will check for this name in order to find the config file. So don't do any mistakes here. Choose instance manually. I'm going to select my two instances. I'll unmark this S3 and then CloudWatch logs. Simply click on run. Okay, it's successfully configured now. Now, once this part is done, let's log into our instance, guys. Let's log into our instance. Let me close the unnecessary parameters not required. IAM role not required. Okay. Let me log into the instance and show you where does this Nginx file copies all these logs. Nginx has been installed or not? It should be installed on two of the servers successfully. Okay, installed on server 1, no problem, expected. And then copy the second IP, enter it here. Okay, successfully configured on two of the servers. Now what you have to do, select your instance, select connect, connect. The reason why I'm connecting to my instance now is I'm going to show you the Nginx logs now. On the Nginx logs, we are going to create the metrics, right? In order to create the metrics, we need the logs, right? So that Nginx logs, we'll be copying these Nginx logs to our CloudWatch now. Now, where were our Nginx logs? Find slash hyphen name star dot log. Enter. If you watch here carefully, there is something called Nginx error log and then Nginx access log. Access log is something, if I copy this here, if I copy this and if I paste it here, this is called access log. You know what is error log? Error log is slash Saikiran. Saikiran subdomain is not there. That is why it is showing error. The page you're looking is not found. This is called error log. Now you understand, right? What was error log and what is access log. I'll copy these two locations. I wanted to copy this to our CloudWatch. If I open CloudWatch, you will not be able to see it now. CloudWatch, open it. Why I am copying this to CloudWatch? Again, I am saying is do not get confused. The reason why I am copying is now I am going to create metrics on these Nginx logs itself only. Select log group. If you watch here carefully, there were no Nginx logs, right? Let's keep this aside. This is my instance. Before copying our Nginx logs to our CloudWatch, what you have to install is sudo yum install -y AWS logs. Once this is installed, nano /etc/aws/aws log.config. Here you have to change the necessary modifications. How you have to change? I'm going to tell you now. Guys, make sure that you're doing these changes properly and don't remove the existing log file, right? Do not remove it. Let's leave it as it is. Paste it here. Now I'm going to copy this error log and I'm going to paste it here. Paste it here and also paste it under file, also paste it under log group name. We are pasting under log group name, remember this. Okay, now let's do the same for access log also. Now we have copied for error log, now I'll do it for access log also. Copy, paste it access log, and then access log. Now I'm going to get the two logs, correct? I'll copy this. Did I missed anything to copy? Yeah, here I missed the var set brackets. I missed. Hold on. Do not do any mistakes when doing this. It is very important task. Okay, nice. Let's copy each and everything till here. Copy it. Come back to your instance and paste it. This is access.log and this is error log and this is our, oh see, it got merged completely. Log group name. Okay, now it's clear. This is the default one and this is Nginx error log and this is Nginx access log. Control X, save it, exit. Once you have done this, make sure that you're starting the logs. Sudo systemctl start AWS logs. It's successfully started. Close it. Let me check before closing it. /etc AWS logs.config. Yeah, error.log, and then access logs. Nice. You can close this instance. Make sure that you're repeating the same steps on Linux Server 2. I forgot to change the instance name. Linux Server 2, right? Connect. Do not get confused, guys. Let's log in. First, install AWS logs. Sudo su hyphen yum install -y AWS logs. Once done installing, make sure that you're changing the configuration file. I'll copy this again. Copy it. Come back here. Nano /etc/aws logs. Enter. Come down. Paste it here. Control X, Y, enter. I'll check it again. etc AWS logs.config file. Okay, everything is fine, right? Error.log, access.log. Nice. If you come back to your CloudWatch, before it was not there, right? If I refresh here, see, I can able to see the Nginx access logs and secret logs. Before accessing it, let's do one small thing. I'll copy my public IP of the Linux server 1 and then I'll copy my public IP of the Linux server 2. I'll select Linux 1, I'll copy the public IP, paste it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times I've sent the packet, access packet /cycle. This is error packet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Let's go back and check now. I'll come back to the CloudWatch again. I'll refresh here. I'll go to the access log. If you go to the access log, see here I can see my IP here. Why it is showing only one? It should show two actually. Oh, did we? Oh, we forgot to run the logs here. So systemctl start logs t sudo systemctl. Oh, AWS logs t. AWS logs t. Okay, it has been successfully started. Now, if you go back to your CloudWatch again and if you refresh, come to the log group. If you refresh again, it should be shown here. Go to the access log. See, I can see my two IPs here. 92 is my Linux server 1 and 99 is my Linux server 2. Right? I'll open this Linux server 2 and see these are all my access logs. See, I have access to it 4937. This is my public IP 4937, 4937. Now let's go to error logs. Come back to the log group, open error log group, open 92. See, these are all my errors. Error. And then if I open anything, error. Why error? No such file or directory. We have tried to access with the slash /sykiran, right? Subdomain is not this slash /sykiran subdomain. So you can see here error, 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 right? Once this is done, open your all metrics. This is where our main thing lies. See, custom namespace. Guys, don't worry about this metric numbers, because yesterday I have created the same, now also I have created the same. That is why it is taking multiple metrics. So in your case it will be showing somewhere around 164 to 234 between. So do not get confused, guys, right? I'll open my custom namespace. I'll open these metrics, instance ID. Now if I wanted to watch disk space, if I wanted to watch disk space for what? Disk space for Linux server 1. See, this is the memory used percentage, and then if I scroll down I can see disk space somewhere. Disk, yeah, here it is, disk used percentage, right? If I select, instead of lines I'm going to give the numbers. Memory used percentage, what it is? 16. Disk used percentage, how much it has been used? 5.05%. I'll select the same for Linux server 2 also. Memory used percentage, how much it is? Linux server 2 memory used percentage is 10.5. And then disk used percentage, how much it is? Linux server 2 disk use percentage 5.96. Great. Before creating alarms, now we are going to create the alarms, guys. Before creating the alarms, what we have to do is we have to create simple notification service. If we create alarms and if we are not creating any notification service, then what is the point of creating alarm? Because if any issue occurs, alarm will trigger. When alarm triggers, alarm should send a notification to one of our employees, right? That so and so has been happened, can you please respond fast? So for that we are going to create simple notification service. Open SNS, open it. Next step, I'm going to select standard, give some random name, scroll down, and then create topic. Once this is done, create subscription. I do already have the subscription. I think it is showing as selected. Okay, no problem. Guys, watch this carefully. Protocol. There is something called pager duty, right? What this pager duty is, this is something which is related to roster. If anyone is working in production support team or break fix team, we'll be working under some shifts, right? Like night shift, attack, EMEA or no AM. What will happen whenever in the roster your name has been entered, we can see only the names, but a tool like pager duty, what we have to mention is we also have to mention the employee name and then employee phone number also. Why? Once after creating and if once after configuring this pager duty, a unique endpoint will be created. A unique endpoint will be created. Let me open here. See, if I select HTTPS, I can simply enter the endpoint here, right? If I enter the endpoint here, what will happen next time whenever a CloudWatch is triggering any issues, right? It will send a notification to the SNS, or it will send an via this endpoint, it will send a notification to the pager duty. And what pager duty will do is, based on the employee name and the contact number, they will receive an SMS or email stating that your cluster is on critical situation. So for now, we do not have pager duty subscription. We do only have email. Let's give the email itself only. Select and then create subscription. Once you have created, make sure that you are accessing the email. Select Gmail, go to the AWS notification, confirm subscription. Right? Once this is confirmed, you can also see the status here if you scroll down. See, it is showing as confirmed. Right? Let's close this. We do not have any work with that now. Now come back to your CloudWatch alarms, create alarms, select metrics, go to your custom namespace. This is CloudWatch agent, instance ID. Now I'll select, first I'll select memory utilization for Linux server 1. This is Linux server 1. Memory used percentage. This is the one. Don't select multiple metrics. If you select multiple metrics, see the option will be grayed out here. Select only one metric. I'll select memory used percentage and then I'll select metrics. Statistics, I need maximum. Each and every 10 seconds it should go and check. It should go and check what? If the value is greater than or equals to, my CPU percentage is greater than or equals to 45%, then then trigger an alarm and send a notification. Notification to whom? Notification to my SNS testing. Under SNS testing, we do have our email. Scroll down, click on next. Create the alarm. I'll give greater than 45%. Click on next, scroll down, create alarm. See, this is how you will create custom dashboard, guys. By default, AWS will not be giving you all the metrics. When your team or when you get a ticket or when your manager asks you to create a custom dashboard, this is how you have to create. Got it? Now it's showing as insufficient data, which means it is going in the backend and it's grabbing all the information. This is Linux Server 2, right? Let's keep it at last. Let's open Linux Server 1. We have created a metric for CPU utilization, right? Connect to it. Let me see if stress has been installed. Stress was not installed. Okay, no problem. Let's install the stress -y. Copy it. Install the stress. Reason why we are installing the stress is we are going to keep some load on our instance, so that once the load has been increased to how much? 45%. Then an alarm should be triggered. It should be showing here as alarm in alarm, and then a notification will be sent to our Gmail. Right? Enter. I am also going to install htop. Htop is not here, I think. Yum install -y htop. I'll open the same Linux server 1 instance because we are going to run htop there and then we'll be watching the CPU utilization. Do not worry with this, confused with this instances, guys. You can watch here. I just opened Linux server 1, same server only. There is no magic here. If I enter stress, okay, I got the command. I'll keep the stress for 300 MB. Stress. I'm going to copy this, paste it. Once done, keep this for 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Let's give 300 MB. 1, 2, 3, 300 MB. If you check here, sudo su hyphen htop. What was my CPU utilization here? 1.3, right? Here also you can see CPU utilization. It's good now. Everything is green. Now I'll start increasing the stress on my CPU. I mean instance. See, now it is showing 91%, 100% it is. Let's go back to our alarms. Wait for it. See, if you watch here, alarm has been triggered. It says the CPU utilization is more than 45%. Let's go back to our email and check whether an email has been triggered or not. Yeah, I got the email also. It says 45%, greater than 45%. Like this it works, guys. Let me stop the stress. I'll close these two instances now. Now let's create one more metric for Linux server 2. Create alarm, select metrics, CloudWatch agent, instance ID. For Linux 2, I'm going to create for disk usage, right? Select it. What was the percentage now? Ours is 4%, 4.97%. Nice. Select metrics, scroll down, close average, and if you select maximum for each and every 10 seconds, if go and check if the value is greater than or equals to 35%. Next, trigger alarm and send a notification to me. Simply click on next, alarm name greater than 35%. I'll simply click on next. How we can keep the stress on this Linux instance? We are going to download one Terraform file now, terraform.io, and then we are going to copy this file into our Linux server 2, and then we are going to run a for loop. If we run a for loop, then automatically it will create 100 Terraform files. Then the disk space will be consumed slowly, and then an alarm will be triggered automatically. Duplicate, enter, move Terraform zip to terraform.zip. Nice. Once this is done, run the for loop. For let me check the name has been changed or not. For I in range of open set brackets 1 to 200, do copy terraform.zip to terraform dot nice, and then sleep. Oh, sleep for I forgot to give the sleep. Done. We did a mistake. Sleep 1 second or sleep 5 seconds. Done. And we also did one more mistake here. Underscore dollar I means 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 iteration will be running on this I. Okay. Dot zip. Now it should work. Okay. It is working now. I'm going to log into the same instance again because a terminal is running here. I cannot log in. Connect df watch df hyphen. Okay, what was the percentage here? 36, 37. Oh, it is crossing. Come back here, refresh. It got it. See, guys, 35% alarm has been triggered. Disk used percentage more than 35, right? Now let's go watch and here. What was the percentage here? 44 it is. It was crossed 35 and 45. Okay, now it should also send an email. Yeah, I got an email also. Nice, I got an email. So guys, this is how you will be creating custom metrics, right? And then you have to create simple notification service, and then you have to trigger an alarms. So this is something which is related to the real-time project, guys. Make sure that you're doing practicals, and also make sure that you're putting, if you have any doubts, please put it in the comment section, and make sure that you're writing it and post it somewhere on the Medium or LinkedIn or somewhere. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session. Tomorrow we are going to discuss about event bridges, guys, with the help of Lambda functions. Right? So don't miss the session tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last session for the CloudWatch, and then we'll jump on to the cloud formation templates. Right? Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a nice day. We'll see you in the tomorrow's session.